Hey builders, I'm back. So what are we going to build this time? A silent coder which is going to be invisible for all popular screen sharing platforms but not for you. That is what we are going to build in this video. So let's have a quick peek view at our application. So to better demonstrate, let's open any popular screen sharing platforms. For instance, a Google Meet. So I'm just on Google Chrome with a Google Meet. So let me start a new instant meeting, and let me mute and also hide the video since we are recording, so it will be voice echoing. And here, and I'm just going to invite other participant to the same meet. So let's open this one. So I'm just going to switch the account. Let me switch this one, and here also I'm just going to meet this, and I'm just going to request to admit me. So here we go. Now there are two people in this thing, meeting. Now let's go to our Edge browser, assuming this is Vite, where we are going to share our screen. So let me try to share entire screen. So let me share this entire screen, and now whatever we are sharing here will be visible to the other party as well. Okay, so and let's try to open our application now. So I'm just going to open, and also let's try to minimize this one and open our application. So this is the silent coder, which is going to be our application, a desktop application. That is what we'll be building, and you should see here now. Let me just, yeah. So as soon as we open, we should see this take first screenshot, and then the settings icon. I'll walk you through what is this about, and we need to see the comparison. So let's show you what do I mean, and here I'm just opening this and try to minimize this, and we do have now side-by-side comparisons. So let me just close this one. Okay, and fine. So here I'm switching my screen share to the lead code. Okay, now the whatever you are seeing the screen on the left side, we are not able to keep track of this take first screenshot or whatever we have. So this is the application that will be building, which is invisible for others but not for you. So if I want, I can zoom in to see this one. So the take first screenshot and then settings. Okay, and if I just open this settings, and to like there are a lot of shortcuts like I told you, so no need of a mouse or cursor for this one. So to move your window on your screen to either in all of the directions, just hold command or control on a Mac or Windows respectively, and play with the arrow keys. So to just go right, press a right or a right arrow key. To go up, right upward arrow key, and respectively. Okay, so now I'm just going to showcase this, and let's to zoom in, you should just use command and minus thing, or control plus minus. So I'm just zooming out now, and for zooming in, command plus equals to, and for same thing in Windows. Okay, to reset back to whatever the status of the zoom was, just use command 0, so it will just set back to whatever it was before. So let's talk about the shortcuts that we have. So first is the toggle main window, like command B, it's going to completely hide the window. So let's give a test. So I just press command B, and it is completely out of the screen that we have, and let's press back the command B, and it will just restore the position and the coordinates of the window that we have. And for taking screenshot, it is command H on Mac or control H on Windows. So just take like I'll be talking in terms of command. So if it's a window, just replace that with control. Okay, so here first thing, so like you see now, this is visible to me but not to the person who is viewing the screen on the left side. In Google Meet you can clearly see that. So that is what I want to show now. So now let's try to play what is this. So there are like different phases, stages of this platform that it is I'm talking about. So let's press Command H. So this is going to capture the screen of us. So here it took the screenshot of the window that we have. So on the left side it is the Google Meet in the Chrome, and the right side it is the lead code page in Edge. Okay, that is what we have. So this is going to capture the screenshot for you. And now if you wanted to help us get the solution for the problem statement that we have in our screen, just we need to press Command plus Enter. Okay, so what this does now, so it will process the screenshot that we took and identify the problem statement. So this is the problem statement that is in the screenshot. So it's a trapping rainwater problem, and it will process that problem statement and showcase that which we just saw, and then try to process that problem statement and generate the solution for us, the code solution and thoughts, like the thinking out loud, just to convey to the other person, whoever is trying to assess us. So you can just this is like thoughts we have and the code that is generated. So the language that I've chosen was a Python, so it generated the solution for me in Python. So like now it is generated. So let to scroll it up and down, so just like I said, command and arrow keys. So if you just go or press upward arrow key, you can see the solution that it generated for me in Python. Just a trap function, and have left max, right max, water trapped, and left max array, and this is the method, the solution that it has generated for us. Okay, so this is going to generate this one for us, and you can decrease the opacity or increase the opacity by using command plus open square brackets or close square brackets. So let me show you what you mean. So I'm just trying to decrease the opacity of it. So now you can see the difference, and let me try to change the opacity back to whatever it was before. Okay, so this one which is just visible to you, you can just take help of it and just get the work done. So this is for this. And let's say now I'm not going to show that in very detailed way. So what do I want to show now is basically, let's say now you have so here you can see the complexity as well. So let's say you are trying to solve a problem, and you did end up with some solution and executed it, but it did fail out. So now you want to help with that. So that phase is called debugging phase or help phase. Okay, so now if I take a screenshot, you can just again take one more screenshot. So you should see the screenshot now captured, and this is like debugging phase. Now what it does is basically if the screenshot of you was something like test case failures or the inputs that you wanted to pass using your code. So if that screenshot is captured, and if you again press command enter, so it is going to process the screenshot. You can see the loader indicator on the screenshot, and it will process it and just put it out like what it changed and what are the issues that it has identified in your results or test cases, and then accordingly help you with the output. So in this case you see now it has like what I changed text, and also like the solution that it is that it has generated, and analysis for us, like what issues it has identified, on specific improvements and interactions and optimizations and all. And then that is how it's going to help you, and then you can just take your help. So I guess the comparison it's fair enough that I've shown. It is not visible. Maybe now I can just maximize this, and so that walk you through more about it. So now let's say you have this solution and you wanted to code it out. So you can just go to this and do like take help of it, decrease its opacity, and this is what you want to do. So you can just type it out, like if you're just you can just type it out like normally or how you do. So this is the application that we'll be building. So it's just the screen that will be visible and it's completely transparent, and also like you can just adjust its opacity and everything. So it's going to work to all of the screen sharing softwares. Okay, that is what we'll be learning, how to build an application of that kind in this video. So this is just what I wanted to show. Now let's talk about the other functionalities that we have. So basic the things that we have. So now you have the screenshot capture, and so you can either delete this, there is a cross mark, you can delete that. So to delete using your shortcut, there is command plus L. So I can just delete this one, the screenshot. So clicking on that, it is going to delete and show or hide the window, and this is again to take a screenshot. And to start over, let's say you are starting with a new problem and you're done with the previous problem, to start it all again, so just press command R and it's going to just take you back to the original state that it was in. Okay, so in here this solve a problem will be activated once you have the screenshot. So let me just take the screenshot. So this is the screenshot. Now you see the solve problem is activated, and delete last screenshot is also activated. And here you can choose the language of your choice that you are comfortable in. So let me just move this window up so that I can show you more languages. So just choose the language that you're comfortable in, and the solution will be generated in that language. And now here is the important point. So for this to work, you need to have your own API key. And here is the settings section. So this is the place, like let me just move this window. So where you need to configure your own API key. So choose your provider. It can be OpenAI, Gemini. So I have not added Anthropic, so it's a simple. So once you follow the build video, it should be fair and simple, straightforward for you to add new providers. And once you select this OpenAI provider, you need to set this key, and here just the brief instructions of all of the keyboard shortcuts. You can just open the settings and understand more about what and all the screenshots that we have. To quit applications is Control Q or Command Q, opacity and all, which I talked to you about. And here, like I said, we have three phases in this application building. Problem extraction. So once you take the screenshot, which model should be used to identify the problem statement in that and populate in the screen that you are seeing. And here is the model that you need to select. And for solution generation, once you have the problem statement, leverage that and generate the code in the language that you have selected. So this is the model for that. So choose accordingly whatever you want. And this debugging, like I said, you are in process of solving problem and you ended up with some issues. Take the screenshot of it and then take help of it by just hitting command enter, and then which model to use in that scenario, that you need to configure it here. So this is the application that we will be building. So simple and straightforward, but it's a trickier. That's the thing, how it's going to work and how it is going to help us to abstract the popular screen sharing platforms to not have a visibility of this window. So this is the thing that we will be building, and hope this is going to be exciting for you. And one more thing, I'm going to showcase you right from how to build it from ground up, and also how to distribute it in the form of the DMG files from Mac or exe files for the Windows and all. So like all the automating pipelines to create a new versions for whatever the thing that you develop. And like here we just release it to your GitHub, and we'll have this exe files for you to download it to Windows and then set it up. So, and also for Mac DMG files. Okay, and just one more thing, for to distribute it across all OS, we need to have a verified certificate on and Apple developer account for Mac and Windows. But if you want to bypass, you can just install this and just run it. There will be an option to just run it anyway, and then go ahead and it should just work fine. Okay, so that is what we'll be building. Hope you will learn something. So let's jump on to build session. Alright builders, so let's start building this application. So as usual, just open any terminal and then we'll get started with our application. So I'm just opening my terminal here, and and now we need to just start building a project. Instead of just creating the boilerplate for ourselves, let's try to use the scaffold available out there. So to get the help of that, so which just spins up the end of details for us to get started with Electron app development, which will have all the code to related to main, renderer and preload and other stuff, and then also all the dependencies that we need. So let's just take the reference of that. So I'm just opening here the quick start packages. So we'll make a use of this quick start Electron thing, so which is going to help us give us a very good kickstart for the Electron project development. So let's just copy this command, create quick start Electron. So you can use any package manager, npm yarn or npm. So I'm just using this. So now let's go back to our terminal, and here let's just alright, so I copied the $2, so let's just get rid of that, and yep. So this is going to, so the name of the project, so let me just give this as like silent coder. So you can just give whatever the name which you feel it's apt. You can just say like code helper or whatever it is, and the framework that we wanted to use, so I wanted to use React. So you can go for Vue, Vanilla, Svelte, Solid, but in this video we're going to use React. And do you want a TypeScript support? Yes. And also Electron updater plugin, for now let's say no. At the end of this video I will tell you how can we leverage this, and this also let me just go for no. So now we have this folder created. So I'm just opening this silent coder, and let's just open our the code base. So now you can see in our code base this is the thing which it gave us the scaffold. So the main thing is the source folder. We have here the main folder, preload folder and renderer folder. So this is just the ABC or the jargon of Electron project development. So to give you high level explanation of what this mean, so let me just take you just high level explanation of what that is. So here I just have the high level diagram of Electron development. So there are three parts here. So on the left side you can see main process, and then on the right side it's a renderer process, which is having two things like preload and then the web frameworks that we are touching in. So what is this basically? So the main process, it's nothing but the Electron main process development. That's where we talk to Node.js APIs and anything related to the files API and other things, the core logic. That's where we try to keep it in place. And so the renderer process is basically mainly the UI that you see of the development that you make happens via this renderer process. So now the communication between the main process and renderer process should happen. So the one which facilitates that communication is called the IPC. So this is inter-process communication. So that is the way for us to communicate any data or any events between main process and render process. To avoid exposing all of our Node.js APIs to renderer, there comes a layer called preload. So that acts as a context bridge between the main process and renderer process. So preload, what it does is basically it abstracts, it acts as a like abstraction layer and exposes only the APIs that are needed to the renderer. So this is a layer. It acts as a bridge between a main process and render process. So the renderer is nothing but any web framework code that we are going to write. So it can be React code base or a Vue code base or any framework that you like. And so high level, this is how the project development, Electron project development happens. Hope I just gave a gist of it, so what this at high level is. So now going back to the let's open this silent coder. So let me just open the terminal. So for us to get started, so just try to install the dependencies of the project which we just installed. So to just see, like, this is the main related code, and then this is the preload which I just explained. So it acts as a bridge between the main processor and the renderer processor. And here, this is where the code for our app will sit in, the UI related code. And the dependencies for you to just get a gist of it. So we are taking the help of Electron toolkit and loading whatever the thing that we need. So now we have the thing installed. So all we need to do is now just try to run this application. So if I just run this application, so it should open the browser window for us. And yeah, you can see now this is the starter application that we just took the help of the scaffold, the quick start Electron, and then we have like good boilerplate to kickstart our project. So now, and also I'll try to be as clean as possible in explanation, and also let's try to maintain the code as well in search. So let me just go back to this. And now this is the we have not made any change. It's just we set up the code base. Maybe let's just try to initialize this repository, and I'm just going to add this as the initial commit, so that you guys can also properly refer while following this video, and you will eventually understand the differences between commit to commit, and also like refer whenever you need. So I'm just committing this, and later we'll publish this to repo. That is what I'm going to attach in the description of the video. All right, so now we have this thing. Next, let's try to add the dependencies that I'm going to use. First, for styling, I want to use Tailwind CSS. So as of now in our project, there's no Tailwind CSS added. So let's try to set this Tailwind CSS in our project. So for that, just navigate to Tailwind CSS website. So just go to tailwindcss.com and follow the instructions that they have added to install that dependencies. So all we need is these three dependencies: Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Post CSS. So I'm just copying this dependency, and let's go back to this editor, and here I'm just going to go to our folder, and let me just add this dependency. Okay, so let's just paste this thing. So it's just going to install these dependencies that we have, and after this we need to create the post css.config.mjs file as recommended in the browser. So let's follow the same. So let me just create in So at the root level, just add this postcss file. So postcss.config.mjs file, and in this all you need to do is just add the plugins, which is the postcss. So I'm just going to add in here. Okay, so this is what we need, this thing. And after that, just going to this, the next step is whatever the main css file that we are referring to, we just need to add this import statement. So let's just copy this one, the import Tailwind CSS, and let's go back to our editor. So looking out our main CSS, just open renderer and in the source folder. So mostly this is the thing, the main.tsx. so you can see main.css is our main css file that we are importing. So I'm just going to this and just get rid of everything and just import this Tailwind CSS. Of course, whatever the styling that we had, now it is you can see, because we removed all of the styling that it had, so no issues. Anyhow, we are not going to use that code. We are just going to get rid of that in a while. And all right, so now let's just get rid of all of these things, and I'm just going to add a simple header to just check the Tailwind CSS it's working the way we want it or not. So let me just add in some text like hello world. All right, so let's just get rid of whichever we are not using. I'll explain all about these things later. Now we have this hello world with the text size and font bold and underline. So let's see if that's reflecting. So just a minute. So it's not, so we need to, let's try to restart this application. Yeah, now it's fine. So now the Tailwind CSS that we want. So for you to just confirm, you can again make this as like let's say text red color and just confirm. Yeah, it's working fine. All right, yeah. So now what we did is simple change that we did. So all you can do is just go to this thing and try to like I said, I'm just going to be clean as possible this time. And all we did was try to add a Tailwind CSS support to our project, and I'm just commenting that. So next thing, the other thing that I want is just to make a queries to the Electron process and try to cache it. I want to use a React query. So let's try to add along with that. Let's also add the toast support, the toast provider. So to get started with, we need to add in dependencies. So let me just add the 10 stack React query. So you can just take the help of like how to add this, but I'm just going to quickly get this thing done. So this 10 stack React query is what we need, and let's install this one. All right, so now we have this 10 stack React query installed. So we need to wrap all of our children's, that is the components that we are going to create to access this query client. So for that, let me make this clean. What I'm going to do, so let's go to our renderer. So here I'm just going to create a new folder. Let's name this as the providers, and inside this let's create a simple file called the query provider, and in here let's try to prepare this query client. Okay, and inside this, so you can just import this from tanstack red query which we just installed, the default options. So here we can just configure a few default settings. The steal time, let me just set this to 0. In garbage collect time, I'm just going to set this to infinity, and then the retry, let's set this one to 1, and also refetch on window focus. So let me set this one. I don't want this one, so I'm just going to set this. So you can just configure as many as you want, so I'm just going to set these things for now for queries. And for mutations, let's try to just add the retry to 1. So here I just need to complete this one. Okay, fine. And now we just need to this is what we want. So just import this query client provider and wrap all of our children under this provider, so that we'll be able to access this query client in whatever the component that we want. So this is the here to just get rid of this error, just try to mention the return type. So we are strict on the type specifications and all. So now we have this query provider ready, and for us to leverage this, what we need to do is basically import this into our main app.tsx file. So going to this, so this is our main file. So let's do, what do I want to do is here. So let's remove this thing which we just added for testing purpose, and let's add in here this the query provider, and import this one from the providers that we just created, and we should be good with the whatever it is before and all. Yep. So now we added this query provider, and also the thing that I wanted to add is the toast. So for us to add in the toast related dependencies, let's also try to create a simple context for that, and also the provider. So I'm just going to create in here this, let's say this as toast context file, and in here let's just specify the toast variant. So yeah, I'm just going to have like success, error and neutral. So yeah, I think this should be fine. And now let's define this interface for this our toast context type. So in this I'll just have this show toast function, or you can just name whatever the name that you want. And for this, what we are going to pass in here is the title. So let me just add in this title, the description, and then the variant. Yeah, exactly, that's what we want. And here now let's try to export this toast context, and we'll use the create context API of this React. And for now let's have this as of type toast context type or undefined, and initially let's just initialize this with undefined, and let's try to import create context from React. And now we just need to expose this function use toast. So in whichever the component we want to call this show toast function, we can use this kind of a hook, and try to show the toast messages that we wanted to. So now in this one, so let's just try to get this context. So all we need to do is use this use context and pass in the toast context which we just have above, and just the error message here throwing. So basically this is basically we are trying to use this toast context in a children where that is not wrapped in. All right, so missing return type. That's fine, so we can just ignore for that thing. And now let me just create this toast provider like we just created the query provider, so that we can just wrap all of our children inside this toast provider. So for this, let's create simple toast component inside. Let's create separate folder for components that we wanted to create. So inside the source folder itself, I'm just going to create the new, not file, let's create new folder and name this as components. Okay, already we do have that, so sorry, my mistake. So opening this one, and here let's just create let's create a new folder for UI, and I'm just going to add in the new file called the toast.tsx. okay, so for us to use here these components, I'm just going to leverage the shadcn components, so which is actually as like, you know what is a shadcn is? It's nothing but shadowing the class names. That took a while to understand, and now all we need is the toast. So let's just take help of this one, and we want to do it using manually. So let's just install this react toast dependency. So going back to our editor, so let me just add this react toast, and now just copy the toast component code from here, the shadcn component, and just copy this one. So let's go back to this the editor, and now I've just added this one, and now we don't have this utils file, so where we are just going to export the cn file. So let's quickly create that one. So here I'm just adding in here this library folder, and then let's create the simple utils.ts file, and in here we need two dependencies. So let's try to add the CLSX dependency and also this Tailwind merge. So no need to worry much about this. It's just the wrapper around this Tailwind merge of the utilities that we are going to use in our components. So let's try to export in here this thing, and also let's just import this thing, and I need to import this CLSX from this, and let's get rid of this one. And we do have this error of always specifying the return types for the functions that we are going to create. So to not get this types error, either you can specify the return type, or else you can just turn off this lint config thing. So here let me just add in the rule to turn off this thing. So all we can do is try to add in here, yeah, we can turn off this unused variables as well, and also this TypeScript ESLint, just specify here explicit function return type of, and now we should be good, and it should not throw us any errors. So going back to this, now you see we don't have any issues with that. And here I just need to reload this one, and then we should be good. Yeah, I think, yeah, now we have this toast reusable component. So not much in this, just the default toast viewport, and then the toast components that we want for title and also description. Okay, so now we have this one, and let's go to this app.tsx file, And now let's try to use this component that we just created. I'm just going to create simple example. So for that we need to wrap in here the children's inside this toast provider. So to just quickly see an example, so let me just create in here this toast example, and later we are going to remove this, but this is just for testing purpose. So here, yeah, now we need to use this use toast which we just exposed out of toast provider. And now let me use this just button component. All right, so now let me just add in here this toast example component here. So going to our this app now, we should, what's happening, so let's go to our example. So ideally it should show as this button. All right, let me just close this one. Okay, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to make this thing a fragment, and let's try to add in simple example. Let's say just some styling. So let's make this one bold, and also just like whatever we had for that, and let's make this one some blue color, any color that you wanted to. And here I'm just going to add in here this allow word, and let's just get rid of this thing, and let's check our app. Okay, what's wrong? Okay, I got the issue now. So the thing that we are doing here is the toast provider should be not from this toast, but instead from our providers, the toast provider which we just created. Okay, and for that, this is what happened. So we need to add in here the code for that. So let's try to simply add this toast variant, which is this thing, and also the interface for the toast state. Sorry for the confusion, guys. And here, just to keep track of whether this is open, and then the title that we want, description, and then the variant. Okay, so that's the state of the toast that we wanted to maintain. And now let's try to create this interface for toast provider prop, so which is just the React Node children's. And now I'm going to create this toast provider. All right, so let's just maintain this state that with the default value. So it's open, false, title, and description. I'm just going to maintain this as an empty descriptions. Variant, let's keep that as a neutral. And now we need to show this create this show toast function, and inside this one let's just set update our toast state variable to whatever we receive the props, the title, description, variant, and open. We are going to show that. Okay, so and now this one, let me try to wrap this one inside this the toast provider which we were trying to import in the thing. So it's just a wrapper for that. So I'm going to import what and all I need from this. So I need the toast and all the things that we just created for the toast title, and then the toast descriptions, and yeah, let's import this toast providers, and I'm just renaming this to toast primitives provider, and then this toast viewport. So now we have these things, and let's try to wrap this one inside this primitives provider. Okay, and now here we are just exposing this show toast function to our children so that we can just use that thing. And also here let me just try to add in here the toast, uh, the title, and then the toaster description. And here on open change, what we need to do is basically add in a callback and receive the open boolean value, and try to toggle that thing. So we can just use this whatever the previous value it was, and then accordingly set that thing, and also just specify the variant that we are passing, and the duration, let me just set this to like 1.5 seconds. Okay, so all right, now we have this toast provider, and now so it's just a wrapper on this primitives provider, and then exposing the show toast function to the children's, and then showcasing the title and description. So going to this now, yeah, we should be good to just see the hello world, and yeah, now we don't have any issues. So let's go back and try to add some example which will allow us to see whether the toast is working or not. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to wrap inside some small flex div, and try to wrap inside this thing, and I'm just adding here the example to see error toast, neutral toast, and success toast. So going back to our app, so if I just click on this one, so you see now hello world, which was success toast, and this is like the error toast, and this is the neutral toast. So the thing that we wanted to add is working fine. So maybe now we can just give a short commit. So all we did is just add a query client, React query client provider, and wrap around all of our children, and also the same thing, add a toast provider so that we can just show the toast messages whenever we wanted to do. So I'm just committing the changes that we made. So these are simple changes. So let's say we added the React query, and I'm just adding the toast provider. Okay, so maybe I think this gives enough meaning to the changes that we made, and I'm just committing this changes. That's what we did. And now let's try to focus on one thing at a time. First, I wanted to add in the components for related to welcome screen. So what is it that we wanted to show inside that is simple. Just the title of our application, and what this application does, and just the placeholders for now, the shortcuts that we are going to add to this application, so which are very important for this application. So to get started with that, let's first create a simple component inside this components folder. So I'm just going to name this as the welcome screen.tsx. Okay, and in here let's try to create this interface welcome screen props. In this will have a button which will allow the user to open settings dialog. so which we don't have yet. So basically that's the place where the user can configure his AI API settings. So I mean OpenAI API key or Gemini API key. So that's a placeholder for now, but still let's add this one. So this on open settings, this is the callback function. In here let me just create this component, the welcome screen, and yep, in here let's try to, for now I'm just going to add in the simple header. So let's add in this as the title of our application. Okay, and this thing needs to be used inside our app.tsx file. That's where we wanted to show this. So going to this, or instead of this one, this toast example now, so we can just get rid of that, which we just added for testing whether toast is working or not. So let's make this as the relative, and I'm just going to add in the welcome screen component which we just created and import this the same. So instead of passing in empty callback function, let's just create a state variable for that. So settings is open, and just import that use state and create here handle open settings function, and I'm going to wrap this inside this callback use callback thing, and all we need to do is just set this to true and import this one. And now instead of passing this one as the empty callback function, I'm just going to pass this handle open settings. Okay, so now even if you just check out the changes that we made, so this is what we added, the silent coda. So going back to this thing, this component, so now we need to start adding some styling and the way that we wanted to make it look and all. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to style this better. Let's make this background to be black, and also the height of this, let's make this one minimum height of the screen. So I'm just adding this thing, and also make this flex direction to be column, and item center justifies center, and padding, let's say I'm just going to add in this 6. Okay, so eventually you will see, yeah, okay, so that's how we made this one. And don't worry about other text styling and all, we will change. And this styling maximum width, let's make this medium, and also width I want it to be full. And again let's add in here this background to be black, add some border, and border color I want this to be white, let's say of 10, and let's make this rounded extra large, padding of 6, and let's add this shadow to be, let's say, the large. Okay, yep. And now the text that we have, so the styling for this text, let's make this 2 times extra large, and font to be bold, of course, and the text needs to be white on the black background that we have, and add some margin at the bottom, and make this also the flex. And items I'm just going to center and have this gap of 2. So if you just check it out, yeah, this is what I mean. So fine, so let's go back to this, and let's try to wrap this one inside this span tag. Yeah, I'm just going to move this into this, and get rid of this one, so it should just be the same still. So going to this, and so after this, what is it that we wanted to show? So just below this header, let me add simple some margin bottom, let's say of 8, and inside this let's add in the just simple title, let's say, which says like, you know, welcome text, like welcome to silent coder, it is again we need to style this thing. So simple, all you need to do is just make the text size how much you want, and font type, let's say medium, and the text color we want it to be white, and let's add some margin like 3. So going back, yeah, we have this one. All right, so and below this let me add some small text, and the styling for this again, let's make this text white color, and I want this time to be small because this p tag, and margin bottom let's add 4. The text that we wanted to do is, so what is this does, so let's simply add like this application like helps you by providing, like let's say the AI powered solutions to coding problems. Okay, so yeah, I'm just adding that. You can just change to whatever you want to. So this is the thing. Okay, all right, then after this the p tag, let's add in the text to showcase the list of the shortcuts this application is going to support. I mean just the text and placeholders, and eventually we'll add those shortcuts to work on this application. Okay, so I'm just adding in here the again background. Let's make this a little bit of white and add in here this border white color, and margin, let me add this of 4. All right, so here the first thing, the title that I wanted to add in is global shortcuts, and again let's make this the white text color, and font type to be medium, and margin bottom let's say 2, and here let's add in here this as global shortcuts. All right, so yeah, you should see this thing, and now let's quickly add the shortcuts that I wanted to add in here. So let's try to use this unordered list, and let's just add a space between each list that we are going to add here. Let's add in here the flex justify between, and let's make this text size to be smaller. And now inside this I'm just going to add in what this shortcut does and what is the shortcut key. Okay, so let's try to wrap this one in the span tags, and here again the same white color for the text, and first thing that I wanted to add is the toggle the visibility of our application. Okay, so that is the shortcut that we are going to add, and here let's add in this text, let's say the white of 90 color, and here let's add like for Windows it's going to be Control plus B, for Mac it's going to be Command plus B. Okay, so this we will just change the text and the key, and now if you just go, yeah, this is what I wanted to add. So going back to this, so the next just the placeholder that we wanted to add is for taking the screenshot, which is important as part of this application. So this one, let's say Control H, so I'm just going to add in this Control H, and after this let's add the shortcut key for, like, if you wanted to delete the last taken screenshot, so I'm just going to add the text here, delete the last screenshot, And the shortcut key for that would be like, let's say I'm just going to change this one to L. Okay, and let's just copy this thing, and whatever the thing is just added, I'm just removing this one. So let's add a couple of more shortcuts, text and keys. And now once we take the screenshot, we need some shortcut key to process that screenshot. So for that I'm going to add this. Let's just change this delete last to like process a screenshot. And the shortcut key for this would be control plus enter or command plus enter. So you can just add in whichever the key is very comfortable for you. And I mean, I'm going to show you where to change and all later. Okay, so and the other shortcut key, next, let's say for resetting the view, that is like we are in mid of processing some thing, but we want to completely reset that. This is that shortcut for that. So I'm going to change this one to control plus R or command plus R on Mac. And finally, to exit the application, so let's add the shortcut key as a control Q or command plus Q. So I'm just going to change this the text to this quit application. So you can just add in here this thing. Okay, maybe, yeah, I think for now this should do. Eventually we'll add new things if we wanted to add. And now we have this shortcut. And now let me just add in the div where we are going to showcase just the text like getting started, and then some instructions. Just you need to configure API keys in that, and then help the user to navigate to settings dialog and all. Okay, so for that I'm just adding in here this background to be white color, and let's add in some border. And border color, let's make, I think fine. And let me just close this one. Margin, maybe you can just increase to 6, or just check it out, and whichever is suitable for you, you can just add it. And here I'm just going to add the same the text here as getting started, which it's going to be of type H3. And now let's just have a look at it. So you should see now the getting started that we have. And now I'm just going back to this styling. Let's add some text. Let's add some margin, let's say 3. And the text I'm just going to add in here, like, before using the application, I'm going to say that you need to set your API key. And after that, let's try to add in here this button component. And we don't have this button component, so let's take the help of the shadcn and try to use that component. Okay, so going to this shadcn, and I'm just going to use it for this button component. Now we have the button component here. So let's just copy this one and go back to our code base, and I'm just going to create here this simple component called this button.tsx, and try to use this one. Of course, now I just need to change this imports to utils, and then we need to add this dependency class variance authority. So let me just add in. Okay, yep. So now we have this button component. This issue, let's just disable this one for now. So I'm just going to, yeah, and now going to this welcome screen. So let's just import that one, and now the text that we want to say is just open settings. Alright, so if you just see that, of course we need to style this so that we can see on our black background. So here first let's make this one widthful, padding in X direction to be 4, in Y direction let's say 3, in background to be white, in text color let's say it to be black, just the opposite of it, in rounded let's make this one extra large, font type I'm just going to make this medium, and on hovering background let's change this one to 90, and apply this transition colors, make this flex, and let's just center this items and also justify them center and gap of 2. Okay, and yeah, and on click I'm just going to add in here this on open settings. Now we should be able to see this. Yeah, this is the open settings thing, and now nothing's going to happen when we click on it because we don't have any functionality of opening and how we are communicating and all those things. So let's go back to our editor, and also, like, just below this div let's also add some small text saying that start by taking screenshot of your coding problem and use a shortcut key which we just added above, command H. So let's make this text to be white color, let's say like 40, and text size to be extra small, text let's make this one center. And now inside this div let's just add in this text like start by taking screenshots of your coding problem, and I'm just going to add in this shortcut, this control plus H or command plus H. Okay, so now we should be able to see that text. Yeah, so this is what we have, and I think the welcome screen decent enough. And now just going back, let's try to change the settings of our windows, I mean the browser window that we have. So for us to make changes related to window, we should go to this section. So I want to change the width and all other properties of the window that we have. So let's first change the width of this to, let's say, 800, and the height set this one to 600, and also the minimum width I wanted to set this one to be like 750, and minimum height let's say like 550. So, and also this X position let's set this to 0 and Y position to 50. Okay, so what do these changes mean? So this is related to window size and position. So basically it starts at the size 800 cross 600, and it won't shrink below this minimum width and the minimum height that we have set, that is 750 cross 550. And these are like coordinates of the window, like positions of the window at which it's going to start. So this x is equal to 0, it signifies this is this positions it at the left edge, and y equals to 50, it signifies like, it's slightly below the top edge of the screen that we have. Okay, and now let's add in this always on top to true, and this frame, let me set this one to false, and the transparent, I want this one to be true. So what these changes are, so always on top, it allows our window to float above all other windows, like even when we are switching apps. And no frame, that is like frame is false, meaning it removes the default title bar and buttons that we have as part of the browser window. And transparent, this is self-explanatory, so it just allows the window background to be see-through, so it's like, which is like ideally good for overlays that we have. And the other properties that I wanted to add, full screenable, let's set this one to be false, and as shadow, let's set this to false. Opacity, I'm going to give here 1.0. In background color, let's have this purely full transparent black. So for us to have fully transparent black, let me add in here, so full screenable, so it prevents user to make it full screen, and of course no shadow, so it just keeps it clean in overlays. And opacity, it's fully visible, but with the complete transparent background color which we just added. Okay, and those are the things. And other things that I wanted to add is focusable, make this one to be true. In the skip taskbar, also let's set this one to true. This type, I'm going to set this one to a panel. And paint when initially hidden, let's set this one also to true. So what does this mean, focusable? So meaning the user can interact with the window that we are going to showcase. And skip taskbar, so it won't show up in our OS taskbar that we normally see whenever we open up a new app. And that's that thing. And type panel, so it's just treated as a just lightweight utility window. And this paint when initially hidden, it just improves the first render speed, even if that is hidden. So that's what this property signifies. And now this title bar style, I want this one to be hidden. And also this enable larger than screen, let's set this one to true. And movable, of course we want this to be movable, so we are going to set this properties to true. So we are just going to hide this title bar style, and also we are going to make this movable. All right, so and yep, and let's also enhance security of our application. So here I'm just going to add in this node integration to be false. And this context isolation, let's set this one to true. And this scroll bounce, I'm going to set this to true. So here it just loads this web preferences, what it does, it loads preload script. So basically, like I explained, this acts as a secure bridge between the front end and back end. And sandbox, we just disabled it. And node integration false, plus this context isolation true. What it means is it isolates a front end from accessing Node.js APIs, and also that's what this configuration means. And then this scroll bounce, so just a smooth bounce effect, like we see in the macOS pages and all right. So this is like small configuration for our browser window. So now if you just check out this thing, maybe let's, yeah, so I'm just running this again, and let's check this out. Yeah, so now you can see the position at the left edge and from the top little bit thing, and you can just resize it and all. And also, yeah, Okay, so that's the browser changes that we made. So I think this welcome screen is good enough. So now let's just give a small commit so that we can just have a good reference for us. Okay, so I'm just adding the let's try to minimize this thing, and so let's try to give a commit for this. So what we did in here is just like we added the welcome screen in the and let's say like bit of main window config. Okay, so that's exactly what we did. So we can just give that commit message in, yeah. So I'm just committing this. Yep, so now we have a drag off. So like I said, I'm trying to be as clean as possible with the changes that we are going to make, so that it will be clear for you to follow. And whenever you're following, even if something is not clear, you can just fall back to this commit message and then check out the changes made and refer from there. I think that would help you to be with the pace that I'm moving. All right, so now we have this welcome screen configured, and now we had a button for open settings. So when we click on it, we need to showcase the settings dialog and all. So let's try to create a simple component for that settings dialog. So this is the place where we create components. So I'm just creating in here this settings dialog .tsx component, and here let's try to create that component, and also we need a dialog reusable component. So let's just take help of shared scene again. So I'm just searching for the dialog component, so open here. So for this we need this dependency. So let's add this one first to our project, and once we add this one, let's try to create in here this dialog.tsx file, and now let's just refer to whatever the component code that we have, and I'm just going to make use of this. So going back to our code base, just add this one, and no need of this client thing because we're using React Vite. Fine, so now we have this dialog component. Now we can just leverage this one uh, to create our settings dialog component. Let's first, what is it that we wanted to collect in this here is basically uh, help the user to switch between the providers. So I'm just restricting for now to OpenAI and Gemini, and also once they switch, configure the API key and switch the models for the phases of the processing that we have. So the phases that we have is one for problem extraction, and then the solution generation, and then debugging process and all. So for that three phases, we'll also provide the option for the users to choose the model that they wanted to use. Okay, so let's first create simple type the API provider. So let's set this one to OpenAI and Gemini, and then this AI model. So let's define here this type for this. So ID or name, and then the description that I wanted to have, and yeah, okay, fine. And then this model category. So like I said, we are going to have three phases, so I'm just defining this as model category. So key, let's have this as the extraction model, that is problem extraction model, and then this solution model, so which is going to help us generate the solution for the problem that is extracted, and then this is debugging model. So all right, and For this, let's set this title and then the description, and here let's be specific here. So like OpenAI models, which is going to be AI model array. We have type above, and then Gemini models. And now let's just define the list of the objects that we are going to add. We can dynamically load it, but let's not complicate it. And let's just provide an option to switch between two models for now. Okay, so here I'm just going to create the list. First thing is for extraction model, and this title, let me say this as problem extraction, and description, let's say something like the model used to uh, analyze the screenshots and extract the problem statement. Okay, and the OpenAI models, let's have this GBD4 so I'm just adding some description for it, and then mini. I think those two should be good. This is not like latest and powerful, but let's just change this description. Like let's say I'm just going to add in like best overall performance. They have 4.1 and all those things, but that's fine. Extraction in here, let's say I'm going to change this one to like faster and more efficient, something like that, more like cost efficient model for problem extraction. And now for Gemini models, let's also try to configure this 1.5 Pro, and we do have 2.5, and also let's just keep it minimal for now. And also I'm just going to add in 2.0 flash. Okay, so let's just add in 2.0 flash model. So same thing, let's also change this text to same as like above, something like faster, more cost efficient, something like that. Okay, fine. So we need to do the same thing for other things. So let's quickly create for solution model OpenAI models, the same thing. I'm just going to add it here, the mini Gemini models, and then the same thing. Let's all right, so okay, so you can change the description whatever you want to, so but I'm just leaving that to whatever it is now. So here this debugging model, so same models, just the option to choose from these two. And now Gemini models, so let's add one more. I think we should be good. So basically just the option for the user to switch between these two models and the providers, these two providers. That's what we just created here, the list. Okay, so now we have that list. So let's just try to prepare the interface for our dialog settings dialog. In here, of course, open, just to keep track of it's open or not, and then the callback function to toggle its visibility. And now let's create here the settings dialog, and let's try to for now wrap everything inside this dialog component that we have. So I'm just going to import everything from this dialog component which we just installed. So let's remove this one. All right, okay, so this is the thing, the settings dialog. To open this one, we need to add more things which we will add. So let's go to this app.tsx, and here let's try to create this handle close settings, and let's pass in here this open thing, and now I'm just going to add in here the settings dialog, and let's just import this one, and now we should be good to test it out. So to open our application, so let me just open this application. Now if I just click on this one, we should see this dialog open. Okay, so of course we have not styled it, that's why you're not seeing it properly, but this is what the dialog. Okay, so let's minimize this part again, and going to this settings dialog, and let's focus on styling of this and what and all we need here, so that we can create good looking component. So let's focus on the state that we wanted to capture in this dialog. So first thing is to know whether this is open or not. So let's maintain local state variable for that, and so of course we are going to use this use state hook, and let's go to not conflict between these two names, let's try to rename this one to like open prop. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this to open prop, or by default we can set this one to false. So that's for this, and then the other local state for storing API key, and then this API provider. So let's, by default let me set this to OpenAI only for now, or you can just set it to Gemini. And then we need to keep track of 3 face models, so the extraction model, which here I'm going to not complicate much, so types and all, so let's just keep it simple. So let's set this one to GVD40, same thing for solution model, debugging model. Okay, all right, and now is once like just a loading indicator, and fine, I think we should be good with the state variables that we need to keep track of. And now let's focus on the styling, and here mainly this dialog content. So let's make this one on smaller screens, max width to be medium, and background let's make this one to be black, a border let's have this as white like color, and text color let's make this one to be white, and yeah, fine. And all additionally so if you just additionally let me add using this style thing. So let's make this position to be fixed. You can add in using the utility classes as well, but I'm just adding it this way. Okay, and let's make this top to be like 90%. Yep, and left let's say 50%. The transform, let's add in this to translate like 50% in either directions. Okay, fine. And width, let me set this one to be like minimum of like 450 pixels. That's what we want. Okay, and this height, let's make this one to be the auto, and minimum height, let me set this one to 400 pixel, max 8. We have this like 90 vertical viewport height. Okay, sorry, viewport height. And overflow in the y direction, let's set this one to auto. So I'll just show you this in a while. Okay, fine. And let's set this z index so that it will be on top of the other components that we are going to render. Margin, let's set this to 0. And the padding, I'm going to just add in some padding. You can just check and change accordingly. Just standard transition. Let's add in this opacity like 0.25 seconds and ease. And here let's just add this thing and a little bit of animation. So just add in this fade in effect, and let's say 0.25 seconds and ease, and add in this forwards. Okay, fine. And finally the opacity, I'm just going to set this to 0.98. And we wanted to add even let's add in this transform origin to be a center, and also this back face visibility to be hidden. And then will change. So what is going to change is the opacity and transform. So I'm just going to add this. I think we should be good with this. So if I just open our window again and try to open this settings, alright, so the content of it, just a minute. Okay, so going to this on open change, so we should be able to see. Let's we'll first make changes. Let's try to handle this using this function, using whatever that we receive, because we are sending this open value. So let's use this new open that we are going to receive, and accordingly I'm just going to use that. So set open, whatever we get, I'm just going to set this to open variable, and we'll only call on open change when there's actually change. Okay, so that we can do using on open change, and check if this new open is not equals to external, I mean the open prop that we have. And I'm just going to now call this by passing this new open, and now we can change here this to handle open change. Okay, now it should work. Okay, so let's try to open this again, and if we just so and to just update our open state variable, whenever this open prop value is changed, we need to handle that inside use effect, so that it will be synced with our external open state. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here, if this open prop is not equals to undefined, then I'm just going to set this one to this, and then whenever this one changes, we are going to update our open variable. All right, so now let's try to open our the app, and you can see now this is looking good. I mean, the settings dialog is opening, not looking good. Okay, so now we have this one, so we need to work on the things that we wanted to add as part of our settings dialog component. So let's complete adding this one. So let's add in simple the dialog description, and inside this let's just say this configure your API key. So I'm just going to add in simple description. uh, let's add in that I'm just adding simple text like you will need your own API keys, something like that, to use this application. Okay, fine, that's the description. And now after this header, let's first add the section for choosing between the API provider. So that's the selection thing that we wanted to add. So I'm just going to add in here, let's some space in y direction, and let's add some padding in y direction. Okay, and now this is for the API provider, so let's add again some space. And the label, let's just say give some text smaller case, and font type, let's keep this one medium, and text to be white color. In the title, let's have this label as API provider. Fine, and now below this I wanted to add in here just the div, and inside that I'm just going to wrap the div where we can switch between the providers. We can directly use select component, or you can write it in this way as well. Okay, whichever is better for you, you just choose that. So here I'm just going to add it in here, let's say some flex one, and padding of 2 rounded. Let's make this one larger. Cursor, I want it to be pointer int, and let's apply this transition colors. And now here if this API provider is matching to this open AI, then I'm going to have this background color set this one to white, and have this border by 50. Else let's have this background to be black color, and I'm just going to add the white color to the border. And on hover, let's make this background color to be white, just the distinction styling. And also on click, all we need to do is yeah, so okay, and on click, all we need to do is just try to add this method. Let's say I'm just going to name this as handle provider change, and we need to change this one to OpenAI. Of course we are going to get error because we don't have that. So let's just create a simple function which is going to help us update. So here I'm going to add this one, and let's just set this one. And also here, if this is the case, OpenAI, and then we need to set the extraction model to zip-default and all of that, like default, whichever model that we want. So I'm just setting it to this one. You can choose whatever the model that you want. And yeah, so now inside this div we should showcase the text as OpenAI and GPT-4o models and all like that. So I'm just going to add in here simple div. Let's make this one as a flex, items, let me center them, and also let's have some gap between them. And here let's have simple div, just color. Okay, so let's make this one dynamic. So width 3, height 3, rounded. Let me make this one to full. And here, depending upon this API provider, if this is OpenAI, then background, let me set this one to white, and this one BG, let's set this to 20. Fine. So this is just for color styling. All right, so now this is the actual div where we'll have the text. Let's make this one the flex and the direction to be column, and here I'm just going to wrap the text inside this p tag. Let's make this font type to be medium. Text color, let's choose it to be white, small size, and the text, it's going to be let's OpenAI. Fine. And below I'm just going to add like it's models. So let's add the text as like OpenAI GPT-4 model, something like that. So you can add some text like that. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this GPT-4 models. Okay, so this is the thing. And now similar way we need to add the Gemini as well. So below this I'm just going to take the same help here. So whatever the styling that we added above, so it's just the same, but it's for Gemini provider. And now inside this we just need to again keep adding this one, setting that just styling, and inside this thing let's add the p tag and the text. So I'm just adding here, let's change the text to be Gemini, and here we can say something like 1.5 models or just the Gemini models and whatever it is. So now you should just want to check it out, just open our app and try to open this settings. Now you should see we have here the API provider, and you can switch between this, and this is what we are just adding. Okay, fine. All right, so let's continue with the other things here. So I'm just going to add it here. Now same way, let's add now for the API key that we need to collect. So let's make the label as API key instead of being generic as API key. Let's do one thing, and also I'm just going to add in here API key for HTML file just to for the ID. And here if this API provider is OpenAI, so I'm just going to specify this as OpenAI API key, else Google AI Studio API key or Gemini API key, whatever you want to do, you can just keep that. And now we don't have input component, so we need to add that input component. So again, let's take the help of shadcn input component. So I'm just going to use this thing, so let's just leverage this one. So back to our code base here, let's create simple input component input.tsx and use this one. And of course we need to update this inputs. So now let's just import this one from the component which we just created. So we passed in ID and the type should be password, and we need to store this one in the API key, and a placeholder I'm just going to add it like this. So if this API, yep, so this is the thing, that's how the actual API key starts with schema iPhone with OpenAI, AIZD with Google AI Studios. And for on change, we just need to update our API key value, and the styling, let's make this BG color to black, and a border, let's add in this white color, and this text, let's keep this one to be white. Okay, yeah, so that's what we have added. So the API key input, so this is where, like, if I change this one to Gemini, it should show this one in a roll. Okay, all right. So now after this input below, let's try to uh, display the API key if we have. So inside this p tag, so I'm just going to add inside this p tag. Let's just give this text size to be extra small. The color of that maybe white color, 50. All right, okay, so and let's add in here the actual value. So here I wanted to showcase here this API key. So if you don't want to showcase this directly as the API key, you can mask it and showcase it, so that it's like we are not showcasing the key fully. So let's try to create simple function here. Nothing much. So what we are going to do in here, let's just try to take and if we are going to first check if we have key or not, so and also check, so if there's no key, so what we do, so I'm just going to written this, else what we are going to do, let's try to slice this one to substring, let's say 0 to 4, and then hide the rest of the characters in that. Alright, so I'm just going to hide rest of characters like this, and pass it like this. So now instead of showcasing directly the API key, so we are just going to show the masked API key. That's just a better way of not exposing the whole API key. And now after this below, let's try to show in a text that your API key is stored locally and never sent to any server except this OpenAI calls and Gemini calls and all. So yeah, so I'm just going to add in this thing, and let's use this API provider to OpenAI, and just specify that except to this key is not sent to anywhere else, just to okay. So this is the thing, so we'll see this output eventually. So let's just make changes here, and then we'll see at a time when we have all of the things completed here. So after this let's give some instructions if they don't have an API key, like way to get the API key and all. Okay, so here is the thing. Let's add some margin top, padding of 2, and rounded medium, just the standard stuff. Background, let's make this white, add border color, let's add this one to be white color. Okay, and now here let's try to use the p tag, and I'm just going to showcase the text, like, you know, don't have an API key, just like asking question. So let's all right, now here let's add this apostrophes API key. So I'm just going to show this text, and let's now make use of this API provider that we have. So if it's OpenAI, so let's try to wrap inside this fragment just instruction where to get the OpenAI key. So let's try to wrap this inside this p tag. Again, let's just give text extra small, some white color, let's say this time like maybe 60 or 70, whatever it is. Okay, now let's just close this p tag so that we don't get any error. And now here, first thing, I'm just going to add an instruction like create an account at this. I'm just going to wrap inside this button component on click. It should open the external URL from our application, which we don't have that, but I'm going to add that. So in here, let's make the link color as like blue, like we normally see, and hover, let's have this underline and cursor pointer. So let's, yep, in here I'm just going to add this button text as OpenAI. That is just the step 1. And step 2, let's again add here. I'm just adding this go to, and let's change this one to button. So on click, I'm not going to, we need to add some function which is going to help open the external URL from our Electron app, which I'm going to, it's simple, so not that complex. And this go to just not opening API keys, so it's just the API keys, so it should, yeah, okay, fine. So basically here we need to add the API keys URL, that is platform.openai.com API keys, and here the sign up URL, so platform.openai.com/signup. And finally this last step is, so let's this is the last step that's going to be, so no need of margin at the bottom. In here I'm just going to say like create new API key and paste this here, something like this. Okay, so this is the instruction, so let's just have a look at that. Okay, so this is what I mean. So OpenAI key, and then if this is the thing, we still need to add this one, so that's why like now we have this instructions to go to, and once we click on this it should open that external URL which we are going to configure eventually. Okay, now the same thing needs to be done for this too, so let's quickly get it done. First is create an account, and I'm just adding this Google AI Studio, and then go to, just we need to now here add aistudio.google.com/app API key URL. So yeah, I think this should be simple and straightforward, and yep, so yeah, I think you get the point. So that's what like we are showcasing this, and whenever depending upon the API provider that we're choosing, we are just rendering that condition based styling. So that was for getting the API key, and now we can add the shortcuts here as well, just a better way of providing more on in the more places to specify the emphasis on our the shortcuts that this most of the application is about. Okay, so we can just add it here. So let me just add some margin from the top. In here, let's say I'm going to add this as keyboard shortcut. So first initial few hours I mean couple of, I don't know how long it's going to take. It'll be just to get good shape to our application, and then we will focus on all of the core electronic logic. Okay, so let's make this one text smaller. Font type, let's make this one to be medium. Text, I'm going to make this one white. Margin bottom, and also make this one block. Okay, fine. So that's the keyboard shortcuts, and now here we'll just showcase the shortcuts that we of course showcased in the welcome screen similar way. So let's quickly add this background black and add this border and make this border white, rounded. Let's say make this one large, and padding of 3 in all directions. And now let's try to make this one whole the div that I'm going to create. Let's make that div as a grid so that we can showcase it in a good way. So I'm just going to make this grid and calls of 2, gap in y direction, let's say 2, in text extra small. Alright, so now here in the text, let's say the white, and I'm just going to add this text toggle visibility, and now the shortcut key for that. So let's add this one as the text white 90. Okay, and this font, let's give this as a mono, and I'm just going to add this control B and this command B like we normally added in our welcome screen. So to just show how it's going to look, so it should be pretty simple. Yeah, so toggle visibility, this is what we have like this, because we added it to be great. So left side is going to be what it does, and the right side is the shortcut key for that. Okay, fine. So let me just close this one. In a similar way, let's just change the text, like take screenshot, and this is going to be control H, so that is command plus H, and then to process screenshot, so this is going to be control plus enter, and this one it's command plus enter, and then to delete last screenshot we are going to add that, which is going to be command plus L. So I'm just going to add that text in the shortcut. Let's just change this one to command plus L, and for resetting this view, let's change this one to control plus R and also command plus R. And after this, to quit application, so I'm just going to add it here. So this is going to be control plus Q, so command plus Q, and to help moving our windows, so it's going to be control or command plus arrow keys. Okay, so let me just add that one too. So to move window, so I'm just going to specify here this arrow keys. Okay, so you can just, all right, so now for decreasing the opacity of our window, like to make it complete a little bit more transparent or less opaque and all, we are going to add shortcuts for that too. So it's going to be control plus square open bracket and control plus close square open, closed square bracket. Okay, so let's add those things too. So I'm just going to add this as decrease opacity, and for that it is going to be control plus this open bracket, and the same thing here, control plus open bracket, command. Okay, for increasing opacity, that's just the quite opposite key, and then to zoom out our window or to zoom in our window, so we will add that too. So that, and also it's basically I'm setting like a solid layout so that we'll know what logic and all to focus on as we keep moving forward in this video. So now just the text, the zoom out. So here this is going to be control plus minus or command plus minus. In here to zoom in, it's going to be equals to, yep, that's what. And reset zoom, so it's going to be control plus 0 and command plus 0. Alright, so these are the shortcuts that we should add to our application, and we will see how to register that kind of shortcuts to our application, Electron based application. This is how it's going to look like in our UI. So just keyboard shortcuts and all that stuff that we added. So now let me just minimize this and focus on the model selection and all those things now. So here now we should add for AI model selection a related thing. So let's try to add that. So here I'm just adding some margin at the top. Alright, so now the label for this, the text, it's going to be the AI model selection. So let me just add this one, and inside this p tag let's add like select which models to use for each a phase of the process or stage of the process. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this text to be extra small like we normally made above. So text white color, and let's add some margin top, let's say 3, and some margin at the bottom. And now let's add that text like select which models to use for each stage of the process. Okay, fine. So now here below this, let's use this model categories which we just created, the list, and try to get in here this category that we have. And now we will just try to get the appropriate model list based on the selected provider. Okay, so let's, your API provider is equals to OpenAI, then we are going to get the OpenAI models, else Gemini models. And now we need to make use of this and try to render it on the screen. So we can wrap the whole thing inside this div, and also let's add some margin. So let's say margin of 4. And here now let's add in a simple label making the same standard styling, and let's make this one block, and also let's add some margin at the bottom. So we are going to wrap the title, category title inside that, and below this let's add this text which is the description. So yep, so I'm just going to add in the descriptions, and then here let's make this div just a little bit space to the top content. And now we are going to just iterate to this models list, and let's try to get So let me just fix here the styling. Okay, all right. So now let me just try to get this each model, and now we are going to get this current value. This current value will be here like this. Category keys, extraction model, solution model, we get solution model like that. And same thing now for setting for this value, similar way. And now here finally let's use those two things, and here key I'm just going to set this one to ID, and let's add in this styling dynamically. So padding of 2, rounded, let's make this one large. Cursor I'm just going to make this one to be pointer whenever we are pointing towards it, and transitions colors. In here the styling, just the if this current value is matching to the ID, we'll have this border white, and also the background white, else we'll have this black color. In on click we are just going to update that one to that ID, and inside this one, yep, let's wrap that everything inside this flex div. And let me try to change this width and height to 3 instead of 2. And the text is going to be the name and the description that we wanted to showcase. And I think we're almost good. Just we need to add some footer here, so let's try to add in footer. So inside this I'm just going to, maybe we can just style this one, so like make this flex and also justify. Let's make this one to be a between, and yeah, I think we should be good. So let's not worry about other screen sizes. And now here let's add in this buttons, one to cancel and another to like just to save the settings whatever we are configuring here. So variant, let's make this one outline in on click. So instead of using this one, so let's use this handle open change, and I'm just going to pass in here files. And the styling for this one, let's make this one, this border white 10, and however I'm just going to make this background to be white, and the text color I'm just going to set this one to be white color. Okay, fine. And now here on click, we need to save this one, which we don't have any things related to that. So here this will be disabled if it's loading or there is no API key. And also let's do some styling for this, so just some padding and coloring and all. Okay, and let background color, let's make this one white, and text color I want this one to be black. Rounded, let's make this one to be extra large. Font type, let's make this one to be medium. And on our, let's make this background to be white color, and this transition, let's add in this colors. Okay, so now the thing that I need to do is we need to create some function which helps us to save, maybe just a placeholder for now, but eventually we need to add that the things. So let's do one thing. So here let me just create here this handle save, and make for now just a simple placeholder functions. So all I'm going to do just for now is set this loading to true, and also let's create this open external link function as well, where we just pass in here this URL to this, and accordingly we need to pass it to our IPC handler, which uses the shell to open the external URL, which we will add that one. So now I just need to use that handle save. Now let's just use this. the handle save instead of just setting this open to false. So here I'm just going to use this handle save, and also the steps that we have. Let's use this open external URL which we just created as a placeholder, and I'm just going to pass in the actual URLs, though we are not having the logic for that, so but still that's okay. So here let me just open this external link, and here I'm just going to add in here platform.openai.com/sign up, and this one it's going to be API keys. Okay, so the same thing for Gemini, so it's going to be AI Studio, not AI. So let's go to this aistudio.google.com, and this one should be aistudio.google.com/app/API key. Okay, so even if this URL, just check it out, the right URL, and you can just add it here. All right, so now just to looking at the our UI. So this is the thing that we have. So clicking on this, so this is what we have now. So API settings, so an API provider, so choose between the provider and then configure the API key that you wanted to, and just the instructions to get that if you don't have, and keyboard shortcuts. In this AI model selection, you can just change here a bit of the styling, that's fine, and you can just switch between this model. So if I just select this Gemini, then you should see Gemini related models, OpenAI, so you will see this OpenAI models. And finally we have here this cancel and save, and now we have at least the UI components that we can see something on the screen. And let's try to shift our focus to see how we can write a logic where we can store whatever the user is trying to configure into our backend. Okay, so that's the important thing, that's what we should be focusing on. So now at least we have made good progress on settings dialog section and all. So let's try to give a small commit. So maybe let's just add stage all of the changes that you did. So let's say like we just added add settings dialog component. Okay, fine. So I just added those in, that's what we did. So we just created settings dialog component, nothing much major that we added. And now so now we have that, so we need to focus on the backend logic. So how can we take the inputs from the UI, whatever the user is going to configure, and then store that into our backend. So this is where the actual main processing logic and all will start. So let's start with that. Okay, so let's do what I mean. So inside this main folder, let's try to create a new folder called library. So this is where like helper functions, all the library related things that we wanted to create and then later import into our main index file, and so that it's like better segregation and all that can happen. So since we wanted to focus on config related, so let's create simple file called like config manager. I'm just creating here this config manager.ts file. So this is where all related to config that we need to handle. Okay, so now I'm just going to define this blueprint for this config. So what are we are going to collect from the UI? So API key, that's the thing that we wanted to collect, and then this API provider, which is OpenAI and Gemini, and then this extraction model, then solution model, debugging model, language. Let's set this to language. We are supposed to collect this as well, which I will add, but I'm just in the UI, but in the backend I'm just adding it right away. Okay, and also this opacity that we will be taking as an input from the user. So I think for now this should be good for the config blueprint. Okay, So now we need to create a class, like just the helper functions and all that we can initialize, and also like so basically this should be the place for us, whenever something is changed we need to consider that and reinitialize the AI clients that we're using. So the best way for us to keep listening to the events that are changing, or whenever the some configuration is changes, we need to propagate that events to whoever is listening to. So the best place for us to achieve that without having to poll and all is just try to extend a class from this event emitter. So that's what I'm just going to do now. So config manager, so let's try to extend this event emitter. So just let's import this from event emitters. So this, let's try to import this from events. Okay, so to just briefly state what are the advantages of using event emitter, like like I said, so whenever we wanted to emit to the UI components, so that they're relying on the configuration that we want, so basically just reinitializing the AI clients. So this is best place, and so basically it helps us to give real-time updates, and also like no need to import all the time this config manager in the place wherever this is needed. So that's why it's good to extend this event emitter class. Okay, so now inside this, let's start with this core logic. So most of our time now will be on this class logic, and we'll try to at least get this one into good shape. So let's try to create one private variable for where we are going to store this. So basically this config path, and then this uh, default config, which is going to be of type this config that we have. So API key and API provider, and I'm just going to set this one to OpenAI. And opacity, let me set this one to 1.1 language. This is not the language that we speak, but it's the language that we code in. So let's set this one to Python, or you can set to any language, Golang or other language that you are comfortable in. So, and that's the default config. Now in the constructor, let's just initialize the all of the event emitter related things, just subcall. And now we need to set the config path, so where we wanted to exactly store. So let's try to store. So I'm just going to, yeah, that's what exactly. So we are going to store this one in the user data and in the config.json file. So basically we are going to use this app's user data directly to store the config. Okay, and you can just console this as well to just check the path that is going to be. If there's any error, you can just console that as well. And here I'm just going to set, instead of this user data, let's just use the current directory. Okay, so yeah, I think this should be good fallback for us if something is failing. All right, so this is the thing, and here it should be a path. So okay, what's the issue here? Just the yeah, just the type script error, so that's fine, so you can ignore for now. And now first thing that we need to at least be clear with what we wanted to check is first ensure whether the config file that we are trying to load, does that exist or not. Okay, so that's what we wanted to make sure. Okay, so for that let's try to create simple private, and that's just we wanted to use it in our constructor, doesn't want to expose it to some other code base that we want to use it. So ensure config file exist. In here, let's say this is going to return nothing, just the void. And now here let's try to wrap this inside this try catch a block. So just the standard way of handling if something is not going our way, so we can catch inside this error block. So here I'm just going to add this message that failed to ensure config file exists. And now here inside this, what we need to do is, of course, we need to first check whether this path exists or not. So if it exists, then we need to save the default config to that location. Okay, so let's try to create the default and of course I need to import file. So it's related to this typing, so I'm just going to fix that, which we will, so we'll worry about that, just the tsconfig changes. Okay, so now we need a function which will help us to save the config that we wanted to. So let's try to create here a public function so that we can pass it to other places where we want to use. And this is what it's going to be. So save config, and here let's try to wrap this one in try catch block. First let's try to get this config directory. So we use this path dot directory name and pass in the config path. And if it doesn't exist, all we need to do is use the file system and try to create the directory. So mk directory mk directory sync and pass in the directory path and create that. So if it exists, we just write whatever the content that we have got from for this function to this location. So yeah, and here in the catch block, let me just console for now. So I'm just going to console this fail to save config. Okay, so let's not have this. I'm just going to okay, so now we have this save config, so we can directly use this inside our checking this. So here I'm just going to use this, and here you can just console that this file is created and all. Okay, fine. So now this thing where we need to call exactly is in our constructor. So making sure that the config file we are looking for, we are loading whenever we are instantiating an object of this class. Okay, fine. And now the functions needed to load the config, and also to update the config whenever we wanted to update some of the values that we wanted to, and some validation check like is API key valid or not, and all those things. So those are the things that we need to create. So basically that's what we want as part of this config manager helper. Okay, so let's try to create one at a time. So let's first focus on this model selections. Okay, so let me name this as like sanitize model selection, and we will be passing here this model and then this provider, which is of OpenAI Gemini. Okay, so and here let's not return anything here. Now let's check if this provider is OpenAI. Okay, and this allowed models are GPT-4o mini and GPT-4o. That's what we added, and we are going to check if this model that we are receiving is not amongst the list that we have. Then I'm just going to throw this default model, so which in our case it's going to be just the GPT-4o. And also let's console that invalid model for provider defaulting to GPT-4. That's what we are doing here. Okay, and if it's matching, so we are just going to return that model. So simple. Okay, that's a simple check. And now if it's Gemini, the allowed models are 1.5 flash. So yeah, so let's again double check if it's 1.5 flash in 1.5 pro and 2.0 flash. Okay, so let's do that. So 1.5, so it's 2.0 flash. Okay, so here I'm just going to return this. So same thing. Okay, fine. And if not, let's just return this model. That's the simple check. This is going to help us evaluate. And now the function which is going to help us load the config. So yeah, you'll understand where we are going to use all of this. So just I'm trying to add all of the logic related to this config which we just added before the UI thing. Okay, so now let's focus on trying to load this config from the location where we save. So here let's again try to wrap inside this try catch block. So first we again check the same thing. If this config path exists, only then we'll get into this block. So let's first try to get this config data. So we will just read that and then try to get this config. So all we were going to do is you try to pass this config data, and now we will do some valid checks. So if this API provider is not equals to OpenAI and it's not equals to Gemini, then we are going to say that it's invalid provider in a config, and we will just default it to OpenAI. Okay, fine. And then we will try to sanitize model selections which we just created above. So that's what exactly. So we will just check, we'll check only if this config dot extraction model, only if we have that we are going to sanitize it. Okay, and and same thing for the solution model as well. So let me just do the same thing, and same, let's so debugging model. So same thing, we are going to sanitize all of the models for all the stages. And finally I'm just going to return, once we check, double check that we need what we want, and then I'm just going to return this. Okay, so yeah, so sanitary model selection check for extraction model, solution model, debugging model, and finally returning this. Okay, and then I'm just going to save this config and then return this default config, and we are going to again check in the catch block and console that and just return a default config. So this is a simple way to load this config. Okay, and now the important function. Now once we have something and we want to update it to different provider or different model or different API key and all, so that this function should help us do that. So update config. So here let's try to pass in here the updates, which is going to be partial of the config blueprint and the interface that we have above, and this should return of type this config. Okay, so now again try to wrap this inside this try catch block. Let's try to get this current config using the above method which we just created, loading this config, and let's try to get this provider. So either we can use this API provider or current config dot API provider, and so maybe we can try to write some logic just which detects the provider based on API key format. Okay, if new API key is provided, so that we can do just here. So that is if updates dot API key, and then this this updates doesn't have a provider. So here I can just do simple check that if update dot API key, let's try to trim this, and we will check if it starts with SKI form, then we know it's the OpenAI API key. So I can just set this one to OpenAI, and let's just consolidate OpenAI key setting provider to OpenAI. Okay, now the same thing we can do for the Gemini as well. So since we are supporting both the things, so I can just set here this to Gemini directly. Okay, fine. And now we can just update the API provider to this. So whatever we have the above provider. And next thing is models. So if provider is changing, let's reset models to whatever the default models that we had set for the provider. So if this updates dot API provider and the updates dot API provider is not equals to the current config dot API provider, then we will check if it's OpenAI. I'm just going to set this extraction model to this GBD 4.0, and the same thing I'm just going to do for the solution model, debugging model and all in the for Gemini as well. Okay, so this is the way if it's provider is changing, resetting to the default models for that provider. And now let's try to sanitize model selections in the updates. Okay, so that thing we are going to, yeah, so let's try to solutions model and then debugging model. Okay, fine. Config, and we are just going to destructure current config and the updates, and then we are going to save that new config using the function that we have, just saving it to locations. Okay, and now whenever some change happens here to the config, we should emit the changes happened to whoever have subscribed to the event, or like let's say like a name like config-updated or something like that. So whoever have subscribed, so we should emit an event, then they will be listening to it, and accordingly maybe reinitialize the AI client or other things that the logic which is relying on it. Okay, so for that to happen, so let's do some check here. So if this updates dot API key is not equals to undefined, or so basically what I'm trying to do is just we are trying to emit update event for the changes other than the opacity. Okay, that doesn't need a trigger for our AI client. Okay, so API providers, extraction model, solution model, and also let's try to language. Okay, fine. Then I'm just going to emit event config updated new config. So you will see where we are going to listen this event to. So but we are focusing on completing this logic, and then I will clearly point you out where we are leveraging this. So and finally we are going to return this new config, and in the catch block let's just try to say this, and we are going to return this default config. Okay, I think for now this should do. Maybe the other things just to validate if API key is correct or not and all that also we need to create, but for now I think this should put us in a good start. Alright, so now we have this class and all those things. Now all we need to do is try to use this config manager into our index file so that it will be initialized. So what we need to do for that is let's not add that logic here, that is IPC handler logic. Let's create similar way the new file. Okay, so IPC handler.ts. so this is the file. What we are going to do in this file is basically whatever the events that we wanted to handle from UI side to our backend side. Okay, we are going to handle that and call the respective logic or the helper functions that we are going to create. So here two things are important for you to understand. So let's create in here this function. Let's name this as initialize IPC handler. Okay, so yeah, so you saw like to handle event that we are emitting from UI to this backend, we should use IPC main dot handle and the name of that event. Okay, so I'm just importing this IPC main in the config manager, and config manager let's try to now create instance here. So I'm just going to create an instance here itself, and that's what we are going to export. So export const config manager, and that's what we are going to use this. And let's remove this one. Okay, and let's not worry about the types and all. So we will add in 4 things. One thing, if UI requests from backend to get the config, this is what get config. And let's not make this one asynchronous and all, let's just keep it simple for now. And here we are going to just load that config. And another thing, UI lets us know that we need to update a config, IPC main.handle update config. So whenever it sends something of that, so this logic needs to be applied. So here let's just have this one, the updates that we are going to listen. And also let's not make this asynchronous, and then we are just going to pass the updates to the function which we just created. Okay, fine. And also let's try to create a simple way to check API key, so whether do we have an API key or not. So this is the way for us to check. I mean, we need to create this one, which I have not created. Maybe we'll create this now. And here we are going to we are going to create this something function like as API key. Okay, same thing, let's try for validating API key as well. So validate API key. So let's make this one asynchronous, and here this event along with that the API key that we are going to get, and then we should get that and try to validate that. So all we are going to do is use this config manager and check if this valid API key format or not, which we don't have. I'm just going to create, that's why you're seeing the error. So is valid API key format. So in here now, if it's not valid, I'm just going to return here this valid as false, and error, let's say invalid API key format. And if not, let's try to get the result from our we will create again one more function to test API key. Okay, so this one let's in, and then we are going to return result whether it was successful or not. So now we need to create these functions because it's throwing us an error. So first we need to fix that. Let's go back to this manager, config manager, and here let's first create the simple function. As API key, it's going to return boolean. So here let's try to get this config, which is we are going to just load the config and check that if we have this API key or not. Okay, and also let's try to check this API key length is greater than 0. Okay, fine. This is a simple function to just check whether it is having API key or not. And now we need to create for the API key format. Okay, so is valid API key format, and then let's also add in here the optional provider, which it's going to be the OpenAI or this Gemini. That's what we are supporting. Okay, so let me just add in here, and now just inside this. So let's check first if we don't have a provider. If we don't have a provider, so first let's try to trim this API key and check if it starts with SK-, then it's true. The provider should be OpenAI, else it's going to be Gemini. And now if I'm just going to add in here the simple logic check. Okay, so this is what it is. So I mean, just a vague check for now, might not be best way, but that's fine. So if it's OpenAI key, we know that it should start with SK-, and we are going to test that. Else if it's Gemini API key, so it should start with this, like this. Okay, that's what this simple logic is. Maybe we can change this later, but that is fine for now. And now the next condition that we wanted to handle is the testing API key. Okay, so here we are going to again return the promise of valid boolean if there is any error string. So mostly the check it's going to be pretty much the same. So let's try to get the provider first, and to test the respective things, I'm going to do it in this way. Let's first add the OpenAI dependencies. So you can use any popular SDKs, but I don't want to complicate that. So you can use Versal AI SDK, LangChain's thing, or else you can directly use their respective clients. So here I'm trying to use the OpenAI. So first let's try to write a function which will help us do with the OpenAI key. So test OpenAI key, and here I'm just passing an API key, and let's try to handle this OpenAI by passing in this OpenAI key. So I'm just going to import from the dependency which we just created and try to call this model slot list. So if it works, that means the API key is correct, and then we are going to return valid as true. In this error, then we should just console OpenAI key test failed, And here we can just throw in simple straightforward way of like invalid API key. Okay, yeah, so for Gemini also, let's you can do the same thing. So I'm just going to, for now let's do one thing. For Gemini we'll add it eventually because we are setting default matter to OpenAI, so that should not be a problem. And here I'm just going to throw in here, and here for now let's just written valid true. Okay, so here we can just add in implement the Gemini API keys later. Fine, so now we have this test OpenAI key and Gemini key, so now we can use it. So let me just minimize this thing. Okay, so now we can use it here. So what do I mean here is, let's now try to use the functions that we have, and I can just test the API keys in this way. I think now we are good in this function. So going to this, we also are also good now here. So this is how to handle any the events that are being invoked on renderer side. Okay, now we have this IPC handler and also this config manager. So we need to load this somewhere in our main index file. So let's try to import the things that we just created, and yeah, so what I'm going to do is let's try to create in here this new function called initialize app. Okay, and inside this let's try to handle in the try catch block. First is the app data path. I'm going to use in here this path and try to get this app data path. So get add in this app data, and let's say, yeah, I'm just going to add in the name as AI code assistant, or let's be specific and let's name it the whatever the folder name that we just created. Okay, and you can just console that, so just to see what that path it's going to be. And also now you can just iterate through this. I'm going to add more, that's why I'm just trying to write in this way, and if this not exist we are just going to create this. Okay, so let's try to import this one in config manager as well, and don't worry about this, I'm just going to fix that. And then all we need to do is set this path of user data to the above thing which we just created. And now let's also try to create a simple way to initialize our IPC handler. So maybe I can just do it here itself, no need to create separate thing. So I'm just going to import this initialize IPC handler, and we are going to load whenever this app is initialized. And let's try to create this window as well, and inside this error, if we are not able to initialize it properly, we are just going to quit the app, so we are not going to open that. So now instead of all of these things that we have in when ready, so all I'm going to do is let me just pass in here this initialize app which we have. So here I'm just calling this initialize window using await. So let's make that one just async function. So let's make this one the async function and written this promise of type void. So I'm not making much changes there, but this is the thing. So now we are trying to initialize the app or whatever we just added, initialize IPC handler and all those things. So which is so we don't need this config manager because the IPC handler is the wrapper for that. And also let's just remove whichever we are not using. So even this main, okay, so that it will be clean. So what's the error that we have? Okay, so let's adjust in. Okay, I just removed, yeah, let's remove this optimizer and the Electron app, and let's just keep that ease as it is for now. We'll worry about that later. So now we have this IPC handler initialized. So the same functions, the same blueprint has to be created in the context bridge so that we can leverage it in our renderer. So the place for us to define the blueprint where our UI renderer can access is preload. So this is where index.d.ts, that's where we declare just the blueprint, the types, and index.ts, this is where actually we handle the logic. So now let me try to define the blueprint for that. So in the index.d.ts, what we need, so basically whatever we added in the IPC handler, we need to have similar to that. So let's remove this Electron API whatever we have, and here I'm just going to create in here interface. Let's name this as Electron API, and now here first thing is getting this config. So that's what we created. So this one, it's going to be an object of API key string. So let me specify, and also this API provider, which is going to be OpenAI Gemini extraction model, and the solution model, debugging model, and this language. Okay, so let's just keep it that way for now. And then the next thing is the update config. So update config. So now here this config that we are going to receive, it's again API key, API provider, solution model, debugging model, extraction model, and all. And this one, let's try to written, this is going to be promise of type boolean. And the other things, check API key and also the validate API key. So that's what exactly we created in our IPC handler. So validate, check API key, update config, and get config. So this is the blueprint that we need it in our renderer so that we can expose to our front-end frameworks. And this is the thing. And now in this global, so for us to be able to access via window object, so we need to provide it here. So let me change this one to Electron API. Okay, yeah, that's what. And you can just remove this one because we are not using. Only thing that we will be using is this. So this is now, so if you just go to any component here, you will be able to access that. So if I just go to this handle save, if I just call this Electron API, and now you can see these are the functions that we added: check API key, get config, update config, validate API key. So you understood the point now. So now we have this typing configured and all. So the logic for that should go inside this index.ts. So this is where actually we try to invoke the respective events that we created in our IPC handler. So let's try to handle this. Let me just remove all of this, and here I'm just going to just create this Electron API, and so first thing, so get config function. Okay, so this is what we do. So let's try to import this IPC renderer, and we'll fix that. So this get config, this we are going to use IPC renderer from Electron and try to invoke get configs. So whenever we call this get config on the renderer, this is going to invoke get -config and then hit this thing, and accordingly we will call this config manager.loadConfig. So that's how the communication between main process and renderer process happens. So going to this, let's again try to write without importing the things. So update config. So here this config, it's going to be the API key, API provider, and the language, and then we are going to invoke this update config by passing in whatever the input is here. This is of object config. So same way, so let me create this check API key and validate API key. And here also now we wanted to expose into main world this Electron API, which is the above object that we have. So using this thing, and now we can just remove all of these checks and all. Just don't want that checks. You can just use it here this way, so that now we are going to expose into the main world this Electron API using this keyword. So for now I think, yeah, this is the thing that now we should be able to call the config manager related functions using this in our UI. So going to this settings dialog, in the handle save function, so this is where we need to whenever user changes his things, we need to invoke this update config function in the handle save thing. So let's try to call that logic here. So now in first thing, let's try to add here this use effect block. So basically as soon as this component renders, to load the config details. Okay, so use effect, I'm just going to add it here, and this is should be on like whenever open value changes. And so here let's, if it's open, that is we are showcasing the settings dialog, then first let's set this loading to true. And here I'm just going to define in the interface, this inline interface for now. So this is going to be API key, API provider, and the extraction model, solution model, language, and although we don't have language and all here, so I can just get rid of this for now, so don't have to worry about that. And here now what I can do, call this Electron API, and all we need to do is try to get this config, and in here, and then in the callback function we are going to get this config, and then accordingly we need to set into our local state variables the set API key, this API provider, and then the debugging model and all, and then try to handle inside this catch block if we get any error. So let me just try to handle the same here. So inside this, so let's try to throw some like fail to fetch config, and then we will try to show toast here like we fail to fetch the thing. So for us to show the toast, maybe I can just now use toast. Okay, and from here I want to use here the show toast, and now I can just use that here to show the toast message if something goes wrong. So show toast, this is going to be the error, and then I'm just going to say that like fail to load settings config or something like that, and here variant, let's provide this as the error. So toast, from where am I importing? Okay, so let's the show toast needs to be fixed. So we are trying to import from this toast context, and this should be imported from the, okay, this is not default. Yeah, I think now we should be good. Yeah, I think we don't have an issue. Okay, this is related to types, so I'm just going to disable the type check for now. So the any, so that's how it's going to be, and now you can just add it here, the dependency, the show toast as well. So this is to load config if we have any already created in our config.json file. Okay, so that is the thing, and now inside this handle save we need to call this update config. So let me try to wrap this one inside a try catch block. So the const result, let's try to use this update config, pass in API key, API provider, extraction model, debugging model, and here if we have this result, then I'm just going to show the success toast message. Okay, so you can just add in, yeah, say settings saved successfully, and then I mean, not complicate this, all those things. Okay, and here let's try to close this one, and I'm just going to set some timeout like to reload, let's say like 1 second, or like let's say 1.5 seconds. And in the error block you can just console that we failed to save settings, and then I'm just showcasing the toast message accordingly. And finally we are just going to set this loading to false. So now, okay, what's the issue? I think we have in here the extra bracket. So use effect, let me close this, and I'll say I'm just going to, okay, so here we do not have this closing parentheses. Yeah, fine. So now we have this thing done. So let's give it a try. Now we should be able to save this, and whenever we're trying to load it again, we should see whatever the details that we have saved. So for that I should first get my OpenAI key. So let me get my OpenAI key, and I'm going to save that let's get my OpenAI key for now. Alright, so I have my OpenAI key, so let me just try to reload this thing. It should work, but I'm just reloading it. So let's try to test it now. Alright, so we are here, and let's try to open this one. And I'm just maybe to make it, that's fine, the styling only you can adjust. So here I'm just pasting my OpenAI key here, and the model selection, let me go for GPT-4o. Okay, and now if I just save this in the below here console, you should see on the where the path we have saved to, and also the toast message. So you can see the settings saved successfully, and then we moved back to the welcome screen. So this is the file, that is my name, the library, application support, the silent coder, and config.json. So for you to just let me show this how it's going to save this one. So let's just open let me just open new terminal and try to minimize this thing, and let's go to this location. Okay, the thing is the syntax for application support should be different. That's fine. So that's why I prefer to use here everything. Okay, so all right, so now we are here, and if I just to see that we have this config.json. So if I just see, so this is what we saved. Okay, and this is exactly where we our file gets saved. So that's what I wanted to show. So maybe now it's done, so we can just minimize this one and go back to our editor. So now even if I just open my application, so I just opened this, and let's open this settings, and you should see this is what we selected, and this is what the API key that we had, and GPT-4o was what we selected. And this is how the communication between your UI, the renderer, and the main process happens via preload, that is which acts as a context bridge. So I think this is clear, I guess. So now we made at least good changes in the code base. So let's try to give a small commit. So might not be all things well coded, but that's fine. So let me just add it here, the simple commit message. Let's say this has like add config manager, and IPC and link for API settings. Maybe, yeah, I think this makes a little sense. So that's what we did. So that's what I'm just committing so that you can refer to. So yeah, so that's what we made for saving the provider related details, and the API key related details, and also the model selections for the stages of the application that we are going to have. So fine. So now the next, let's try to add or focus on the logic of moving the window that you're seeing with our keyboard shortcuts. In that logic, so first we need to try to register the shortcuts that we wanted to use in our application. So let's focus on that now. So the keyboard shortcuts is what we should focus on now. You might yeah, we have not used this check API key and valid API key yet, but we will eventually. You will understand later. I just added them so that now it can be just placeholders for now, but we'll use it eventually and you'll understand. Okay, fine. So going to the shortcuts, similar way how we created for config manager the separate file, let's also try to create for the keyboard shortcuts a separate file. Okay, so I'm just going to create here, let's new file called keyboard shortcut.ts, and here we are going to make use of global shortcut from Electron. Okay, so first let's define this interface as well. This high keyboard, let's say this has shortcut helper. Okay, so like we are focusing now on the window movement, so let's just have the functions to move left, right, and move up and down. Okay, so move window left. Here I'm just going to add the simple callbacks here. Move window right, move window up and down. So let's remove these things now. So this is a simple blueprint for our shortcut helper. So I'm just going to create in here this keyboard shortcut helper, and let me just create in here the dependencies as the keyboard shortcut helper, which is the interface we created above. And okay, this should not be equals to, that's why we're getting this error. Sorry, this should be a class, and this is the function which is going to help us register a global shortcuts for this app. So let's name in the same way itself, so register global shortcuts. So I'm just going to call this as register global shortcuts, and now let's import the global shortcut from the Electron, and here we are going to use the register, and this is what we want. So command or control plus left should help us move the window left, and the command or control plus right, and yeah, that's exactly what we want. Okay, so you can just to test, you can just even the console here as well, like let's add it here. I'm just going to move window left, and same thing, move window right, and move window up and down. Okay, so now we have this helper function which is going to help us register the shortcuts. So all we need to do now is import this into our main index file, and call this register global shortcuts function. So let's make we'll make a lot of changes now in the index. So first thing, I want to maintain like global app state management thing. So let's try to create here the simple state variable, and here let's first try to have like mainly the window management properties. So that is the main window. Yeah, this is going to be the of type browser window. Okay, and now the other things that I wanted to keep track is window visible. Okay, so this is going to be false, and then the window position, here the position is nothing but the x and y coordinates of our window on the screen. Okay, so this is what here exactly x the number, and this y I'm just going to specify the coordinates or null, and then this window size. So this window size is nothing but the width and height of our window. So this is the thing. So I'm just setting this window size, and then the screen width. So you know this already, the screen width is, and then the screen height also I'm just setting this to 0. In this step, let me set this to 0. So step in the sense like by how much should we move left or to the right or to up or down. So that's the step. So then the current X position, so in this current Y position. So these are like the window management related properties that we wanted to keep the track. And of course this keyboard shortcut helper, so which is going to be of type keyboard shortcut helper. Okay, so I should add here this comma, and this is the state that we wanted to maintain. Now in our create main window, so let's now check here this state if we have this main window or not. So if we have this main window, and also I'm just going to check main window if this is minimized, then I'm just going to restore this main window. Else we are going to call the focus function on that, so that it will pop up, that is the focus will be on this window, and then we are going to return. So this is the case if we have main window and it's not null. Okay, fine. So if that's not the case, then first let's try to get the primary display of the window. So basically let's try to store here, yeah, so get primary display. So let's try to import screen. So what is primary display? It's basically excluding the top menu bar and the taskbar and all. So it's just the primary screen that we normally see on our laptops or desktops, so whatever it is. And now you can get this this work area by using this primary display dot work area size. That's the size of excluding whatever I just told now. So now this screen width, I am going to set the work area dot width, and screen height I'm going to set this to work area dot height. So that's what I'm going to do. And now let's remove this, and the state dot step, let me set this one to like 60, and this current Y, which we had like a default value 50, so I'm just going to set this now. So whatever we had set here default, we are going to completely change this one. Now the X, let's instead of hard coding, so because we are going to be moving using keyboard shortcut, so we should keep track of that state and accordingly update the position of our window. So this I'm going to set this to state.current X, and Y, it's going to be state.current Y. Okay, yep. And yes, and instead of this main window initializing, I'm going to change this one to, let's say, just the settings. Let's change this to like Windows settings, which it's going to be of type Electron.browser window constructor options. And yeah, so this is what it's going to be. And now the main window we need to set. So this is how we will initialize to our global state.main window equals to new browser window of window settings that we set. And all we need to do is here on ready to show and all those things, we can just for now use our state.main window. So whatever the default was there, so I'm just keeping them as it is. Fine. So that was like, you know, just maintaining, moving our browser window to global state. So that's the change that we are making. Hope whatever I'm explaining, it's making sense. Okay, fine. All right, the shortcuts where exactly we need to register is, for now, let's below here, let me just keyboard shortcut helper, and I'm just going to call this register global shortcuts. So now whatever we shortcuts added, it's going to work, but there's no actual logic that we have provided to it. So we should provide the logic for it so that it works. So for us to do that, let's again try to create simple helper for us. So I'm just going to name this as initialize helpers. Okay, so here let's add in here this keyboard shortcut helper, and for this we need to provide the logic what we need to do for moving window left, moving window right, moving window up and down, and all those things. So what exactly we need to do is basically try to change the coordinates of our window. Okay, so let me just try to create in here the simple logic, like move window horizontal. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this callback function, and let's name this as update function. So this is just going to update x coordinate, and this one it's going to return this number, and that callback function. And here first let's check if we don't have a main window. I'm just going to return else. Let's try to set the current text of our state to whatever the value that we have, and then accordingly I'm just going to update our main window position, so that position, and let's try to round off this one with the state.current text, and then the current y. Okay, so yeah, so this is the helper function which is going to help us move window horizontally by just tweaking the current x, and that we are going to receive in the callback function as an input param for this function. So similar way, let's try to create the function which is going to help us move window vertical. Okay, so I'm just going to, yeah, that's the thing, this function move window vertical, the same thing. Now here let's try to get this new y using this callback function, and now let's try to allow up to go 2/3 of the screen in either direction. Okay, so for that we'll have to define the max up limit and max down limit. So for that let's just try to create two variables, max up limit. So what I can do is let's try to use this state dot window size and get this the height coordinate, and if we don't have, I'm just going to get this 0 and multiply this by 2. So basically the up limit is 2/3. Okay, the same thing for down limit. So I'm just going to define here max down limit. So this is going to be the screen height plus the yeah, that's the thing, window size dot height multiplied by 2/3. So this is the thing, and if you want you can just log it just to understand what are the values that you're getting. So you can just console like this, max up limit, max down limit, and then the screen height, and also the window height, you can just get it, and then the current Y. So you can just console whatever you want in this Y, I mean moving window vertical. And now we will update only if they are within bounds. Okay, so that we can make a check. So if this new Y coordinate that we got is greater than the up limit, and this new Y is less than or equals to max down limit, then I'm going to set this to new Y and set this position to the current X and then the current Y. Okay, this is the function we are going to use to move window vertical or horizontal. So here the important concept is you should just know what are bounds and what are screen width, the windows sizes. So that's the screen and width, width and height of the window, and bounds are like nothing but the coordinates of the window on the screen. Okay, so now we have this helper functions, so I can make use of this, and here whatever it is, move window left, so let me just in here, all I'm going to do is make use of this horizontal, and here is the callback function. So let's try to pass in the maximum value of this window size, width, or if you don't have that, 0, so by 2, in x minus state dot step. Okay, that's what we are going to do. And now the window right, so let's fix it accordingly. So for window right, we are going to move this horizontally, and callback function is going to be passing the minimum the x coordinate that we want to pass is minimum of the screen width, subtracting this window size width, and dividing it by 2 and moving by this much step. Okay, so maybe you might have got this. So basically it's the minimum of this x plus state dot step or this one. Okay, here as well same, it's a maximum of this value or x minus state dot step. Okay, I think now I would have explained it clear. So now moving window up, here let's not complicate this thing, so let's just keep this one because we are already making the check. And here as well I'm just moving window down, so I'm just going to increment this, and this one, this initialize helpers, so let's try to just call this one here, so that whatever this function we have created this initialize the object of this keyboard short helper and assign it to our global state, so that now we should be able to perform this keyboard shortcuts. So to just test that, we are already running this, so let me just open this thing. So let's try to restart this. So now I'm just trying to use command, I just command and plus arrow keys, so you can see now the coordinates that it is helping me to move down and below and to the left and right, and you can see in the console as well. So here in the console the coordinates of the y, max up limit, and other things like which direction it's moving, whatever it is, it will be console here. And for UI related things, whatever you want to see console, we just need to enable dev tools, and then we can see along the window side we'll see the console or developer console, which I will add now. So let's try to configure this window behavior and dev tools and all, which I was just talking about. So let me yeah, maybe yeah. So let's try to set the web contents. First thing, I want to set this zoom factor to 1. So basically what is this is we are trying to reset the zoom level to 100%. So if it was like tweaked before, and now then let's try to open this dev tools. This thing, it's only recommended to open in development phase and not in the once deployed and all. So maybe that check can be added here, but since we are doing it for development purpose, I've just openly added it like this. And now to handle external links, so like when the app tries to open new link, instead of opening in the default Electron app, it should open in the browser. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do, let's try to hand here main window dot web contents, and let's add in this set window open handler, and here I'm just going to pass in here these details, and let's yeah, that's what I wanted to set, and let's just remove this whatever it was added. So that's the thing to open in the browser. And now let's add in the logics and all, which makes it tougher for screen capturing software to capture our window. Okay, so for that what we need to do is use this set content protection and set this to true. So this is the main thing basically, which helps us to hide this screen, make it is invisible for screen capturing softwares. So to just see how what it exactly does, so it basically prevents the window contents from being captured by the other apps. On macOS it sets the NS Windows sharing type to NS window sharing none. On Windows it calls set window display affinity with WDA, window display affinity, exclude from capture, and that's how it helps us not to be captured in the screen sharing softwares. So that's this. And now let's also like try to set visible on all workspaces to true, and here I'm just going to set this visible on full screen as well to true. So this specifies like this is going to be visible across all our virtual desktops, and it stays visible even in full screen apps. That's the thing. And again next to the settings that I want to set is set always on top, and true screensaver, and set this to 1. So what does this mean? So it always stays on top, so using the screensaver level, which keeps it above most of our apps, and that's this. And let's try to add additional screen capture resistance settings based upon OS. So let's try to handle this in like process.platform. It's going to give you which platform we are in. So like let's say this is Darwin, so for Mac OS. And so I want to add a way for a window from being captured in screenshots and all. So that we can do using main window dot set hidden in mission control to true. And also let's set so set hidden in mission control to true. And also let me add this main window dot set window button visibility to false, and I am going to set this background color to this purely black and complete transparent. So what does this mean is basically it hides the window from mission control. So Mac OS Windows expose that we have on taskbar, and whenever in the taskbar and app switchers and all, and it removes the buttons that we have, that is close, minimize, maximize, that we get normally in the window whenever we start Electron app. And it makes the background color, which just makes window transparent and shadowless, which is great for to look like it as like floating UI. Okay, so this is that. And then you can also add this state.main window, like set skip taskbar to true. So yeah, that I said, like to skip taskbar. And then shadow, so you can set this shadow. So whatever I just told, so these are the things which helps us to achieve that. Okay, fine. And now here the other things that I wanted to add is web contents dot set background throttling to false, and also main window web contents, the setting frame rate to 60. So what this does is basically disables background throttling, so our app stays performant even when not focused. Full resources will be allocated for that. And it ensures smooth 60 frames per second rate, which is good for overlays or animation, like just for overlays and good UI windows. Okay, fine. So yep, and now we need to set up window listeners, so that whatever the global state that we are trying to maintain, maintain the state of coordinates, current x, current y and all, so that we can update it whenever we are moving it. Okay, so let me try to set that set dot main window on here. I'm just going to set this to move, and we need to create the functions, which is for now let's just keep this as empty callback. So here we need to create some helpers which will help us achieve that. So let's create how we can update our states whenever there's a movement of our window. Okay, so this is the function which will help us handle this window move. So I'm just going to create here the simple function. So if the state is main window is null, so we're just going to return straight away. And if not, let's try to first get the bounce. So the bounce that we can get is state.mainWindow.get bounce. And from this, let's try to set this window position using this bounce.x and bounce.y. And then we need to update our current x to whatever we got from bounce.x and current y to bounce.y. So now here I can just pass in here this handle window move function. So whenever we are moving, so we'll have the right values in our global state current x and current y variables. And same way, if you're resizing the window and all, so we need to handle that event callbacks as well. So handle window resize in same way. So I'm just going to get the bounce and window size set so we are not worried about position, but it's a size, so that's why we are setting bounce.width and bounce.height. And now I should just add in here the resize, which is going to call this handle window resize function, which we just created. And also if we are closing window, also we need to handle that. So let me handle window close. So this, it's going to be simple. All we need to do is just set main window to null, is window visible to false, and then the window position to null and window size to null. I think that should do. So for now let's yeah, and here let me just add in here on close, we are just going to call that. So this should be closed, I guess. Yeah, okay, so maybe let's make this also like closed, and here I'm just going to pass in here this window handle window closed. Okay, so and finally, so maybe here whenever we are trying to create window, let's try to initialize our window state here. So that we can do simple. So first let's try to get the bounds main window dot get bounds, and the window position. So yeah, it's going to be just a bounds dot x and bounds dot y. Window size, we are just going to get the width and height. Current text updating to that, and state dot window visible to true. And then we always make sure that window is shown inactive. So basically like let me add that so you'll understand once I explain that. So show inactive, so basically what does this mean is it shows the window but not focus it. Okay, for just for consistency. Okay, this is the state management for our window and just moving our things and all. And yeah, basically we should be good, so we should not see any errors or something like that. So if you even just see that, so you see now the developer console is open because we have set that, and you can just move the window to whatever the height you want, and accordingly now we are listening to move, resize and all those things and all. So even if I resize, so it is going to update our global state and all. So this is the thing. So I think yeah, we made now we do not have the close and all, so maybe it's good time for us to add a shortcut for us to hide this window as well, so that we can just get our work focused and all. So let me just close this one, and here we made like small change, but let's add just small commit so that we can, I mean for better tracking for us to look back. So let me just stage all of them. So I'm just going to add here like keyboard shortcuts, and then a window management config. Okay, maybe yeah, I think should be good. So yeah, now we made those changes, and now let's try to add that shortcut as well to manage the visibility of our window, and have the function to hide the main window and show main window now. So now we need to add in the shortcut to toggle the visibility of our window. So again, let's try to add in this function to achieve that. So I'm just going to say this as toggle main window, and is it visible or not. So I'm just going to add it here. Maybe we might not use this now, but eventually. So I need to add in here the shortcut. So for that let's just command or control plus B should do this thing. So this is the shortcut that we have, and of course now we are going to see the error because we need to initialize this as well. So there to toggle main window we need to create two helper functions. So first thing, let's try to create a function which will help us hide main window. So this should be simple and straightforward. So in here again, first we will check whether this main window state is destroyed or not, so that we can test using this thing. And so basically that is what, so we just make sure that window is still alive, and then I'm just going to get the bounds of the window, so we can just get that using this main window dot get bounds. And if we don't get any bounds, so I'm just going to return from here itself. If not, then we need to restore, store this position and all, so that whenever again we toggle back, it should be in this exact position and size and all, everything. So that's the thing. So here I'm just going to set this position and also the window size, and window size as well. So now let's also change this opacity. I'm just going to set this to 0, and also I wanted to set the mouse event ignoring mouse events to true. So let me add that. So what do I mean by that is, let's set ignore mouse events. Yep. So what does this mean exactly is, it makes the window click through, meaning our mouse can interact with whatever it's behind it. The forward true ensures that our mouse events are passed to underlying elements. Okay, that's what this means. And then let's set the opacity to 0. So it's simple. So it fades the window out completely, and then the state that we are maintaining, is window visible or not. So I'm just going to set that to false, and here you can just console that hiding main window. Okay, so that's the thing for hiding. And now let's we have here show main window. Yep, so this function. So again same thing here. I'm just going to check first thing if it's alive or not, and then let's try to get the window position and the window size. Alright, so here I'm just going to restore them using the state dot main window. Let's try to update our bounds. Just pass in window position and window size, and let's remove this thing. Okay, and after that we are just going to set this one to false, this back to like just the opposite what we did in our the hide main window. It just turns mouse interactivity back on. And again let's also set the initial configuration that we had, which is set always on top, just this thing. And also I'm just going to reinstate the set visibility on all workspaces to true, and then content protection also, let's just set this one to true, which I already explained what this does. And here instead of directly setting this one to 1, let's do like this. So setting this to 0 before showcasing, and then I'm just going to add, and again now set back the opacity to 1. So what this does is basically it first sets opacity to 0 before showcasing, and then we are going to show without stealing the focus, and fade it back to full visibility. So this is what this 3 steps does. And finally the thing is window visible, we are going to set that to true. And let's create a simple function which makes use of these 2 things, just kind of like toggling the visibility. So yeah, I can just create this toggle main window, and if it's a window visible, we are going to call hide main window, else we are going to show the show main window function, call that function. So now all we need to do is just add in this toggle main window function and is visible. This is going to depend on state dot is window visible. Okay, I think yeah, now we should be good to test this out. So let me just start this application. So yeah, so now we have this. So let me just press command B. Now it should be hidden. Yeah, that's what happened. And if I just press back command B again, it should be visible. So it's better now. We can just keep developing things, and then whenever we want to see the changes, either we can toggle its visibility or restart the application. Yeah, so this screenshot the shortcut for this visibility is done. So now we are going to move to that's what the important functionality, the screenshot management, and how we are going to capture that and how are we going to preview it, and that's going to be very important. So first thing for us to achieve that, I'm just going to install one dependency. So that is screenshot or desktop. Okay, so this is the dependency that I am adding. So let's try to create new helper function which is going to help us with the screenshot related functionalities. So screenshot, I'm just going to name this as screenshot manager, and let me just minimize this thing. Now the screenshot manager, what and all functionalities that we need, and also the functions that we want to expose for others to consume, so and all that we need to add it here. So let me first try to create a simple class. This is the screenshot manager, and what and all the variables that we need to track the state. So I'm going to maintain one array for storing the screenshots. Let's name like something like q of for screenshots, and another array which is going to store the extra screenshots that we are going to get. So you'll understand the concept of this why extras and all. So basically this is going to help us for debugging purpose. Make use of this extra screenshots and then utilize that. Okay, so let's try to create that then. So let's name this as like screenshot queue, and this is going to be this string array. So I'm just going to set this initialize to empty array, and same thing, let's create extra screenshot queue, which is again going to be of string array, and let's initialize with empty array. And max let's also keep the limit on how many screenshots that we can capture, so not to complicate it. You can change the number to whatever you want, but I'm just going to limit this one to 5 screenshots. So let's set this one to 5. Okay, and now we need a directory for us to show this screenshots, extra screenshots, and temporarily store those things and all. So we are going to create the variables for that as well. So read only the screenshot directory, and this is going to be a string. And again, now for extra screenshot directory, now the temporary directory. Okay, fine. And also there is going to be a different view like we had the faces. So here the views that we are going to show is basically are we in the queue view, or are we in the solutions view, or are we in the debug view. So basically the state flow is whenever we are launching this application, we will not have any screenshots and all. So then we capture the screenshot, so that state is like queue state. and once we have captured a screenshot, so we try to process it and try to get the solution. And once we get the solution, so then we are in that solutions phase, and again, if the solution that we get is not matching, we try to capture extra screenshot and then process it again, and then we change that to debug phase. So this is just for us to showcase what needs to be shown to the user. Okay, so that's for this. So I'm just maintaining this for that reasons. So let's add in here the solutions and also this debug. By default, let's set this one to queue. And now in this constructor, the view, I'm just going to set whatever the value that we receive, and now we need to initialize directories. So I'm going to create this as a screenshots, and for extra screenshot directory, let's name this as a extra underscore screenshots, and let's import this one, the path, and from Electron. So from Electron and from path here, the temp directory, let's store inside this temp, and here I'm just going to name this as like silent coder screenshots. Okay, so that's going to help us initialize the directories. And now we need to create those directories if they don't exist. And also, like, whenever we are trying to initialize this instance of this class, every time of the start of this application, we need to also make sure we clean existing whatever the screenshot directories whenever we had for the before ones. So let's try to create a simple private functions for that. So I'm just going to name this as ensure directories exist, and here let's try to iterate through this screenshot directory, extra screenshot directory, and temp directory, and we can now try looping through this and check if this let's import from this file, and we check if this directory is existing or not. So if not, we should create that. So maybe it's better that if we handle in the try catch block. So I'm just going to create this one here, and you can just console that created directory and all, or else you can just console the error message like failed to create directory and all. So this is going to help us make sure this directory that we are looking for exists, either by creating it or by just checking that. Okay, and also we need an helper function which is going to help us clean the previous things. So I'm just going to name this as clean screenshot directories. So again, this is going to be a simple function. Let's try to wrap this one inside this try catch block. So first we need to clean our main screenshot directory. So if we check first whether this exists or not, so the directory name is the screenshot directory. So only if it exists we get into this block. So let's try to get this files. I'm just going to read this directory and try to filter only the files which are ending with PNG, and also let's try to transform it to get the only those things. So just the filtering and then transforming these things, and now we need to delete each screenshot file. So yeah, we just need to iterate through this files list and try to handle this inside this try catch block, and I can just use this fs.unlink sync the file and console that I have just deleted screenshot. Okay, so this is how we just transform and iterate and then delete them. So same thing should happen to the extra screenshot directory. So same thing, I'm just going to find those files, iterate through that, and try to add inside this try catch block and delete this file. So that's what we are just, if you want to be specific, you can just add it here, the screenshot file, and here you can just add this as extra screenshot file. Okay, yeah, and you can just now console, like once you are good, like screenshot directories clean successfully and all. And I think we need to close this function. Now we are good. So now we have both the private functions which are going to help us clean, and another function which is going to help us make sure that directories that we are looking for exist. So that needs to be called inside our constructor. So first thing, yeah, this is what we are going to do, and these are simple ones and straightforward. Okay, and now let's just try to create getters and setters and simple helper functions, and also the main functions we need to focus on. So let's create simple get view function. So this is just going to give me the view, and another one is going to help me set the view. And let's just create a function which is going to help me get me the screenshot queue. Same thing for extra screenshot queue. Okay, and also let's create a function which is just going to clean both the arrays, that is just the clearing of the queues. Okay, so I'm just trying to create at least majority of the functions that we need as part of the screenshot manager, and then we will leverage this to expose it to front end and then accordingly communicate between them. Okay, like we just did for the keyboard shortcuts and config manager, we are going to just do that in the same way. So let's name this as clear queues, and here first thing all we need to do is try to iterate through this each file, and wrap it in try catch block, try to delete that file and just console if there is any error. And after that let's just set this screenshot queue to empty array, and same thing needs to be done with the extra screenshot queue. So we are just going to iterate in the try catch block, so let me just remove this one. Okay, and delete that and set this, and you can just console just screenshot queues cleared successfully. Those were just simple thing to just clear the queue. And now comes the function which is going to help us capture the screenshot. Okay, so I'm just going to make this as a private function. So let's name this as capture screenshot, and this is going to return a promise of type buffer. All right, let's try to wrap this one inside this try catch block again. So let me just console that. I can just say something like, starting screenshot capture, and here we need to be specific, so on which platform we are trying to take this screenshot. So let's say like if we are in this Windows, so we can just check that Windows, then we need to follow one method. And if we are in on Mac OS, so I can just console that taking screenshot on Windows platform or Mac OS or whatever you can. So for this I'm just going to make use of the screenshot function from the screenshot desktop which we just installed, and here all we need to do is just pass in this format, not screenshot directory, so it should be screenshot. So I'm just going to import from the screenshot desktop, and this one, instead of this dot screenshot, it should be a screenshot, and the format that we want to capture in is PNG, and you can just try to console it and return that buffer, and in the error block you can just say that and we failed to capture screenshot, and we throw this error. So now if it's on Windows, how are we going to capture? Okay, so let's try to do that using two methods. Sometimes the first method, that is using this screenshot desktop library, might not work all the time, so we will try to use the PowerShell technique as well, which is bit complex, but I'll try to explain it as simple as possible. So this is specifically for capturing Windows screenshot. So I'm just going to name this as like capture Windows screenshot, and this is again going to return a promise of type buffer. So let's try to handle using two methods. So let's console. So here, why I'm trying to console, it's very important to figure out where exactly something is failing or something is not working the way you want. So that's why I'm trying to write, and whatever you're trying to write here, the consoles in the Electron related things, you can just see in the terminal wherever you're running, and for UI related, the developer console, it's going to help you. So here I'm just starting Windows screenshot capture, and now first let's try to create a temp file. So I can just use this temp directory that we have, and for us to make the file name unique, let's make use of a unique ID library. So I'm just going to add in unique ID generator, and now here let's try to create in this directory the file name. I'm just going to name this as temp iphone, and let's say let's try to import from this unique ID the version 4. So I'm just going to use this, and now we have this file, and I'm just going to call this await screenshot and pass in here this path, temp file path, which we have just above. And now let's check if the temp file is existing or not. Okay, if that is existing, then I'm just going to read that file content. So let's use this promises.read file and pass in this temp file path. Okay, and then once we captured this buffer, then we can just clean up that temporary file. So that's again, let's try to do in the try catch block. So I can just use this like promises.unlink and provide the path, and you can just console that screenshot save to temp file successfully. I mean, you don't need this here, but if you want, you can just console that, and here then if it failed of deleting this file, then you can throw this error or console it. So I'm just consoling that one for now, and after this we can just say screenshot captured successfully, and I'm just going to return buffer. Else you need to throw in error, and also let's have this fail to capture screenshot temp file not found or something like that. All right, so that was the case, the thing. So here Now the second method, we need to give a try in the catch block of the first method. So that is when we know that first method did not work out, right? So let's try to do using second method. Let's try to wrap this inside a try catch block. So here again I'm just going to console that trying like PowerShell method. You can just add whatever you want, and again let's create this temporary file path, and now we need to prepare the script. So PowerShell script, so I'm not going to type this out, I have it here. So I'm just going to add this script here, but I'm just going to explain what each line does. Okay, I'll try to be as elaborative as possible, but you can always again Google it or GPT it or whatever it is, and that should help you more better. So the script that it is going to be is, I'm just going to add it here now. All right, so let me try to explain here what each line means. So first thing, we are adding head type assembly name system.windows.forms and system.drawing. So what this does is basically what this line does, it loads two .NET libraries into PowerShell, which is system.windows.forms, that helps us for accessing screen data. The other is system.drawing. So this helps us for creating and manipulating images like bitmaps. So basically without this we can't use Windows native APIs to capture the screen. Okay, that is what. And this second line, the screens equals to system.windows.forms.screen all screens. So what this does is basically this line retrieves all connected monitors, and it gives us an array of screen objects, each having a dot bounds property. So dot bounds, what it gives us, so basically it includes the position, which is the left or top on all those things, and the size of each monitor, like the width and height of that. Okay, that's what second line does. And the third line, what it does is basically it extracts the top position from each screen's bounds. So the above line gave us list of screens, and this line extracts the top position from each screen's bounds, and then finds the minimum top value across all the monitors. Why? Because some monitors might be positioned above the main one. Maybe it can be in a stacked setup, so top might be negative value. So that's what it does. And the next line, the left, it's the same logic but for the left coordinate. And so this is what it does. The left equals to the screens for each object, bounds dot left, measure object minimum dot minimum, and the width and all. So the width equals to the screens for each object, bounds dot right, measure object. What it does, it's just takes the right edge of each screen and finds the maximum. This is effectively the farthest horizontal pixel across all of our screens that we got in the line number 2. Okay, that is what this width does. And then the height, this is again same as above for the width, but for the bottom edges, giving us the farthest vertical point. Okay, fine. So that is what this top, left, width, and height. So top and left, it's basically it's going to help us with the bounds, and width and height, it's going to help us with window size, like to talk in our Electron jargon, window size and window position. So that is what. And here the bounds, so now we are using system dot drawing dot rectangle from LTRB, left, top, width and height, whatever we got the above things. So this now creates a bounding rectangle from the top left to the bottom right. So this is going to help us to create the bounding box, and it covers the entire virtual screen whatever we have. And now this below line, the BMP new object system dot drawing dot bitmap bounce dot width bounce dot height. This just creates a new blank image, that is a bitmap with the same size as the above the bounding rectangle that we created using the top left and width and height. Okay, and now the graphics part, system dot drawing dot graphics from image BMP. So this initializes a graphics object that can draw directly onto the bitmap. So that is what this does. And now this is the thing, the graphics dot copy from screen, from bounce to left, bounce to top, and then this coordinates. So this is the actual screenshot line. Okay, so it copies the pixels from the entire screen, starting from the bounce left and bounce top, and paste them into our bitmap image which we have above. So that's what this does, and the destination basically starts at 0,0. So that's what it is, top left corner of the bitmap. And finally we are saving whatever we capture the screenshot in the above line into this temporary file path which we just created. So that's what it does. So we are just saves this as the PNG file at a specified path, which is temp file path, and we just what we are doing is just basically double escape the file path, so the PowerShell can handle it correctly. In the format, we are just saving in PNG. So this is what the image format, it's going to help us capture the output in that format. And then here the dispose, the graphics object which we just created, and also the bitmap object. So this just frees up memory after the screenshot is taken, that is the and also prevents any memory leaks or locked file handles. So that is what this whole thing is. The PowerShell script, bit complex, but I guess at least I gave maybe gist of what it does, and on top of it you can just Google it or GPT it, and then you should be good with this. So now we have the script, we should execute this. So to execute we need so what we need to do now, we need to run the script into the PowerShell. So let me just try to load that script so that we can run that. For that, what I'm going to do, let's try to import the executive file from child process, and here I'm just going to create this. So basically what this does is it lets us execute an internal program that is here in our case it is PowerShell script without using a shell, which is safer and better. So that is what we are going to make use of this. So let me just run using this one. So I have in here the script, and now I'm just going to take use of the function which we just created. Let's call this a Vite executive file async, and here it should be PowerShell. So you can see this and I'm going to specify here few flags. Okay, first thing that the flags that I want to set is the no profile and the execution policy and bypass and command and pass in our PowerShell script. And let me just remove this thing. So this one, so basically, yeah, by now it should be clear for you. So this executes the script via PowerShell from our Electron main process. And here the flags that we added, no profile, so it prevents loading the user profile scripts, so that it can be a little bit faster. And here the execution policy we are bypassing, so this allows us to run unsigned scripts without permission issues and all. And then finally the command is the PowerShell script that we have, so it just executes the PowerShell script code, the thing which we added above. Okay, fine. So now once that is executed, now we do the same thing. We try to check if that file exists. So we just try to check that and try to get this buffer. And if we have that, then I'm just going to collect that and then delete that file which we just created, and we are just going to finally return that buffer if we have error. And then in the catch error block, and so we don't have any other methods to go ahead with, so I'm just going to throw an error. So let me just throw that error. Okay, fine. So this is the way for us to capture screenshots and all that thing here. So those were all the private functions. We're not exposing it. So now there should be a function which is going to help us expose these above functions to main things. Okay, so let's name this as a take screenshot. So here I'm just going to pass in main two things, hide main window callback function. So whenever we are trying to take screenshot, whatever the window that we are trying to show, I wanted to hide it for a just for a flash, hide it for a second, capture screenshot, and then show it again. So that is why we are passing here this hide main window and then show main window or things. And here the return type, it's going to be a promise of type the string. And now inside this, first let's try to console that we are trying to take the screenshot in let's say which view. So I'm just going to be specific so that we know where exactly the error is going on. And first, like I said, we are going to hide this main window for a while, and then I'm just going to increase the delay a bit for hiding window on Windows. Okay, so let's because we have added extra method in case it fails, so that it might take some time. So let's be specific here. If it's a Windows, I'm just going to say, let's say half a second more, that is 500. Let's add in this 500, and if it's non-Windows, let's say this is going to be 300. And we just use this promise and just set timeout for this time. And let's create a simple variable which is going to show store this screenshot path, and try to wrap the logic inside try catch block. So this should be simple. We are just going to make use of the above functions which we just created. So screenshot buffer, await this dot capture a screenshot. So if we just go to this, we are so here I need to call this capture window or screenshot which we just created, I mean, we can just await this one because they are asynchronous function. Okay, fine. So let me just minimize this so that we can have more screen space. So that's how we are going to get the screenshot buffer. And now once we get, I'm just going to make a check here if we have this the screenshot buffer, if, and also check this length. If we don't have that, I'm just going to throw an error message that we failed to capture screenshot. And then let's just remove this thing. Now what we need to do is we'll just save and manage the screenshots based on the view that we are currently in. So this is what, so if it is we are in the view, so the screenshot path, let me try to just, yeah, screenshot iPhone on this ID, create this one. And once I have this, I'm just going to write into our screenshots directory. And once we write to that, let's also just console it, and then we need to push it to our screenshot queue so that we can leverage this and display it on our UI thing. So same thing for and also now if it is exceeding the max screenshots, then we should remove the extra screenshots, right? So for that, if this screenshots queue dot length is greater than screenshots, so let me try to get removed paths. So I'm just going to just delete them, the path that we have, until we meet the maximum screenshots that we are supporting. Okay, so simple. So just unlink the path, and you can just console that and all those things. And here else, let's not complicate this, so I'm just going to handle the else part. So zooming in just for solutions view. Okay, so here again, screenshot path, we are going to use this extra screenshot, and same way write this one, the buffer whatever we got to this path. And I'm just going to console, and now we need to push it to extra screenshot queue. And same check again if this is exceeding that, so I'm just going to delete unlink that respective file, and we should be good. And now all we need to do is try to write in here this catch block, where we are just going to say that we failed to take screenshot and throw an error. And then finally let's try to increase little bit of delay to show the window again. So I'm just going to set, let's say not that long, let's say 200 milliseconds, and showing main window. Okay, what's the issue? Alright, so here we do have an issue, so I'm just going to where's the try block that we have? Okay, so here I need to handle this, not show the window here or return anything. In the error block, catch block, we are just throwing error, and in the final block we are going to handle that. Yeah, just delay it for a while, 200 milliseconds, and then show main window. And finally here I'm just going to return the screenshot path, just satisfying this return type. which is promise of string. Okay, so that is the thing that we just okay. What's the issue? The promisify, so I need to import this one from util. Yeah, that's the issue. Fine, so this is the main function which is going to help us take the screenshots depending upon the OS that our application is running on, and which is very important. So that's what it's happening. And quickly let me try to write a simple way to delete the screenshot, and also to just get the image preview if we wanted to showcase the preview of the image. So I'm just going to quickly write those two helper functions. Let's name this as get image preview, and here let me pass in the file path, and we are going to receive the promise of a string. And let's try to again handle in the try catch block. Well, we just check the file path if it exists. If it does not exist, I'm just going to console this error that file does not exist, and then let's just return the empty string. Else let's try to get this data using this promises.read file by passing the file path, and get the base64. That's exactly what we want, and then return that the base64 that we want. Okay, so this is going to help us get the image preview. And now the function which is going to help us delete the screenshot. So here I'm just going to again specify here this path, and the return type for this, it's going to be whether the operation was successful or not, and if there is any error we wanted to throw that message as return type for this. So again same thing, I'm just going to first check the path. If we have if you don't have that path, so I'm just going to if we have a path, then we are just going to delete that. And also I'm going to check this view. So if this dot view is queue that we are in, then we need to remove that from our screenshots queue. So that's what is happening. And again let me be specific here again. If we are in the solutions view, so here I'm going to remove this one from extra screenshots and return here success as a true. And if there is any error, let's try to console that error and show this error message, and also send the success value as false. Okay, so yeah, so this is the way to delete the screenshot. And finally, like we want to clear the screenshot queue, so I'm just going to create a function which is just going to help me clear the extra screenshots queue too. So extra screenshot queue. Yeah, I know it's taking a long, this logic. I think we should be good. This is the important part, and now if we are good with this, we should make it work. So now if this exists, I'm just going to unlink this file, and in the callback you can just catch the error if there are any, and try to just console this. And finally let me just set this extra screenshot queue to empty array. Yep, I think we are good. And the logic that we want to capture screenshot and manage the screenshots that we captured, I think we have covered well enough, and this is the logic for us to handle this. And now fine, now we did write a logic to capture handle the screenshots logic. So we need to register the screen shortcuts for that as well. So let me try to create a function. So basically just take screenshots and should do, but let's also add in the other placeholders that I want to eventually add. So getting the main window, and also like this is the important one, taking the screenshot which is going to return us the promise of type string, and getting us the image preview. Again, this is going to return the promise of type string, and this clearing queues, we will add all of this logic for this, but first we'll focus on how to take the screenshots and showcase it on the UI part. And here setting this view. Okay, fine. So yeah, now the first thing, let's try to proceed with shortcut for taking screenshot, which is Command H. Okay, so let me add in here this register. Let me change this one to Command plus H, and let me make this one as asynchronous and close this so that we don't get syntax issues. So here let's try to get this main window, and if we have main window, so let me also console this thing, we are taking screenshot, and let's also handle in the try catch block for better error handling. Let's first get screenshot path. So this one we just call this take screenshot function on this, and next get this preview. So here we are going to take the help of the image preview that we created, and then we need to send the preview to our UI. So let's name this one as like screenshot taken. So this is the event that we should be listening on the front end side, which we will add. So and I'm going to pass in two things here. So this is going to be an object. One is the path and another is the preview, and if there is any error, we are just going to console that, and I'm not going to acknowledge to the UI for now, at least to keep it simple. Yep, so this is the screenshot that we have. I mean the shortcut Command H for taking screenshot. And now of course we are going to see this error here, and we need to handle that logic here. So in this main function, for us to handle that, in our main state, like we added keyboard shortcut helper, we need to add our screenshot manager. So again, this is going to be of type screenshot manager or null. So I'm just going to import that, and also we the screenshot manager that we just created, we are importing it. Okay, so now once we have that, and also we need a state for view management as well, and so I'm just going to add it here, queue, and it can be solutions or debug. By default we are setting that to a queue. And also once we take the screenshot, I'm going to extract the problem statement from that, and we need a global state for that as well. So I'm just going to maintain the state for that too. So I might not use it right away, but I am going to use this. So I'm just going to set this now. So, okay, fine. Maybe it is too lengthy, but hope it's not confusing though. Okay, so here let me just disable TypeScript check for this. That should be fine. And now let's try to write the helper functions for us. So let me just minimize this thing, and like we wrote for window movement and window visibility and all, I'm just going to write helper function. First thing, to get us the main window. Okay, so to get as the main window, which is going to be a browser window or null, simple, we are just going to return the state.main window. That's where the global state management is totally helping us. Okay, fine. And now this function to take screenshot, so this is going to return the promise of type string. So always we try to check if we have main window or not. If we don't have, so I'm just going to throw this error saying that a main window is not found. Okay, fine. So if that is not the case, what we should do is basically try to take the help of the screenshot manager and call the take screenshot function. And for this we need to pass in here this callback functions, which is hide main window, and the other is show main window. Okay, so yeah, so this is the function which is going to help us take a screenshot. And a similar way, let's try to, yeah, I think it's helping us to write image preview. So we have passing file path, and here you can we can directly check here or else remove it, your wish. So you can just add in here conditional check or return empty string. Okay, so yeah, so this is going to help us get the image preview. So same way for whatever the helpers that we added for setting view and getting view and all, let me just quickly create those so that I can pass it here in the constructor for that screenshot manager that we are going to initialize. So yeah, and same way I'm just going to create the get view function and get extra screenshot queue and all. So for clear queues, yeah, and let's also set the problem info to null, and this view I'm just going to set this one back to queue. In next I want to create function to get us the screenshot queue, and this is what it's going to help us with. And then the extra screenshot queue, yep. And the final thing is to delete the screenshot. So yep, delete the screenshot, and here we need to pass in here this path, and we are going to receive a promise of type success or boolean, and this one I can just write it like this, written call the functions that we have, delete screenshot path, or else I can just add in here success false, and error I can just say like fail to or delete screenshot. Okay, I think now we are in good shape to initialize the screenshot manager in our initialize helpers function. So just yeah, here how we created an instantiation of keyboard shortcut helper, we need to do the same way for screenshot manager. So I'm just going to pass in here this state.view. Okay, and here we are going to pass in here the functions which we just created above, get main window and take screenshot, which we just passed, and get image preview, set view, and clear queues. And now everything should be good. And also we need to create the directories, additional directories that we wanted to have. One is the session path. These are not needed, but if you wanted to support the session in temporary other cache, it's important. So I'm just adding this one for now. So it's up to you, you can just ignore this one, I'm saying it again. So let's add in this again, temporary path, this cache path. I'm just going to create this, and now instead of this one, just single one, so I'm just going to iterate through that. And here as well, let's just set this to what session data, temp and cache. And now whenever we are trying to initialize IPC handler, now I wanted to pass all of these things, the functions actually, which is going to communicate to our UI. So let's try to create here the blueprint for this. So I'm just going to create in here this IPC handler, and the for this get main window, and then this take screenshot, then getting the image preview, that's what it is there, clearing the queues, setting the view, and get a screenshot queue, extra screenshot, and all of the things like move window left, right, up and down. Yeah, I think, yeah, one more thing, which is a delete screenshot. Okay, so now this one, I wanted to pass this as the way for us to initialize this. So then we will have we need to pass all of this here, whatever we just created above. Now it should make sense for you why we were creating all this functions of deleting screenshot, getting extra shots, what basically just wrappers to the core functions that we have written in our screenshot manager. So we need to pass this into this initializing IPC handler. So let me pass in all of the functions which we just created. So first thing is get view, get main window, take a screenshot, clear queues, set view, and move window left. We can just take this one using this move window horizontal, and this should be the same which we already so I'm not going to explain much about here. So moving window left, right, and then up, make using of the helper vertical which we just created, and then toggle main window, okay. Yeah, so let's try to go here, and we don't have get view. So I think now the error should be, yeah, I'm just going to remove this one too. Yeah, I think now we have initialized it correctly. So this is a way for us to initialize the IPC handler. And now going to this, we have all of the things that we wanted to handle, the logic and all. Now let's try to create a screenshot management handlers. So this is very important. So I'm just going to now try to create an handle which let's say get screenshots. Okay, and here now I'm just going to make this a synchronous callback function. Let's try to wrap this inside try catch block. The previews, this is going to be of type path and the preview object array. And here let me first try to get this current view. Okay, so you might understand now why we had this get view, set view and all. So we are using this get view to get the thing, and you can just console that uh, current view that you are in, and now we need to handle based upon this view. So if we are in the queue, so I'm just going to get here the screenshots queue which we exposed it out of the screenshot manager. And now we are going to get this previews by iterating through this queue that we are going to get. And I'm just going to collect this path and preview. It's going to be get image preview, and if it's a solution, so we are going to use the extra screenshot queue. That's where we are storing for that view. And I'm just going to now get this paths and preview. So for debug I'm not going to handle this, so let's just ignore that one. So you don't need to be specific here and all because we're not going to handle much for that view. All right, so what is the error? Yeah, so I'm just going to return previews, and in the error block we are just going to throw this error. So yeah, so now we have this get screenshots handle ready finally. And now the UI can try to talk to this. So basically now majority of the logic that we wanted to add it in inside our Electron process, we got it done. And let's try to similar way we defined the blueprint for our IPC and blower screenshot manager. And let's try to add in our preload what we want to expose it to our front end. So going to this preload, so now below this let me try to add getting the screenshots. So this is going to be a type of returning promise of an object array consisting path and preview. So this is what we do. And also now this delete screenshot, given a path, we are just going to delete that and return whether it was successful, and if it not, the error message. And then this on screenshot taken, so in the callback let me just pass in here, which is going to be the data of type path and preview, this callback. And I'm just going to add one more thing, this toggling main window. Okay, and this is going to again return the promise of type success or error. Okay, I think for now let's just add this one, and we will add others eventually. Fine, so now we need to add the logic inside this thing for getting the screenshots. So all we need to do is just invoke the get screenshots which we just created, the handle. And for delete screenshot, I have not still created that logic, but let's just add this one and we will add. Okay, so assuming it's going to be delete iPhone screenshot, that is this. And on screenshot taken as well, we will handle this one too. So for now I'm just going to remove this one. And here toggling this main window, what we are going to do, let's try to make this as asynchronous. And here let me just console this called from preload, and let's try to handle inside this try catch block a result. I'm just going to invoke toggle main window and return this. Okay, so I might have added other things which we might not use, but let's just keep that as a placeholder. But our main focus is on taking the screenshots and make sure that we are able to see on the UI. Okay, the logic that we just wrote to take screenshot, we should be able to communicate it successfully. Okay, fine. And the other thing, the screenshot taken also, let's just add. So this is going to be this listener, so I'm just going to be subscribing to this. So let me just add in this data, which is going to be, and here all we need to do is just keep listening to screenshot taken, and in the cleanup just remove listener to screenshot taken. And just to avoid here TypeScript error, so I'm just going to disable for this line. Okay, so we will be keep listening on to screenshot this screenshot hyphen taken event, and if there is any activity we are going to get that data, and whatever we wanted to do with that we can just do what in our components. So these are the things that I've just added. So now of course the backend logic for us to capture the screenshot and all, it's solid, it's good now. And now we need to create a components inside the front end renderer and talk to this listener and the APIs that we exposed and render it on the screen. So let's create components for screenshot related things. So let's go to the UI section, which is the app.tsx. In here let me just try to create a simple state just to keep track of whether this app is initialized or not. Okay, so I'm just going to have this initialized variable, and let me just have this helper function which is going to help me mark this initialize. So I'm just going to wrap this inside use callback function, and to just initialize basic app state for us, let's try to handle that logic inside this use effect, and this basically will be triggered on this mark initialized function change. And now here let me try to create a function which is going to help us initialize the app. And here let's try to get this config. I'm just going to use this Electron API, and we are going to use this get config function. And yeah, for now let's just call this function. Okay, we will handle more solid logic eventually. And in the catch block let's just throw this error, and also let's call this mark initialized. Okay, and we are calling this function, and also let's clean up. Let me just set is initialized back to false. Now instead of just blindly rendering this welcome screen, let's try to render this based on is initialized values. And here I'm just going to add in main screen related components go here, something like this. Okay, so let's try to show the screen and try to reload this application. Okay, so all right, so I'm still, let me hide this one, so it should be vice versa. Okay, let's add this one here and it should be here. Now let's try to close this one, and now you can see the main screen related component goes here. So that's what we should add it here. And for that, let me just create simple component inside this components folder, and I'm just going to name this as main app, something like that. And this one, let's name this as a main app, and let's for now this are going to be placeholders. So eventually we need to pass in props for setting the current programming language and the option to update that thing. So I'm just going to add that as of now, the placeholders, the string, and setting this language. I'm just going to have this one, and now let's try to handle this logic. So inside this, let's maintain the state for the view, the current view that we are in, so which in our case it is going to be of queue, the solutions, and this debug. All right, so now let's also create this container ref. So I'm just going to use this useRef hook. So let's try to import this one, and let's try to wrap this inside div by attaching the reference which we just created above. And let me just hide this window so that it just doesn't abstract our screen. And minimum height, let me set this one to 0. And here, if this view is equals to q, then I'm going to add in here this let's say screenshot q view, and if with solutions I'm going to render that, else let's just return null for now. Okay, yeah, and here I know we are not using that, that's why it is throwing us the error. So I'm just going to disable the check for this. That's fine. Okay, so going to this node settings dialog, to this app. Now instead of this one, I'm just going to import this main app, and the language for now, let's just hardcode it for now. I'm just going to set this to Python, and here I'm just going to pass in the empty callback function to this. So if we try to let me just open the console. Okay, this main app doesn't exist is what we are getting this issue. Okay, so we need to export. Let's try to export this default thing. Okay, so now let's go to this and remove this. Now we should not see this error, so you can either try to reload this. I'm just trying to restart this. Yeah, so now you can see that the screenshots queue view, that's the text that we just added in here. So now we need to act on the components that we need for showcasing the screenshots. So let me just create a simple reusable components, just breakable components screenshot item and then screenshot queue, and then we will wrap those components inside our screenshots view. So for that I'm just going to create a new folder called queue, and let's create new file screenshot item.tsx, and here let's try to create the interface for our screenshot, which is going to be having path and preview, and then the item props will have the screenshot, and the callback function to delete, and this index. I'm just going to add simple things for now, and is loading. Let's make this one to be boolean, so let me hide that screen. Control B, command B should hide your screen. And now let's quickly create a simple screenshot item component, and yeah, this is what we wanted to create. And here let's just add a simple callback function to delete based on index. So await on delete, and I'm just going to pass in this index. So this one, instead of this path, let's change this one to index, and now we should not see any issues. And let's try to wrap this one in the simple fragment. So let's not complicate this one much. So let's say it's going to be simple div, add some border color. Let's say I'm just going to make this one white, make this one to be relative, width let's say 128 pixel, and height let me say this has like 72 pixels. And if it's loading, let me just not add any styling, else let's make this one as group. I'm just going to attach that, and here let's add in a simple spinner if it's loading, so that we can just wrap inside this div height full and width full, and make this one also as a relative. And here based upon this loading, only if loading is true, I'm just going to render this div. So this div, let's make this one as absolute inset 0, make this background to be black, and opacity I want this one to be like let's say 50, and z index let's say 10, make this flex items justify center. Alright, so I'm just going to close this div, and now inside this let's simply add a div with height let's say 6, and width also 6, border thickness let's say 2, color make this one the white, and the top let's make this transparent rounded full, and I'm just going to add this animate spin. Alright, so after this we need to render this image, the screenshot image that we are going to get. So let's this screenshot dot preview. Okay, So the screenshot dot preview, so ignore the style issues. Okay, alt just screenshot preview. Styling, you can just make this with full height, full object cover, and add in this transition transform. And the duration, let me set this one to like 300, and depending upon, so since we wanted to add in here this dynamic styling, let's change this one to backticks. And here inside this is loading, let me set this one opacity to 50, else I'm going to set this to cursor pointer, and on group hover I want some scaling effect, so we can say like scale 105. And also this brightness, let me change to like 75. Yep. And yeah, that's the image. And I don't want to add in here this delete functionality for this. And if it's not loading, then the option to delete that is what we need to create. So this needs to be rendered only if it's not loading. And then I'm just going to wrap this button here. Okay, and here let's just use this X icon, and size I'm going to set this to 16. And on click, let's stop this propagation. So yep. And the styling wise, let's not, okay, do one thing. So top, I want to be like it should be at the top left, and padding of 1, rounded, let's make this one full. Background, let's make this one to be black, and opacity, let me set this one to like 50. Yeah, text color, I want it to be white, and opacity, let me set this one to 0. And this should be like group hover, not BG opacity, so let's keep this opacity. And transitions, let's change this one to opacity, and duration 300. I think we should be good with this component, so don't want to spend more time here. In area label, let's say delete screenshot, and I'm just going to export this default delete screenshot item. I'm just going to props validation. Yeah, let's ignore for now. So now we have the screenshots item, and this one we need to use it in the component where we want to show all the items in a queue. So I'm just going to create a simple thing, a kind of a wrapper to the component which we just created. So screenshot queue.tsx, and here again let's just create this interface screenshot. You can either define these common types and refer from that, but that's fine for now. And here in this screenshot queue props, we'll have the list of the screenshots and whether this is loading, and then the on delete screenshot by passing in this index. Okay, so now I'm just going to check in here. If the screenshot dot length is equals to 0, I'm just going to render this empty fragment. Else first let's try to get the screenshots. So I'm just going to get this 5 screenshots, so we can just slice that one, and then let's try to wrap inside this div. So flex on the gap of 4. All right, not gal, it's a gap. And here we are just going to iterate through this and of course pass through this screenshot item. Okay, and here I'm just going to export this one. Okay, fine. So the types and all ignore, so we are going to fix that. So key, let's instead of index, let's pass here the screenshot dot path, and screenshot we are passing, and for deleting we have this callback function, and I think we are good. And finally these things we need to use inside our parent view. So I'm just going to name that as like screenshot view.tsx. Okay, so again let's create the screenshot, and here I'm just going to create a simple helper function which is going to help us fetch these screenshots for us. So this one, yeah, I'm just going to wrap this one inside the try catch block and try to get this existing. If we have any, we can just use this get screenshots, and I'm just going to return here this existing, and in the catch block let's just throw this error instead of returning this empty array. Yeah, this is going to help us get the screenshot. So now, so basically this functions, we will be triggering this logic. So get screenshots that we have, basically invoke call to this get screenshots, that is going to get the whatever we have in our screenshot queue. So going back to our screenshots view, let's prepare this interface. So here let's have the set view, and then this current language, the option to update our language, and I'm just going to you can define it anyway, but let's just keep it as it is. And now let's try to wrap this one inside this div, and I'm just going to attach here this container ref, and let's make this one a background to be transparent. So I can just add in here this transparent, and also width I want it to take off. So of course we are going to get an issue, so let me just instead of this, let's just name this as like content ref, and let me just create this use ref, and we need to import that one from React, and we have that one. So now inside this div, let's try to add some padding. So let's say in X direction and in Y direction, I'm just going to add this padding, and also let's try to add some space in Y direction. So, and width, let's make this one fit. And here we are going to make use of the screenshot queue and pass in here the screenshots, and yeah, so the issue, Yeah, I think, yeah, so the issue that we have is with this. That's fine. So now we don't have anything that we are passing to this. So even if you just try to check it out, like restart this thing and try to open this one, so this is what we are having. So now just need to change this one to screenshots view that we have. So I'm just importing this one and we don't have anything there, so that's what it is expected. So going to the screenshot view, so we need to get the screenshots. So for us to make a query to the or to get the screenshots, let's make use of this use query that we have. So here I'm just going to rename this one to screenshots, and by default let's just assign this to empty array and is loading and this refetch. So this all we are going to destructure using this use query, and query key I'm just going to set this to screenshots, and function is above the one which we have written, and stale time let's make this one to be infinity, and refetch I don't want, so even this gc time let me set this one to infinity, and this refetch on window focus let's set this to false, and this is going to be of type screenshot array. So I'm just going to specify that, and now we need to make use of that. So here I'm just going to pass in here the screenshots and the loading thing. So yeah, yep, so just let's also add in here this console statement. So we don't have any screenshot now, so let's try to rerun this again. And of course we are not listening to the change, so that's why we are not going to get the screenshot. So for us to get the screenshot, so we should be listening to the on screenshot taken callback function, so that is why we exposed that one. So here let me just name this one as the cleanup functions. So I'm just naming that because we are going to clean this in our written callback whenever we are unmounting this. So here I need to keep listening to this on screenshot taken. So whenever there is an event on this, so all I'm going to do is just try to make a query call to this fetch screenshots, which is going to give us the latest screenshot updated ones. And now here let's try to clean up that thing. So I think, yeah, the problem is it should be wrapped inside this use effect, and now so let's see what is the issue. Yep, so let's try to run this again. Okay, this on screenshot we do have an issue here. Yeah, the issue here is this thing in the screenshots. Yeah, so let me just go to this function on screenshot taken. So we are listening to the screenshot taken. Let me just console here first. This the path and the preview that we are trying to get. So I'm just trying to see what it is going to console. Okay, it's clear that we have an issue. Screenshot desktop dot screenshot is not a function, so that's why we have some failure here in the screenshot. So let me hide this one. So clearly the issue is here. So we are able to see the taking screenshot on non-Windows platform, and then it's going to this catch block. So there's something wrong with this. So basically it's saying that screenshot desktop.screenshot is not a function. So looking at this, it's just not, we have not imported it in the right way. It should be the default import. So I think now it should fix the issue. So let me try to run this again. All right, so now I'm just trying to press Command H, and then we should see the screenshot. Yeah, so like this you can just capture the screenshots and it will be there. So you can just remove the developer console, and then this is how it's going to look like now. So now even if you just capture the another screenshot, and it should be good. Yeah, and so going back to the components that we have, it's ignore about this TypeScript issues that we have. Now the thing that I wanted to focus on, so I'm just hiding this again. So if you wanted to just see, just press Command B. The thing that we wanted to focus on is the deleting functionality that we have. And also the language selection that we wanted to add. So let's try to add those two things, language selection and delete, and also like try to fix this TypeScript error why this is throwing it out. So we'll fix that.
Yeah, so the TypeScript error, for us to just get rid of that, we are just going to add this React prop types of rule in our ESLint, so that we are not bothered with the prop types checks and all. So now you can see that this error is not bothering us. Okay, and here we have a little, one more error because of this type void as no call signatures. That's because I guess we might have defined the definition a bit wrong. Yeah, so this has to be this callback function, and now I think we should be good. Yeah, so there's no error bothering us. And here this is related to, we are not using that the props that we have, that's fine, which we will use it. And the deleting of the screenshot also, let's try to add a function for that. So I'm just going to add in here the function called delete screenshot, and here now we're just going to delete it by the index. Maybe later you can be specific about which one to delete, but this should do the thing that we want to achieve. So here you can just collect what is the screenshot to delete. So I'm just going to add in here screenshot to delete. that is by just accessing the index, and let's try to handle in the try catch block so that we can just delete that. So I'm just going to get this response by making a call to our delete screenshot and passing in the path. And here, if a response is success, then we are going to call the refetch call of this so that we showcase the updated screenshot list. And if there is no if there is any error, then we are going to console this. And also let's try to show this in the toast message. So maybe I can try to use this. Let's just import this one from the providers. So let's just do import it from the, yeah, I think it should be toast context, not provider. Yeah, I think now we should be good. So now we have this show toast thing. So all we need to do is just show the error message that it has failed. So I'm just going to add in here this error, and either we can just add in a response error or fail to delete screenshot, and then finally just add the console statement so that we'll know like where this has gone wrong. And now instead of this empty callback, now let's try to use this handle delete screenshot. So now if we try to delete this, it is not going to work, because we should add this inside our IPC handler. So here let me try to handle, we added only for get screenshot. So I'm just going to add here for delete screenshot. So let's try to, so it should be a simple one. So it's all we are going to do is just add a call to our delete screenshot thing, which we have inside our the dependencies. So basically this call, let me just try to make this call, and then we can give a try, and hopefully it should work. And I'm just going to pass in the path that we are going to get, and here let's try to just call this delete screenshot by passing in the path. Okay, so yeah, and that is the, yeah, that's the issue. So we are missing the brackets closure to this, so let me just fix that. Fine. So now we are good, so we don't see any issue there except this unused variables. That's fine. So now let me try to bring this thing back, and if we try to delete that, this is not registered. So whenever we try to make changes in the Electron side, so just try to restart your application, and then now we don't have now any screenshot. So let's try to take one, and let's just close this developer console. So we have one screenshot, and I'm just trying to take another one. So let's try to delete this one. Now you can see it has successfully deleted, and even if I just do this, it is going to just delete whatever the screenshot that you select. So the delete function is working, and also the screenshots view that we wanted to showcase, it's looking good for now. So I think we made a good changes. Maybe we can just give a commit for this. We made a bit of changes, but that's fine. So let's just give a commit to the changes that we made. What are the changes that we made is basically we try to handle all of the screen shot management, just to capture and have a ability to preview and then to delete them. So let's try to give the same message like add screenshot management like let's say with capture, like preview, and delete them. Okay, so those are the changes that we made. So maybe, yeah, I'll commit now. So let's stage them, the changes that we made, and let's give a commit. Okay, fine. So those are the changes that we added. Now let's focus on trying to add related to language selector and all. So I'm just going to add a simple component for that. Let's name this as language selector. Yeah, this is the thing, and let's try to minimize this a bit. We can yeah, fine. And as usual, let's try to prepare the interface. So it should be simple, the current language and set language callback function to update that. And I'm just going to add in here this language selector. So of course, which is going to we are going to have this current language and set language as a props. And here I want to have a reference to our select div element. So I'm just going to create that. So let's name this as select ref. This is going to be of type select element, and let's import that one. Yeah, so let's try to create simple or div wrapper. I'm just going to add some margin bottom and padding in the x direction and space in the y direction a little bit. So, and now here just let's have some text like language, and then the select component with list of the languages that we wanted to support. So let's add in here, make this one flex items, let me center them, and justify I want it to be between, and text size, let's say something like 13 pixel. Font type, let's keep this one medium, and text color I'm just going to make this one to be like 90. All right, so now yeah, we'll just have span language and not the button. So let's use this select, and I'm just going to attach in here the reference that we have select ref, and this value that we are going to pass in is the current language, which is the prop for this component. And on change we are supposed to handle this one. So let me just create a placeholder for now. So handle language change, so which is going to be receiving an event of type select element, and let's make this one as asynchronous. And inside this, let's try to get this new language using e.target.value. And in here we need to update this language thing property, so that we know we need to use this update config that we have. And in here I'm just going to pass in the new language as the value to the language property. And also let's try to maintain a global language variable, so that we can have a reference from there too, in case if you are missing from here. So for us to achieve that, so let's first try to fix this error. Like I'm just going to close this catch block. Okay, so yeah, for us to have global variable, let me just go to this preload section, and this is where I'm just going to we already have your language property, and which is good. And here let me try to add in a global variable for language. So inside this I'm just going to add the language property. Yeah, this is going to be the string. And also let's add a placeholder for to just know whether it is initialized or not. So I'm just adding it now itself, and then we will try to use this one. And yeah, now we have this one. So what we can do whenever we are trying to update our language, we can update that global variable too. So here I'm just going to refer to that, window dot language equals to new language, and then update our callback function to this new language. And here you can just console that language updated to this. So this is the function which is going to help us change the language that we have. So now here I'm just going to refer this one in this on change callback function, and the styling to this, let's just add a standard background, so which is a black in our case, and the text color needs to be white, let's say like by 90. Yep. And make this rounded, and padding in the x direction I'm just going to add 2, in y direction let's say 1, text let's make this one smaller, outline I'm just going to make this one let's say none, have some border color, again make this one white, and font focus let's say the border will increase the white color a bit by like 20. Yep. And yeah, so now inside this one, the select, we are going to have this the options and the list of the language that we wanted to. So, and also I can just add in this additional styling. Just I'm going to set this opacity to 1, and this pointer events let's just keep it to auto. Okay, fine. So now inside this, let's have this option. So it's not the languages that we speak, but the languages that we code. So, and this one, let's make this background to be black, text color to be white, and I'm just going to change this one to Python language, and other language I'm just going to add like JavaScript, TypeScript, and let me just add in the other languages that we can think of, and I'm just adding the Golang, Ruby, PHP, Kotlin, and Swift, Rust. I think this should be good. You can just add in whichever you wanted to. So I can just try to add. Let's change this one to CPP. So C++, and let's change this one for the SQL and R. I think then we should be good. Maybe if I missed something, then just add it, but that's fine. You know now where to add the languages that you wanted to support. So now we have the simple language supporter, and yeah, and also like let's make sure that our select is always enabled. So that one I can just try to handle inside this use effect. So basically here we are just going to take this reference, and I'm just going to use this current dot disabled and set this one to false, and this should happen on mounting of this component. And yeah, I think we should be good. Fine, I think we are sorted in this component language selector, and now we need to make use of this language selector. So this language selector component, we have to add it into our screenshots view. Yeah, I'm going to add this one to the screenshots view. So that's where like it'll be better place for us to show this language selector. Okay, fine. So instead of directly adding this one to screenshots view, I wanted to add in simple a command related things also, like just to not rather to show the empty screen. We wanted to show, like, some text, like take screenshot, and the shortcut for that is like command H, and just have a icon for settings and all, so that it will just open that one. So let me just create a component for that, like q, or I'm just going to name this as q commands, because that is what we are going to add. Additionally, on top of that, we'll show the screenshots things. Okay, so, and this is where we will use the language selector as well. We'll wrap that inside this. So this q commands, the interface that I'm going to have in here, first thing is the screenshot count that we have. So I'm going to keep that number count here, and let's keep this one as the optional, and the current language, then the callback function to update it, and also like on settings, we will just kind of on overing, we want to show some tooltip. So basically the way to change the language, or just to give more screenshot shortcuts help. So for that, I'm just going to add in this tooltip visibility callback function to just toggle that. So let me add this thing on tooltip visibility change. So this is going to have a visible boolean and also this height. So these are the like two props for this callback function. And now let's try to destructure them, language and tooltip visibility change. And now inside this, of course, let's try to import this one from React, the use state. So we want to maintain tooltip visible. So let's make this one like is tooltip visible, and I'm just going to add this one. And also I wanted to take the reference for that div element. So let's maintain this reference using this useref hook. Okay, yeah, and let's just fine focus on the rendering section. So it's let's try to wrap everything in this main div. And first thing is the helper text, like we want to showcase the text, like if there's no screenshot, like I want to show text like take first screenshot, and if there is any one screenshot, like it should be like take second screenshot and all. So this is the div that we are going to wrap that text inside that. So let me just add in this some padding at the top, and let's keep this width fit. And here is the thing inside this thing. I want to have that text. So let's try to wrap this inside this div, and inside this pan, depending upon the screenshot count. So if this is 0, I'm just going to say the text as like take first screenshot. Else if the screenshot count is 1, so I'm just going to say this as second screenshot. In same thing, you can just, if you want to add, you can just add a third screenshot and fourth screenshot. And I'm just going to add some text, just repeat first screenshot. Okay, So this is the text that I want to show in this thing. And after this one, let's have this command and which is the command plus H, that's the key to take the screenshot. So let's try to wrap that one inside this div. So here I'm just going to add in here this command key. For that let's try to create inside our utils file. So I'm just going to create a simple thing, this command key, this constant variable. So this one here, depending upon this platform, we'll try to change that to a command or control. So for now, let me just add in the placeholder here, like get platform that we are in. So here again we can try to make use of our Electron API. So I'm just going to let's try to add in get platform, which we don't have the thing. So let me just add the definition get platform. So this is going to be just the placeholder for now. Yeah, I think that's fine. Now we should not get any issues if you are trying to access this one, which is what we wanted. Okay, so here and default, let's just keep this one to Darwin. Okay, also you can just keep it to Windows, whichever you are comfortable in, or the laptop that you're using, and I mean the OS that you're using. Yeah, I'm just setting this to Darwin for now. Okay, and now here it is going to be just making use of the above function, the get platform, and accordingly you can just add in the symbol like the command symbol that we normally see on our keyboards. So I'm just going to add that command key. So let me just add that. Yeah, I think now this should be helpful for us. So I'm just going back to this q commands component, and here let's just import that command key which we just created. So I'm just going to use this, and below this let me add this button, and the text for that is the H. So this is what we wanted to show, and then after that the way to solve the shortcut and all. So once we have screenshot, how to use that process and all, though we don't have that logic, that shortcut we wanted to show, and then the settings with a tooltip and all. So that's where we will try to add in this language selector component and all things that we just created. So this where we wanted to show exactly is basically the component that we are creating, the q commands needs to be wrapped inside this component. So just below the screenshot queue, so let me just add this q commands, and screenshot count, we are just going to take help of the screenshots dot length. Current language I'm just passing, and the set language we are going to pass this. And on tooltip visibility change, I need to handle that one. So let's try to maintain a local state for that first. So let me create here is tooltip visible local state, and I'm just going to import this use state from this React, and then the tooltip height as well. So we are going to maintain the state variable for that. So now all we are going to do in this callback function is take this visibility visible and height, and try to update this state variables that we have. And now instead of this empty callback function, I can just pass in these things. Okay, so yep, this should be the thing. So now if you just rerun this one, you should see though the styling might not be appropriate, we will take care. So you can see now, if I just remove this developer tools, the text, you are able to see that take first screenshot and command H, though it's not properly styled. So let's try to style that one better so that we can have a good look at it. So for that to look good, first let's come from the top div, and here the text of that I wanted to be extra small, and also the text color needs to be white, so it was black and we were not able to see it properly. And backdrop, let's make it blur, like medium should do. And background, let's make this one to be a black color. Rounded, I'm just going to make this one large. Padding in y direction to be 2. In the x direction, let's make it 4. And this display flex items, let's just center, justify also. I'm just going to center this, have this gap of 4. Yeah, that's the for main div. And for this div that we are going to have this text, let's just again make this flex item center, some gap between this text and the command that we're going to have. Cursor, let's make this one to be a pointer. Rounded, I'm just going to make this rounded. Padding in x direction, in y direction, let's make this one to 1.5. and on hover, let's make this background to be white color, like by 10, and apply this transition colors. Fine, so that's the thing. And here we need to of course add in on click functionality on this div. So basically that's clicking on that, it should trigger the screenshot, which we don't have that functionality yet, but I'm just going to add the placeholder for now, so which we should add hit here. So let's just add in here take screenshot or trigger screenshot. So maybe I'll just change this one to trigger a screenshot. Yeah, fine, we will add that one eventually. And yeah, now the styling for this span text, let's change this text size to like 11 pixel, and leading, let's add it none, and I'm just going to truncate this text if it's big one. And now if we just style this div, and then we should be good to have a look at it, how it's going to look. Let's also make this one flex so that they'll look like next to each other and some gap between them. And the styling for this button, just will add in this background white color, and rounded, let's make this one medium. Padding in x direction and y direction, we'll just add some like 1. And text size, let's just keep it consistent, like 11 pixel. I'm just going to add, and let's add in this text color as well to be white. Fine, and the same thing I'm just going to add to the below as well, and that's what we did. And now if we just try to have a look at it, you should see now the difference, and this is what we have, and it is good, way better than it was before, and this is what it is going to be for now. Okay, and now we should show the solve command, which is like command enter to start processing the screenshot, which we don't have, but let's add in the placeholder for that. So let's try to add it here below this div. So this we are going to showcase only if screenshot length is greater than 0. Okay, and here, yeah, that's fine, so we'll take care of that undefined thing. And here let's make this one styling different, and this one should be flex and direction to be column. Cursor, I'm just going to make this one to be pointer. Let's add in standard rounded. Padding in some x direction, y like 1.5. on hover, we'll just have this background color to be like white and add in this transition colors and this dynamic thing. So if let's ignore that one for now, this dynamic styling that we wanted to add, and here let me just close this div so that we do not see the issue. And also here on click we should trigger processing the screenshots, so that also let's try to add the placeholders for now. So I'm just going to close that, and here I'm just adding here, instead of trigger I'm just going to change this to like process or screenshot. Okay, so now inside this one exactly we should just wrap inside this div the text like solve, and then the shortcut for command and enter. This flex item center justify, let me just make this one between, and let me just close this div. And now inside this one let's add in the text. I'm just going to say this as solve. Okay, and since this is like small text, so truncate is not needed for this. And let's wrap this command and enter inside this div. So I'm just going to add some gap, and let's have some margin left. And inside this, I'm just going to have this button with the same styling that we just added above. And here I'm going to add the enter symbol that we see on the keyboard, so that's like backward arrow mark. So let me just add that one. Yep, so this should be good. So now if I take some screenshot, you should see this, this all and all. Okay, so that's what we added. And if we again delete this one, so that should be gone. And if I just add the screenshot, it should be showcased. It's working the fine. And now after this, let's just try to add small separator. In here I'm just going to add some margin in the x direction, height for width, let's say small pixel, and background I'm just going to add in this white color. Okay, of course I should close this so that we don't see that issue. So here is the separator, maybe it should be visible to you. And now after this, the settings section. So this is what I wanted to add, the settings with the tooltip. So let's make this one as relative, and let's also make this one to be inline block and inside. And also let's add in on mouse events. So on mouse enter, we need to just set that tooltip visible to be true. That's when we should just start showcasing the content of that tooltip. So let's just create simple functions here. So handle mouse enter, I'm just going to set this one to true, and this handle mouse leave, we are just going to set this one back to false. So that one, let's just add this one, mouse enter, handle mouse enter, and on leave we'll just call that. So now the first thing is the icon that we wanted to add. So kind of like settings icon that we normally see, I have this SVG, so I'm just going to add that, and then you can just take a reference from this code base. So the SVG that I wanted to add, let me just add it here inside this div. So and now you can see on the right side, that's the SVG. And the styling for this div that we are wrapping in, let's just add in some width and height constraints and make this display flex item center justify center. I've just hidden that thing, we'll see this eventually. So cursor, make this pointer, text color, let's make this one white, And also on hover, let's just improve this text more to white color and add this transition colors, which is standard. Fine, so that is what we added. And if I just so you can see the difference now. So if I'm just hovering, the white color and all, that's fine. So now the tooltip content, so just below this div we should start adding the content that we want to show whenever this is true. So I'm just going to add this check, and here let's try to wrap inside this div, and we need to attach the reference which we have created above, so which is this tooltip reference. So first is that I wanted to add in the command to toggle our window, so which is a command B. So we want to add that one. So let's try to also style this one, so to make that relative. So I mean, we made this parent as relative, so let's make this one as the absolute thing. Absolute, and let's add in this top full and left to be a 0, and some margin at the top, and width I want it to be 80, or let's have this transform, and they translate in x direction. So I'm just going to calculate this one, like subtracting 12 pixel from 50%. So I'm just going to add this, simple styling. So just how much you want to translate in the negative x direction, and if you want to like just be showcased always on top of the other components that we have, we can just add in the z index. So I'm just going to add this one, like let's say 100 for now. Okay, and now here let's try to add in the transparent div. So I'm just going to add again, make this one the absolute, and like in the top let's add some in -2 and write it to be 0. In width let's make this one full, and height of 2. Okay, and now let's try to wrap the things inside this div, that content. We will come to the styling. I will just wanted to first add this content. So the first thing that I wanted to add, like I said, let's add the header for, like let's say this keyboard shortcuts. I think now if we just see, you should see now on hovering, you are seeing this keyboard shortcuts and all. That's fine. So if we style this div that we are trying to wrap it properly, it will look better. Okay, so after this one, let's try to wrap the shortcuts and all, like one by one inside this thing. Okay, so let's make this as repetitive. So I'm just going to add inside this one. We'll have a lot of divs here, so bear with me because I'm not that good at styling and all. That's fine. So, and here let's say I'm just going to say this as like toggle window, and we should see that this toggle window thing, and in here again standard whatever we were adding before, the inside this pan. I'm just going to add it here, this command key which is going to be the command icon, and just below this span let's add in the B, which is the shortcut key for us. So if you just want to see, you can see this command V that we have, and I'm just going to style this in a bit, so no need to worry about that. And here let's try to show the small text what this does. So basically I'm just going to add in the text like show or hide this window. Yeah, so that's what we have here. Fine. So this is like one section for one shortcut. Like this we are going to add in multiple things. So maybe let's try to style this better so that we can just reuse and change these commands for other things. Okay, so the main div that we have, let's try to add some padding in all directions, and text I want it to be extra small. Background, let's make this one to be black, like 80. Backdrop, I'm just going to blur this medium, and rounded, let's make this one large and add in this border, and the border color I'm just going to add it here, this white. And text, let's make this one to be white like 90, and the shadow I'm just going to add this large shadow. Okay, and for this one, so let's add some space in y direction like 4. Yeah, in the header all we are going to do is just make this font size to be a medium, and I'm just going to truncate this if it's bit lengthier. Yep, and now let's again add some space in y direction, and at least now it should start to look better. Yep, and now if we style this thing, it should also start to look better. And now here let's make this one the cursor pointer, make this rounded, and padding in x direction 2, in y direction let's say make 1.5. Let me just hide this one. Yeah, and on over we'll just change this background color to white, and add in this transition colors. Yep, and here on click we need to toggle this window, so I'm just going to add this one to do, so which we will add all of these actual functions, so that's fine. And here again let's make this one flex, item center, justify between, and this text, let's just apply this truncate styling, and then we should be good for that text. And this div, let's make this one flex, gap of 1, and I'm just going to add in this flex shrink 0. Okay, and the styling for this pan, make this background to be white color, and padding in x direction let's say 1.5. So yeah, I'm just going to be quick here, so these are like minor changes, you can just take care how you wanted to adjust. 10 pixels, and let's add in this leading none. Okay, the same thing let's apply to this as well, background and this leading none. And the styling for this text p tag, let's say text size I want it to be like 10 pixel, and leading let's add in this relaxed, and text color I'm going to make this one as white, like let's say like 70, that should do. And add in here this truncate and margin top 1. Yeah, I think yeah, now we should be good. So if I just open this one, Yeah, now it is already starting to look way better. So yep, so we have this thing, and on hovering we have this shortcuts and all. That's looking good for me. And let's try to add the same thing for others as well. So let me just copy this whole div that we have, and we will just change the shortcuts for that. So the next is to take screenshot. So here as well, I'm just going to add it, this one, the text, it's going to be take a screenshot. And this one, I'm just going to change this thing, and here the text should be this command H. Yeah, I think we should be good for that. Instead of this screenshot of the current window, you can just say like be specific, take a screenshot of the, like, let's say the problem statement. Okay, so now if we just see that, we should see like, yeah, take screenshot, and we have this command H and all. And now let's add similar way the div to showcase the solve command. So I'm just going to change this text first, process screenshot, and this is going to be solve problem, and this solve the problem, and this one should be the enter command enter. And yeah, so now if I just hover, we have like this thing. Okay, and this one should be showcased, and I want this one to be little bit dynamic styling. So basically we wanted to enable this only if we have the screenshot count. So let's make this styling little bit dynamic. Yeah, so if the screenshot count is greater than 0, so we'll not apply anything. Else I'm just going to apply this opacity, and also cursor should not be allowed. Yep, yeah, and that's fine, so ignore, it's possibly undefined. And here as well, you can just add in a check. If the screenshot count is equals to 0, we are just going to return, and we are not going to process any logic there. And just the solve problem, and the text and all also, let's try to make this one dynamic. So like based upon the screenshot count is greater than 0, so I'm just going to add a text like, generate a solution based on the current problem. Else the text that I wanted to show is take a screenshot if we don't have any screenshot to generate a solution. Okay, I think, yeah, this text should be fine. And yep, in same way, let's just copy this div and add it below just for more things. And here now, this is for deleting the last screenshot thing. So let me just change the text here, then delete last screenshot, and the again here also let's try to make this one depending upon delete the last screenshot, or no screenshots to delete if there is no screenshot taken. And this one, it is going to be command plus L, though we have not added this, but these are all the placeholders. And finally, after this, and still if we have any, we'll just add it like this, the screenshots. And here now I'm just going to add this language selector. So add some padding at the top and also some margin at the top, and I'm just going to add some border at the top too.
border, let's make this white color, let's say like 10. And now I'm just going to close this div. So inside this one, let's just import this language selector component that we have, and I'm just going to pass in the current language and set language thing. Okay, so now if we see this thing, ideally we should see this thing. Yeah, you can see. So whatever we just added, it should just showcase this language selector that we added. So you can just see, okay, the change is needs to be handled. The set language, which we will take care, but at least the component displays is what we wanted. And then finally for API key settings, just let me just add the div which is going to help open the settings dialog. Okay, so here I'm just going to add some margin at the bottom and padding, and also the space in y direction. All right, so let me just close this thing, and here let's add the text like AI API settings. Maybe we'll wrap this one inside a span tag. Okay, yeah, and then I'm just going to add a small button, so which is going to say settings, and it should open that. Okay, so if we see this thing here, we don't have any styling and all, so if we just make it look better, then it will make sense. So let's just make this flex items. I'm just going to center that, justify, let me just between that, and text, let's say like 13 pixel, and font type, let me make this one medium. Text color, I'm just going to make this one white. Okay, and this button alone, if we just make this one text size 11 pixel, and also let's remove the other styling that I don't want. So I'm just going to make this background a little bit white color, and on hover, let's make this 20. Yeah, I think rounded, let's just make this rounded, and padding, let's change this one to more padding in x direction and y direction. I think now we should be good. And here on click, so on click I am supposed to open settings portal. Okay, so here I'm just going to add it, this to do section, like open settings dialog. Okay, yep, and now let's have a look at it. So it should start to look better. Yeah, this is the API settings, and then the thing. So this is the Q commands component. Of course, here I'm just going to add it, this, it is not going to be undefined so that we don't see this type issues. So wherever we are referring this one, so let's just make sure this is defined. And yeah, I'm just going to, yep, now we are good, though we don't have any functionalities that we have added, but at least the shape of the UI that we want to see is looking good. So now we should add the functionalities for it to like work and all, like whenever user presses on that respective command, it should trigger that respective logic. So let's try to add them and test it out if it's working the way we want it or not.
So we will add those triggering logic, but just before that, let's just fix this language change logic, and also this tooltip also let's try to handle this dynamically. So I'm just going to uh, wrap this inside use effect hook, just depending upon this tooltip visible. Let's try to adjust its height. So let our tooltip height, I'm just going to set this to 0, and if this tooltip dot current and this tooltip is visible, then inside this I'm just going to increase this one by client height, not client height, let's take offset height, yeah, by 10, and then I'm just going to propagate the changes to the parent element like this. I think, yeah, this is just way to dynamically adjust the tooltip height. Okay, and for language thing we should handle inside our this section, and also we initialized this. Now where is this get platform inside here, but we don't have actual logic here, so this should be simple. So I'm just going to add that thing. So get platform, so this is should be just process.platform, and I think it should be good for us. So that's the small change for us to get the platform that we are running in. And now let's go to this main app that we have. So here first let's try to anyhow we are not using this one, so maybe I'll just remove this which we added for testing purpose, and this one as well let's just remove. And here let me define this interface for our app config, because I wanted to access the language property, so to not throw us this error. So I'm just adding this config, so which is going to have the API key and then this API provider. So this is going to be either OpenAI or Gemini. So I'm not adding Anthropic, so you can just add it. You should be good by now how to add. So this extraction model, I'm just going to add this one, this solution model, and also the debugging model. Yep, and then this language, which should be good, and the theme. Let me just remove this one. So that is the app config that we have, and now let's define the state variable for storing the current language. So by default I'm setting this one to Python, and yeah, and in our mark initialized let's also set our global is initialized to true, and now we should try to set the language. So let me just be specific, this is of app config, and now if we have this config I'm just going to try to get this language, and if we have this language let's try to update it to our local state variable. Okay, and also here when we are trying to clean this I'm going to set this is initialized back to false, and the callback function to handle this language change. So let me just add it here and wrap it inside this use callback, and we need to just update our local state variable, and also let's change this global variable. Okay, fine. And now instead of this hard-coded Python and all, we'll pass actual current language and this callback change. And now whatever we change the language, and that will be reflected, and we can now go ahead and test it. So let me try to test this one. So I'm just going to toggle the visibility of our window, and then we can just check this thing. So let's try to check this one. Yeah, now you can see. So if I just change, it's going to change to Python. Let me change this to Go, and it is changing to Go and all. Okay, fine. So let's set this one back to Python, and then we should be good. So this is what we have, and hopefully we made decent changes in the files. So let's just give a small commit. Let's just add the commit message whatever we just did. So what we did is just add language selector component and wrap that one inside q commands, which is just showcasing this way for us to take screenshot, solve it and all, which are just UI things but not actual functional, which we will do after this commit. Okay, so I'm just going to commit this, and I'm going to add here this add language selector and this q commands component of shortcuts. Okay, I think yeah, it might not be appropriate the right way the commit message, but that's fine. I think this should do. So that's what we did, add language selector and q commands component of shortcuts. So I'm just going to commit this, and now we have this, and now we should start focusing on adding the way to handle or triggering screenshots, toggling main window, and whatever the screenshots shortcuts that we added, deleting lost screenshots and all those things. So for us to get started with, the place is go to the handler that we have, and this is where we should start adding the actual things. Okay, so let me try to handle one by one. The first thing is the trigger screenshot. So in here, let's make this one asynchronous, and inside this one, first let's try to get this main window using main window. And if we have this main window, let's try to wrap this logic inside try catch block, and we are going to get the screenshot path using this take screenshot. And of course we will take this preview, so whatever the suggestion that we are getting, so that's what exactly we'll be trying to handle. So get the image preview and then send the screenshot taken, and then we are going to return here this success as true. Okay, and here the success is false, failed to take screenshot, and then finally this also like success is false, main window not found. So this is simple logic for triggering a screenshot, and similar way let's try to handle for the other things. So I'm just going to handle this toggle main window. So again let's make this one asynchronous, and this should be very simple. So all we are going to do is just return this toggle dips dot main window. Okay, fine. And then next let's try to handle deleting last screenshot. Okay, and let me just close this, and here let's try to handle in try catch block. So we'll get the queue. So this one, first we want to get this view. So depending upon this view, I want to get the queue. So if it's a queue, let's get screenshot queue, else we'll get the extra screenshot queue. And if you want, you can just console this queue as well, just to check if we are getting this the right queue or not. And then let's also make sure check that if this queue dot length is 0, then I'm just going to send a success as false and no screenshot to delete. Else let's try to get this last screenshot into this variable. So I'm just going to keep it simple, just refer to a last length that we have, and accordingly I'm just going to get that and make a call to our delete screenshot by passing in the screenshot.
and let's try to get now this main window using this depth.gain main window. And if main window is not null and also this main window is not like destroyed, then I'm just going to send here the screenshot deleted. Okay, so no need to send that because we want just acknowledging, that's all. And I'm just going to return this result, and else we'll try to catch the error in the catch block and just send success false with some error message. Okay, and I think we should be good, we're almost there. And so this is the delete last screenshot. And the another thing let me handle is opening settings portal. So this, let me add this open settings portal asynchronous. Let's try to get this main window. Same thing, I'm just going to check this main window, and I'm just going to send the event like show settings dialog. Okay, so this is going to help us like send to UI. This is what we will be listening to, and then I'm just going to return success false. Okay, so maybe let's just give you again brief walkthrough. So triggering screenshot, we're just getting main window and call these take screenshot, get the preview, and then we will be sending screenshot taken event to the front end with this data screenshot path and preview, and that's what we'll be showcasing. And same this delete last screenshot and all this thing, which should be simple. Yeah, now we had it here. And also let me try to add the shortcut for deleting last screenshot. So it should be, yeah, this is what we want, get main window. And if we have this, let's just add it here, the screenshot deleted. Okay, and you can just console as well or delete last screenshot. So I think from backend side, this is the IPC handler, we are good. So now we need to go to this types definition that we have. So let's try to add one by one. So trigger screenshot, so we are going to return success boolean or error string, that's an object of a promise that we are going to return. And delete last screenshot, so pretty much the same. And open settings portal, it's the same. And then on delete last screenshot, so we should be adding that too, so that we can update the display that we are doing. So this is the callback function. And then on show settings, so I'm just going to add these events. Yeah, I think, yeah, these are the things. And now we need to add this logics in our index.ts, the preload. So first is let's add this trigger screenshot. All we are going to do is just try to invoke trigger -screenshot, which we just added in our IPC main IPC handler file. And now on delete last screenshot, so this is what we'll be subscribing to. And we will be listening onto screenshot -deleted event. And then wherever we are referring to this, we can just update our screenshots, or just call refetch of screenshots, so that we will just have latest updated screenshots. Okay, and on just cleaning, we are just removing listener to this screenshot deleted. And now the other things is delete the last screenshot. So I'm just going to call this delete last screenshot thing. And then this open settings portal, we need to call this open settings portal. Yep. and on show settings, show dialog. Okay, so now we have this backend logic and also the way to call these functions from the UI using window object. So now what should we do is, let's start adding the logic, okay, one by one. So let's first go to the app.tsx. So this is where we should start adding the use effect listener for our showcasing the settings dialog or not. So here I'm just going to add something like unsubscribed settings. So here on show settings, I wanted to set is settings is open, and in the cleanup we should just let's remove this thing. Yeah, okay, yeah. So what does this mean? So we will be listening on to on show settings that we have just added in our index.ts. So here on show settings, whenever there is something emit happens from the backend to this show settings dialog, so then that will be triggering, and then accordingly we will set the is settings open to true, and whenever that is true, so we will show this settings dialog. Okay, that is what is happening here. So that's how we'll be listening to it. And now let's go to our q commands. That's where we should handle most of our logic. So first is to trigger screenshot. So now we can just remove this to do thing, and let's try to handle inside this try catch block. So let me just try to get this result using, and let's make this one as asynchronous. And here yeah, I think I can just take this help directly, and yeah, I'm just going to close this. So we are just calling this trigger screenshot function. If it is success, so I'm just going to console this thing. So else we don't need, and here I can just show the toast. So for us to use this toast message, I can just first let's import this use toast. Yep, and here I'm just going to get this show toast, and now let's try to show some message that we wanted to let's just try to show only if there is error. So and here I can just console the same thing. Success we don't want to show that, so fail to trigger, and I'm just going to console that. And also here we can just say this some error, and I'm just going to say like fail to trigger screenshot and this thing. And here as well, let's just show this toast message. So now the logic to trigger screenshot is added. So next is to so just let's keep going down. So wherever we have the logic to handle other things, so I'm just going to add that. So this process screenshot we still don't have that, so we will take care. And this toggle main window and all we can add that thing now, which we just added. So let's make this one as asynchronous and try to just call this. Yeah, I need to add this catch block, and then we should be good. Okay, so here this toggling main window, which is just simple thing that it is just added, like we just added for triggering screenshots. Okay, so we are just calling this one, and if it's not success and all, same thing that we did, and process screenshot, which I will add this one, and here it should be delete last screenshot. So we should just trigger call that logic here. So let me first make this one as well asynchronous, and here let's try to handle inside this try catch block. So I'm just going to call this delete last screenshot, and if it is not success, so I'm just going to show that toast message, and same thing here as well. Let's try to show this toast message, and yeah, it should work pretty much fine now. And also now we have here open settings thing, so now I can just make the call directly to our open settings portal. So let me just add it here dialog simple thing, so window dot electron api dot open settings portal. Okay, so this is like the core logic that the triggering thing that we added. And one more thing that we need to handle is let's keep listening to the callback functions here. So like we added here on screenshot taken, so we should also keep listening to the on delete last screenshot, so that we can trigger refresh again and showcase that. So that's what we added here on this on delete last screenshot that we wanted to keep listening to. So that is one here. I just need to add it here. So let me just, yeah, we have here. So I'll be listening to this last screenshot. So here what we are going to do is, let me just make this asynchronous callback function, and here first we will check if the screenshot's length is greater than 0. If that is the case, I'm just going to trigger this handle delete screenshot with the last index. Okay, else let's try to show the message that no screenshots to delete. Okay, now this it's going to be clean, and this is how, like, whenever we delete the last screenshot, it was just going to show the updated list. I think now we are good of just checking out this triggering logic and the shortcuts that we just added, and hopefully we should not see any issues. So let's give it a try. So I'm just trying to, like, let's try to restart the application, and yeah, fine. So now let's just close this developer window. Okay, so I'm just clicking on this text for screenshot, so it should trigger the logic that we added. So you see now, so it triggered, so without even command H, so it's working with the on click things. And here now whenever we click on this, it should toggle the visibility, which is working fine, and it's hiding the visibility. And again now here if I click this take screenshot, okay, I think we have not added this one. So let me search for take screenshot here. Yeah, this is where I should add again the same logic which we just added the above. So yeah, I think now we should be good. Same thing, simple thing. Okay, so let me just again show this again. So let's try to trigger this, and now it's working. So this is taking screenshot on click, and this we have not added a logic. And now if I click on this delete last screenshot, it should just delete. Yeah, it did work. Okay, so same thing. Now if I just click on this settings, so we are listening on to onshore settings in our main this app.tsx file, and if I click on this one, it should open this dialog for me. Yep, so this is what it opened for me. So this styling settings dialog, let's just add in like 60%. Okay, so let's open this again. Yeah, now it's looking good. So yeah, this is opening now. So whatever the logic that we added to trigger, it's pretty much working. And if I just do control command L, it should work, the shortcut that we just added. So the logic of triggering the screenshots, and let me just add one more, just yeah. So the logic of triggering screenshots, and from this UI components, like on click and all, they are working fine to whatever we just added. Okay, so now we just made some changes. So let me just make this commit. So again, we can just have a reference to fall back onto. So what we did is just add a screenshot triggering, and this deletion, and like settings dialog trigger. Okay, yeah, I think that should do. Yeah, so that's what we did. So now I'm just committing that. So that's what the changes we made. Okay, and now whatever it is related to screenshot management and shortcuts to trigger from UI to backend, and accordingly keep listening to the changes on front end and reflect the same, we are solid, we are good. And the next thing that we should be thinking about is, now we have screenshots, so we should worry about the logic to write how can we process the screenshot and try to showcase the problem statement and the solution related to that, and all related to those capabilities we should focus on. So let's get started with the same helper function like we just created for others, like screenshot manager and all. Similarly, I'm just going to create an helper for us, like processing manager or something like that, and we will focus on adding core logic there, and again add IPC handler events, and accordingly communicate between a renderer and process. So let's create processing manager file. Alright then, so let's create this file, processing manager, inside this library folder. Okay, and as usual, first let's try to define the interface for this manager class. So I'm just going to define this interface. So the things that we need, I'm just going to add all of that thing. So first I want this getting the main window. So this is going to be of type browser window, or it can be null. So that's the thing. And then we need an screenshot manager. So that's where we should trigger the screenshot related functionalities. So let me just get this screenshot manager too. So I'm just going to import this one, and the view that we are currently in. So this is going to be either queue or the solutions or this debug that we normally added in the other helpers. And now to set view, just to update the view, and then the function which is going to help us get the problem info. So I'm just going to, for now, just specify the return type as any, and then this set problem info. Let me just remove this, all of these things, and to get the screenshot queue for us. So this is going to be of type the string array, and get extra screenshot queue, which is again going to be a string array. The function to clear the queues, so I'm going to add this one, and the function to take the screenshot. This is going to be the callback function returning promise of a string, and getting this image preview. So here we are just going to pass in the path
which is a string, and yeah, this is what this function is going to be. And then this function to delete the screenshot, where we pass in this path, and here we expect the return type to be either success of boolean and error of type string object, and either then the last things, whether did we debug or not. So this is for that state, and I'm just going to add in here get has debugged, and finally we are going to add in here this processing events. So this is going to be for type. So I'll be needing them in my main index file as well. So let me try to add that to our state file, and then I can just refer that as from that file, okay, rather than defining here it again defining it there. So for us, I want that to be part of our state object, okay. So like we added here the problem info, so let me add here the global state as well for as debugged. So initially I'm just going to set this one to false, and then this processing events. Here first thing, the events that I wanted to have is no screenshots. So this is going to be something like processing no screenshots, and then the API key invalid check and all those events. So I'm just going to add in here these events that we will be making use of it. Then this initial started of this processing, so I can just add the same thing like initial start, then the state of like problem extracted from the screenshot. So this is for that, so I'm just going to add this one. Then this solution, did we successfully get this? So this is for that, the events, and if there is any error when we are trying to get this solution, so we can just capture that as well here. So I'm just going to add in this thing solution error, and then finally for debug thing, and then we should be good. So maybe later if we need anything more, we are just going to add them, okay. So here debug success, and then this debug error should be good, and then let's just remove all of these things, okay. Yeah, now I have this processing events, maybe I can take help of them here. So all I'm going to do is just type of import that state. So I can just like I'm just going to export this thing, and then I should be able to access this now. Yeah, okay. So like this is like the blueprint for our processing manager. And now let's start creating, and then maybe I'll just minimize this one. And yeah, so let's start creating this class, which I'm just going to name this as a processing manager. And let's add in the same way that we added the processing manager and the interface, the dependencies, and the other things that we need is the first thing, the screenshot manager. So I'm just adding this one, and then the clients for our the AI providers. So let me add those things as well here. This OpenAI client, so this can be either OpenAI or of type null, and then the Gemini client is what we want. So here again this is going to be of this type, and we don't have this dependency, so I need to add that one. So let me just add this Google generative iPhone. Okay, I misspelled it. So Google generative AI. So Yeah, so now we have this dependency added, and now we should not see the issue. Yep, so we have this client, and other clients, if you wanted to support, you can just add it, but I think for now this should do. And then let's try to create a bot controllers for API request. Okay, so I'm just going to add those things as well, like current processing about a controller. So whenever a user wanted to stop in between, so we'll take use of this. And the same thing for like current extra processing, so that is debugging thing. Okay, so extra processing about controller. And now here inside this constructor, so we need to initialize the screenshot manager. That's why we are getting that error. So like I'm just initializing this, and now we should initialize the AI clients. So for that, let's just create a simple helper private function. So I'm just going to name this as initialize like AI client. So let me just return here this void type and try to wrap this inside this try catch block. And the first thing, let's try to get this config. So I can just now use this config manager thing. So let's just import this one and call this load config function, which is going to help us get the config. And here we are going to check the provider, so that is the API provider. So if this is equals to OpenAI, then we need to initialize OpenAI client. Okay, and also let's check for this API key, then we are going to initialize this thing. So new OpenAI config API key, and you can just configure other things like timeout and all those things. So let me just add in here this timeout, let's say 60 seconds. So I can just add here thing, and max retries be, let's say 2, that should do. And then other things, we can just set this one to null. Okay, and then you can just console that OpenAI client initialized successfully. Okay, yep. And now in the else section, if something went wrong and we were not able to initialize the OpenAI client correctly, then I can just set this to null, and also the others also to null, and console that OpenAI client not initialized, no API key found, or something like that. And now if it's a Gemini, and again we are going to straight away set the OpenAI client to null and check for the API key. And if we have that, I'm just going to so it should be just the config directly provide this API key. Yep, and the Gemini client initialized successfully, we can just console that. And others, I'm just going to set it to null if API key we have not found in our config. Alright, I think this should be good. And now for the overall try that we added, I just need to add this catch block, and here we should just say error initializing the AI client, and then set those both of them to null. Fine, and this function needs to be called here, this dot initialize AI client. So now this is going to help us initialize the respective provider client based upon the whatever the user has configured, and that we are going to pull from the config.json file using the config manager that we have just created. Okay, so now we have just added this. Maybe we can just what is the error? Okay, so for now we can just ignore this TypeScript error for this, like anything and all. So that's fine. So now we have made like just initialized OpenAI clients. Maybe we can give just a small commit here. So I'm just going to add this add processing manager with like AI client initialization. Okay, fine. So I'm just adding this one. And now next thing, let's try to focus on all the core functions that we can think of are needed inside the processing manager.
and try to create them. Okay, so that's what we will try to create now. So yeah, one at a time, let's try to create all the functionalities that we need from this processing manager. So let me just go back to this and minimize this a bit. Yep. So yeah, one the helper function, just simple private helper functions that I want. I want to get the language that the user has selected, so we will try to write a simple uh, function which is going to help us get the language. So I can just here return this promise of type string, and inside this let's try to wrap inside the try catch block. Again, let's try to get this config, and if we have this config.language, we are just going to return config.language. Else we will try to fall back to window and try to get the language using that window dot global variable language variable. Okay, so if we don't have that here, I'm just going to get this main window. So that's why we added into our interface. So this helps us to get our main window, and now we check if we have this main window and use it and try to wrap this logic again in try catch block. I'm going to try to get this language using this main window dot web contents by executing JavaScript. So that should be just trying to access this window dot the language that variable, and this is going to give us the value present in that variable. Okay, so now we just check if this type of language is string, and also the language, just type checking and also making sure that it's not undefined. And also let's just check for this null too. Okay, so if this is all satisfied and we have value, then I'm just going to return this language. Else let's just console that we were not able to get this language from main window. And one thing we can do is to just make sure that our window is initialized, we can just wait till that is initialized, and then try to access this try to yeah, get the value of this language. So for that, what we can do, I can just write simple helper which we are going to wait for till it is initialized. Okay, so let's name this as wait for initialization, the function name, and here I'm just going to pass in the main window. And here what we are going to do is, let's just try to see how many times we can attempt. So max attempts, I'm just going to say, like, 50. So this is like 5 seconds. You will this timing. So here, while this attempts is less than max attempts, so what I'm going to do, let's try to get is initialized value. Yeah, so main window dot web contents dot execute JavaScript, and then try to access the variable that we created, which is initialized. Okay, so this is the variable which we have created, and now we just check if it is initialized. Then I'm just going to return from this function. Else we will just try to wait here and keep incrementing the attempts, and make sure we can execute, try to access only once this is initialized. Okay, this is a simple helper function, and now here I can just try to call this thing so that we don't get any error. Okay, so this is just simple way of making sure it is initialized. All right, so I think getting the language and also this fallback, not the language that we speak, it's a Python. So, and also maybe I can return here as well as Python. Yeah, and then we should be good. So this is going to help us get the language. You will see where we are going to use that eventually. So now the other functions, that is, now let's try focusing on the core function, which is going to help us process the screenshot that we take. Okay, so I'm just going to name that accordingly. So process screenshot helper, and here we are going to pass in the screenshot list, which it's going to be an of type array of object, which is going to have this path and the data. Okay, so and then the signal, just to, maybe we might not need this, but I'm just adding it. Later we'll remove if we don't need the supporting of the signal. All right, so now we are inside this one. Let's again try to handle inside try catch block. First thing, as usual, let's try to get this config, and then the language, the helper function which we just created above, and then this main window which we need. So I'm just going to take the help of this get main window, and so let's try to do it step by step. So what do we need? So first we need to extract the problem info, right? So for that, let me just try to get this image data list. So I'm just going to get this image data list using the screenshots and try to iterate through them, and for each screenshot that we have, I'm just going to get this data. Okay, this is going to give us the image data list, and here we can just add in placeholder for now. Maybe if we wanted to update the user on progress, though we might not listen to this, but I'm just going to add how you can add that progress handling and showcase it accordingly in the UI. Okay, so we can do it like this. If main window, then all we can do is try to yeah use this web contents and try to send. Let's say I'm just going to add in here processing status and showcase here the message as like analyzing problem like from screenshots, yeah, something like that. In the progress you can just add in the metadata, so whatever you can set this one to 20. So if you're listening, you can just showcase the loader accordingly for good user experience. Okay, fine. And now the problem info is what we should get, this problem info, and here let's try to check now the provider. So based upon that, yeah, if it's the OpenAI, then I'm going to check if we have this OpenAI client initialized. Then if it's not initialized, I'm just going to initialize this one, and still if we see that it is null, then I can just return from here with the success as the false, and error we can just say fail to initialize OpenAI client. Yep, so that's this thing. And now if we have, let's try to prepare the structure, the messages that we wanted to prepare for it to send it to chat completion. So first is the system rule, which let's try to define this as the const, and this content, let me just add in the text that I already have it here. So basically I'm just adding just simple instruction the way that I want, and how it want to behave. Okay, so I'm just adding it here. So basically you are a coding challenge interpreter. Analyze the screenshot of the coding problem and extract all relevant information return the information in JSON format with these fields like problem statement, constraints, example input or example output. Just return the structured JSON without any other text. Okay, you can change the prompt whichever you feel it is more suitable, but I'm just adding this one. Okay, so now this is the thing, and the role, which is the user, and now this content we should pass in this image data as well. Here first thing is this type, the text that I'm just going to pass in here. I'm just going to add it here, so that also, like, I just have this instruction, so let me just add it here. Okay, so let's I'm just going to remove this. Alright, so this is the message that I added, like extract the coding problem details from these screenshots written in JSON format. Preferred coding language we are going to use for this problem is language, so whatever we got from the above private function which I've written. Okay, and after that I need to pass in this image data. So yeah, image data dot list and type as the image underscore URL, and all we need to do is try to attach this image URL, okay, in the base64 encoded format. Okay, so for this URL I'm just going to attach in here this data. Now we have the messages format that we need to send it to our provider. Okay, so now we have this one, the messages. So let's try to store this response in this extraction response, and here all I'm going to do is try to call the chat completions and create here this model. We are going to use this config dot extraction model, or by default I'm just going to use this GPT-4o mini or GPT-4o and attach in this messages and the max tokens. Let's set this one to be like 4000, and you can set here the response format or ignore. So I'm just going to ignore because we have provided in instructions, but you can just play with it. Okay, fine, and that's just temperature config. So now we made a call and try to get this response in try catch block. So I'm going to get this response text. So the extraction response, the choices of this messages dot content, and if this response text is equals to null, then there is something issue. So I'm just going to say that no response from OpenAI. If not, then we should first try to get this JSON text. So you can just try to replace whatever the JSON is, the format that it gives. Sometimes it's going to be in this way, like it just going to give us a JSON and this backticks and all. So you can just apply any pattern and just observe like a couple of responses and accordingly add it. Okay, so I'm just adding this check for now, and let's try to trim this, and then finally we are going to pass that JSON text that we got above into our the problem info variable that we initialized above. Okay, so here, and if there is any issues, we are going to just throw the success as false, and then fail to parse OpenAI response. We can just say more text if you wanted to. Okay, fine. Now that was the case. If it is the OpenAI client. Okay, so let me just remove all of these things. Okay, so let's close this one. So now we need to check if this provider is Gemini, then we need to handle the same way for Gemini. Okay, so again try to call this initialize client, and again if we don't have this, I'm just going to return this false, that failed to initialize Gemini client. and if it is not the case, then let's try to handle inside this try catch block. Let's just remove this thing. Okay, so now this try catch block, and let's try to prepare this again messages format that we want to send it to that. So I'm just going to name this as Gemini parts, and again same the text. Let's try to prepare here this object, the same thing that we have above. Maybe we can just take that. Let me just expand here the messages. Okay, so I'm just going to take this text that we have. So let's just try to pass it here. So the same thing, extract the coding problem details from the screenshot, written in JSON format and all. And now all we need to do again, pass in this image data list, and here the format is bit different. So here we need to send this as like inline data, and here I need to set this MIME type here, which in our case it's going to be a PNG type. So, and also the data I'm just going to attach here. So now we have this messages Gemini parts that we want, and next what we are going to do is let's try to initialize this model. So I can just get using this generative model, and yeah, model is the config.extraction model, or we are going to pass in here this 2.0 flash model, and let's remove this thing. And then once we have this model set, let's try to capture this result. So model.generate content, and here instead of directly passing it this one, let's try to add it here, this type, the user and parts. Now I'm just going to attach here the sorry, it's not the type, it should be the rule. So that's why we are getting that issue. And now this config, we can just add in like some temperature. You can just play with this number, and whichever is giving a better result, you can just use that. And now we should give here the system instruction. So the same thing that I used for about things, so I'm just going to add it the same instructions. So same your coding challenge interpreter and all the stuff we saw in about OpenAI client. Now we have this thing, so let's try to get this response. So you can just try to get this using this result.response, and also now check if there is no response. You can throw that no response from Gemini, else get the response text. So that I can, yeah, we just need to access this text function thing, and you can just console the text whatever we got. And also I'm just going to be sure that we got this response, and if there is no response, I'm just going to throw this error message that no response we got from this thing. And the same way you can just try to parse that. And yeah, and now here also, like I'm just going to throw the same thing, like fail to parse Gemini response and all. Okay, so that's what we are going to do, and you can add any additional message that you wanted to. So we almost done with the clients getting response from the the providers. And now here we need to send the processing status as like here what are we going to send is, let's say this message as problem analyzed. So I might not add this in any UI, but you can just add a listeners to UI and showcase the loaders or text accordingly. Okay, so here let's say that problem analyzed successfully, and then next thing what we need to do is preparing to generate solution. Okay, in progress. I'm just going to update this one to 40. All right, so now once we have this problem statement, so let's try to update our global state. So this one we can do using our dependencies and set problem info, and that's why we added this as in our interface. So now this will be there in our global state, and we can showcase it in our UI and all. Okay, yep. And after this we need to try to focus on generating the solution. Okay, so again let's try to check from main window, and again here I'm just going to send, like, let's try to send first success event. So that is I can just use this processing events dot problem successfully extracted, right? So I'm just going to send this, and the data we are going to attach in this problem info. Okay, now we need to generate solutions, and for that we do not have any logic and all, so we have to focus on first writing a private helper functions which can help us do that. So this try catch block that we have, let's try to say some message that failed to process screenshot occur. Okay, something like that. You can be more specific and try to handle some error codes from the client providers that we are using, and then add it here. Okay, but that's fine for now, this should do. So now the generating solution helper is the function that we need, and then once we have that we are good. So like I have, so maybe just open this one, and let's add in this to do, add solution generation here. So now I'm just, let's focus on creating that function only. So let's minimize this one, and here I'm just going to create that helper function, private async. Let's add in this generate solution helper class, and here again let's pass in about signal. Maybe we might not use it, but that's fine, later we can just remove if we don't want. So now inside this again let's try to handle in the try catch block, get this problem info, that is what we need. Now we can just use now get problem info getter function which is going to give us that, and the language which is important, that is the language the solution should be generated in, and then this config, let's use this config manager to load the config, and the main window. Okay, so the first check that we need to make sure is if we have the problems info or not. So if we don't have, then there's no use for us to go ahead in this logic. So I'm just going to throw this no problem info form, and after this we can just update the processing status. So here the message that I'm going to add it here as, like, creating you can just write any text that you wanted to write, like optimal solution with a detailed explanation or something like that, and progress you can just change it to 60. Okay, and now what we need to do, we need to prepare a prompt. So here I'm just going to add in this prompt which I already have. So, and I'm just going to add it into this prompt text. So let's add it, and then you can just create your own prompt whatever it is, but I'm just going to add the prompt that I have here. So yeah, the prompt is simple. So generate detailed solution for the following coding problem, and here we attach the problem statement the JSON object that we would be storing in that, and then constraints if we have, and example input if we have, example output, and the language that we want the solution to be. And here the instructions, like I need the response in the following format, the code, and then your thoughts, why you approach that solution in that way, and then time complexity, space complexity, and yeah, so just some instruction prompting. Okay, fine. So now we have this prompt with us. What we need to do now, let's create one variable to store this response, like let's name a response content. Okay, fine. Again, we are going to check if the config provider is OpenAI or not, and here let's do the same check that we did. If it's not initialized, I can just right away return that failed to initialize OpenAI client or something like that. And now here let's change this one to like solutions response. Okay, and we are just passing in the solution model in the system. I'm just going to add it here, something like you are an expert coding interview assistant, and I'm just going to add like provide clear optimal solutions with detailed explanation. Okay, and then for user I'm just going to attach the prompt which we just prepared above. And yeah, and you can just specify any other things like max tokens of 4000, temperature 0.2, and then response content I'm just going to directly store inside this variable which we have, solution response choices of messages dot content. Okay, so that is for if the provider was, let's close this one. In here now, else if it's Gemini, the same thing we are going to do. And if we don't have this Gemini client, I'm just going to fail to initialize a Gemini client, and then we need the model. So here you can just set 1.5 flash or 2.0 flash and whatever that you wanted to. And now let's try to generate contents, and here I need to attach in the contents, the role, the user, and the parts I'm just going to attach in the text prompt, and any extra config. So generate config temperature, let's set this to 0.2, and let's not give any system instruction for this. I think this should be good. Okay, fine. And now this response content, let's try to collect from this response.text, and we can just console whatever the value that we want. And I think, yeah, this is what we want from this providers. So if check, okay, let's try to first close this bracket. We have some issue, the brackets are not properly closed, that's why we are seeing that issue. So yeah, let me just fix this. Okay, this is good, and this one, okay. All right, so this if, and then we have this else, And now I need to, yeah, we do have here as well, look close. That's fine, we will fix that. But now once we have this response, we need to make use of that and try to extract the parts from it. So I'm just going to use the expression to just get the code that we want. So code match, yeah, I'm just going to have this check like backticks and all that search. So this is going to help us get the code. So whatever content is present in this code segment, so that is going to give us the code. So now we can just get this code. If there is a code, I'm just going to get from this, else we will just store this response content. Okay, and now we need to extract thoughts, like looking specifically for bullet points or numbered list, something like that. So for that, this again, we need to create this thoughts regex. So if you want to avoid all of this, you can just straight away use Versal's AI SDK and use a generate object in the response format that you want, and you don't have to worry much about this one. So the regex, let me just add in here for the thoughts. So this is the regex, and now for the thoughts match, we can just use that regex and get the thoughts match. And now let's try to collect that into our list of the strings. So this is going to be a string array, and I'm just going to initialize this to empty array for now. And we are going to check first if the thoughts match, and then we have this value at the first index. And first let's try to extract bullet points or number items. So for that, again, let's again try to get those points into this variable. So I think regex, if you want to understand more, you can just gpt it or google it. That should be self-explanatory. So I'm just going to add that pattern as well here. So how we are going to match. So this is the thing we are going to check for. So if we have this bullet point, so if the pattern matches, then I'm just going to get these thoughts into this variable. So let's try to iterate through this and go through each point and try to replace again wherever we have the star and all those things with the empty space. So let me just add that also, the check the replacing what and all we need to replace, and then I'm going to trim. Then let's try to filter. Yeah, now we are going to get into thoughts. Else let's if no bullet points found, then we are just going to split by new lines, and we will just filter empty lines. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. This thoughts match, try to split by new line, and then map, trim it, and then yeah, this is what we are going to do. Fine. And now we need to focus on extracting the complexity information, that is time complexity, and then the space complexity that we want. And also I'm just going to add those two regex as well on the pattern. So you can, again, I'm just saying it again. So if you want to know more about it, gpt it or google it, or if you want to avoid this, you can just use Versal's AI SDK and generate object function, and get the output in the format that you want by defining the chart schema or something like that, which makes more easier. Okay, so this is space complexity pattern and time complexity pattern. And now let's try to add this text time complexity. So here what I'm going to do, let's try to define this the example thing. So I'm just going to refer here the same thing. So yeah, fine. So what you're going to do, so let's just remove this thing. Time complexity, so linear time complexity, because we only iterate through array once. Each time is processed through one time, and hashmap looks up our operations. And this now we have this variables. I'm just going to tell you why. So now let's try to find this match. So I can just use this the pattern that we have and check for this if time match, and we have this thing. Then I'm going to get this time complexity by just trimming it. And if this time complexity is not matching with this big O of the whatever in the brackets that we specified above, so that pattern, let me just add this thing. And so if this is the case, so what we are going to do, so I'm just going to add it here, like big O of in, and then whatever the above value that I have just initialized into variable, I'm going to add it here. Okay, so else if the time complexity does not include hyphen, and it does not include, because I'm going to again check for the notation match. So check here the time complexity if it includes hyphen or not. And also I'm just going to check for because, so I'm just, yeah, so if it doesn't include hyphen and because, then let's try to get this notation match. So the time complexity, I'm just going to add in here, and this pattern regex pattern, and if we have this notation match, then let's try to get this notation. And here I'm just going to get the rest and replace the notation with the empty string. And then the time complexity, it is going to be the notation and the rest. Okay, so yeah, let me just summarize what we did here, this time match. So basically we started first checking with this time pattern, and it just tries to find the match section whatever we added. So what this pattern specifies here is basically it just captures the time complexity section from whatever the multi-line string that was generated, and it looks for time complexity. It is case sensitive, insensitive, so we specified here high, and then optionally followed by is to, and then it captures everything until the next line that starts with the space complexity or the end of the string. So that's what, so this just allows us to span this just allows us to span multiple lines. So same thing for space complexity as well. So but for space complexity. Okay, so that is the thing. And now in this exact check, what we are doing here, if this match is found, and then we are checking here for the pattern. So if this does not include big O notation, so then we try to add a default big O of n and the default string that we just initialized above. Okay, that is the thing. So if that is not the case, then we know it includes big O notation, but it doesn't contain hyphen or the explanation, like, because then we know that the format is somewhere it's not complete. And that is what, like, we first try to extract the notation match, extract the big O notation, and we try to move this one into the front. That is what we are doing. And the whatever the explanation is, just appending at the rest. So that is what this does. So same thing, let's try to do it for the space complexity as well. So I'm just adding the same thing. So let's, yeah, space complexity, whatever I just explained, we are just doing the same for that, and getting the space complexity finally. And once we have all of that, let's try to prepare the final format that we want. So I can just add in this formatted response, so the code that we want, and then this thoughts that we want. So I'm going to check if these thoughts are greater than 0, then I'm just going to add in this thoughts, else I'm going to say that solution approach, it's based on, like, the efficiency and readability or something like that, and then the this time complexity. So let me just provide time and space complexity, and after this I'm just going to return the success true and data as formatted response. Okay, yeah, this should be thoughts.length. And yeah, that is what I'm going to do here. Just return the success and the solution as the instead of solution, we can just change this one to data as the formatted response. And in this catch block, we need to just console that we were not able to generate solutions, and then finally close this function. So this function is almost done, but there is an issue with the brackets. So let's check what we are missing. Maybe I'm just going to minimize this. Okay, it's for the main class that we are missing. Yep, now we are good. This generate solutions helper, and this one needs to be utilized here. So where we had this to do, so what we are going to do here is, let's try to, yeah, collect the solutions response using the solution helper which we just created below. And if it is successful, then what I'm going to do, let's first try to clear any extra screenshots before we move to solutions view, or which I don't have any logic for that, but I'm just going to clear that extra screenshot queue, and then we will try to send the final status update. So this one I'm just going to add this send, and let me just add in this processing status. We are going to add the progress as the 100%, and the message I can say that solution generated successfully. Okay, and also after this one, we can just send the solutions response data, along in this. Now the event, it is going to be that solution success. Okay, so for this actual solution success event listening, the data that we got, we will be sending to it. And here let me just return the success as true, and I'm just going to return this data, and in the health section let's throw that error that failed to generate solutions. Yep, and I guess here also I'm just going to return the success as false, and like we can say that fail to process screenshot or something like that. Okay, so whatever the text that you want, you can just add. So now we have almost like the function that you want, so you can just remove this to do now because we are done with that. So almost the function that we want to process the screenshot helper is done. Now this needs to be exposed to the other places where we can actually trigger this one from IPC handler. So for that let's just create a simple function like a public function where we can use it in our IPC handler. So let me just create this public async process screenshots, and this is going to return a promise of type void. So I'm just specifying the types here, and let's try to get this main window using this dependencies dot get main window. And if there's no main window, I'm just going to return straight away. So let's just not process any logic, and then let's try to get this config from this config manager, and then we will first verify do we have the valid AI client or not. So that I can do it using, let's first check for the API provider, and also I'm going to check this OpenAI client, do we have or not. And if we don't have, I'm just going to throw that like let's first console this one, and also maybe we can say send to UI that problems extracted issue. Okay, so maybe for now I'm just going to let's add this one as processing events. Okay, so something to know that this is where something wrong happened or something. And same thing, let's try to check for the Gemini client. So if it is not initialized, then I'm just going to say it's failed to initialize that, and instead of this problem extracted, we can just say API key invalid. Maybe that makes sense. Okay, so here as well I'm just going to change this invalid. Okay, so that's the check that we just did. Once we made a check, let's try to get in which view we are in, and depending upon view we are going to process the logic differently. So if view is queue, then whatever the function that we just created, we are going to trigger that. So in here let me try to trigger the event saying that we started like initial start. Okay, so this I can get the initial start that we have, and now let's try to get the screenshot queue which is specifically for this view. So let's yeah, screenshot view, and we are going to use this screenshot manager that we have and get the screenshot queue, and you can just console the screenshot queue content as well. And let's first do a check whether the screenshot queue is empty or not. So here I'm just checking this length, and then you can just console that no screenshots to process or no screenshots to found. Yeah, and here then I'm just going to send that no screenshots events. Okay, and now after this let's just remove, then we will check if that file actually exists or not. So that we can just check in this way. So existing screenshots, so let's try to use this and try to get this path. So I'm just going to use this file system and check using this exists. Okay, so let's try to import this one from file system. Okay, so here I'm just going to check that, and let's try to check this length. So if this length is equals to 0, then we know that no existing screenshots to process, and then I'm just going to throw the same event that no screenshots, and then we will return from that. Okay, so let's just do that, and if that's not the case, then let's try to handle in the try catch block. So first I'm just going to initialize this abort controller. So current processing abort controller, so I'm just initializing this, and we can just get the signal from this screenshots just to stop these things in between. Maybe we might not need that, but let's see later if we wanted to keep that or remove it. Okay, so now let's try to get all of these screenshots. So here I'm going to use this and try to transform only the things that we need and get this path. And here in this try catch block, what we are going to do is just return this path and the preview that we need. So I'm just going to use this get image preview, not preview, so we can just pass in this path and get the preview and then this data that we need. So let's try to read that file. I'm just going to provide in this path and convert this into base64, and this error we can just console that and return null. So now we are collecting all these screenshots into this variable. So now we have this screenshots, and let's filter out any null values that we had in that screenshots. So we can just do this, yeah, filter this valid screenshots, and we check again if this valid screenshots is length is 0. So if that is the case, and I'm just going to throw this error saying that no valid screenshots to process. Okay, yeah, so this is the error that I'm going to throw. And now if we have the valid screenshots and we are good, now all we are going to do is try to get this result by passing this one to processing screenshot helper, and it expects the valid screenshots and the signal. So here valid screenshot, let's be specific and specify this is type of array of path of a string and data of string. Okay, and here let's see now if this result is not a success, then I'm going to console this consoles that I'm adding so that we can see in the terminal, see exactly where something is going wrong. Okay, so process failed, and I'm just going to add this thing, and we can send this as main window web contents, this dot dependencies dot processing events initial solution error, and attach in this result dot error. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm going to add in here. If we don't see a success, and we will set back the view back to our queue. So I'm just going to say that resetting view to queue due to error. So yeah, I'm just going to set this to queue and written from here. If that is not the case, so that is we got the successful result. So we can just send in here, instead of this one, solution success, and we need to send here this data. Let me add this result dot data, and also I can console here processing successful result dot data. Let me add here this comma, and now we should set this view so to solutions. Okay, and this error, let me send this solutions error, and also set the queue back to queue whatever it was before. And I'm just and finally what we do is current processing about controller. I'm just going to set this to null. All right, so now here we should add later, so I'm just going to add this one later, implement solutions view processing. Okay, that's what we should do. So basically whatever the function that we wanted to expose, everything we are good in this processing manager. I hope it was not hard for you to understand. Maybe you can just check again. I think we are good. So we added this way for us to process screenshots and all everything. Now this needs to be initialized in our main, and also whenever we are listening. So you remember we config manager, we extended this event emitter so that we can make use of it here. So what do I mean by that is we can keep listening to here this config manager, and let's keep listening to this config hyphen updated event, so that whenever it is changed, something config is changed, we can initialize AI client accordingly. Meaning if API key is changed, if provider is changed and all, we will be reinitializing this thing. Okay, so and now let's go to our main thing, and that is where now I should create in a global state like we did for the other managers. So processing manager, and let me just import this the processing manager. Yeah, I think yeah, let me just remove this one to IPC main. Fine, I think we can just give a short commit because we added almost all the core functions that are needed for us in our processing manager, except for processing extra solutions thing which we will add. It's just going to be similar as whatever we have written, but taking the sources from the extra screenshots queue. So for this, maybe I can add the commit message as like add processing manager core functions. Okay, that's what we did. So I'm just adding this commit, stashing them and committing this. Okay, so now we added the core logic. So now it's time for us to initialize them in our main file. So for that, let's go to our initialize helpers. Okay, so like we did for screenshot messenger and all, we need to do the similar way the processing manager. So this processing manager, we need to set here this get view, set view, getting this problem info. Let's whatever we had in our interface, all we need to pass here and attach to our global state, so that we'll have an instance of processing manager. So here we need to add the way for us to get the screenshot queue, get extra screenshot queue, clear queues, take screenshot, get image preview, delete screenshot, then set as debugged, get as debugged. Okay, getting the main window, get a screenshot manager, and this processing events, it's going to be state.processing events. Okay, now we don't have this whichever it is highlighted in red, so we need to create those things, which should be simple. So let me just create here get problem info, state.problem info, set problem info, and just for any, let me just ignore TypeScript issues and get as debugged. Yep, and set as debug. I'm just going to, yeah, I think this, let's try to return this as null, and now almost we have whatever we need. So get screenshot manager. Okay, so let's go to this processing manager, getting this screenshot manager. Maybe I can just specify here this null as well. So now wherever we are, referring this one, I just need to set this to null so that I don't get here error, and also here maybe just add conditional check here as well. And finally, I think in this function, yeah, here, yep, we are good. And yeah, so simple thing, we just initialized inside our helpers, so that now our global state will have all of the logic that we just defined. So I'm just adding again smaller commit. So let's say let's add process manager to state initializer helper. Okay, so let's just commit this one. All right, so we did that too. Now we initialized and now we have the logic. So now it's time to add that one into our IPC handler, so that we can expose it to the main world and also add the definitions in our preload and then utilize them into our renderer. So for this to happen, the IPC handler in the interface that we have, let me add here the processing events, and yeah, let me import this state. Along with this, I'm going to add in this processing manager, which is going to be of type processing manager or null. So now we have this. Let me just try to add and handle here IPC main dot handle. Let's say that this is going to be like trigger process screenshots the channel. Okay, so and here I'm just going to handle the logic in the try catch block. First we are going to check this config manager as API key or not. So if it is not having, then I should throw this error message. So let's first try to get this main window and then send processing events. Instead of using this, I can make use of this depends directly, API key invalid and success false and no API key found. And if that is not the case, I'm just going to use this processing manager and call this process screenshots function, and we can just return the success, and in the catch block try to handle anything error and console that and process it. Okay, so this is what we added, and of course we are going to see the errors in here because we need to add this additional things for our initializing IPC and log. So for this, what we need to do, just try to add this processing events and the processing manager, just passing in the instance of processing manager from global state to our initialize IPC and log. So now we are good here, and I need to add the shortcut as well. Okay, so that is the command plus enter or control plus enter to start processing our screenshot. So here I'm just going to add the text command plus enter, and let's just remove all of this thing and close this thing. So okay, I'm just going to, yeah, here simple thing, let's not complicate this one. Yeah, we are going to use this processing manager and call this process screenshots, and of course we need to add for this too here this processing manager, and I just need to import from this, and also same thing we need to pass in our main things. So here let me just attach this one state dot processing manager, and it's looking good. Yeah, and that's what we just added, and now we are good on the backend side. Let's go to our preload, and this is very important. We need to add all of the things that we need to take care. So let me add trigger process screenshot. So this is going to be of promise of type success boolean error, any error message, and on solution start. So let me just add this callback thing, and on solution success I'm just going to add this, and also on problem extracted. So let's just remove whichever I don't want for now, later we'll add. Yeah, here again let's try to ignore this any strict check for now. Okay, so what we added is the triggering processing screenshots, that function, and then on solution start, and also on solution success, then problem extracted. And so going to this main preload that we want, let's also here define the state for our processing events. So I'm just going to add, yeah, so API key invalid, no screenshots, initial solution error, then the solution success, problem extracted, then I'm just going to add this initial start. I think then the other things that we need, though I'm just going to add some preset and then debug related, so we can just add it now, yes, and use it later. I think this should do. So let's, I think for now, yeah, maybe if we are missing something we can just come back and add it here. So all of the logic needs to be handled now. So here the trigger process screenshots, we are going to invoke this trigger process screenshots. So that is what we added here in our this trigger process screenshots. So that is what we are invoking whenever this function is called. And now on solution start, we are just subscribing, and here instead of listening to this one, let's use this processing events dot initial start, and I'm just going to keep listening to that, and on unmounting we are just removing that listener. So same thing for on solution success. Again, let's fix this type issue, listening to this solution success, and yeah, and also like do this one last thing for on problem extracted. I'm just listening to this event. Whenever this is invoked, we can get the data in this function in our renderer. I think, yeah, now the exposing into main world, the blueprint and the way to talk to backend logic that we have written related to processing manager and logic and all, they are good, and we are good to consume in our UI components. And then we should create components and try to handle listeners for all these events that we just added. So now let's just give a commit before we go on to UI related components. So I'm just adding here, like let's say that add processing manager into IPC. That's what we have did, and like which is basically being to be specific, like triggering this processing, like the solution start, the problem extraction, and the solution success events. Okay, yeah. So you might not have seen much of UI changes now because it's all about the core logic sits in the Electron process. I think now you should in a while it should, like, I mean, now we will focus on the UI related logic for processing whatever the screenshot that we captured, and see how we can showcase the problem description that we extracted and also the solution and all. Okay, so let's try to add the placeholders for that, and develop the components that are needed to render it on the screen. All right, so for UI related things, the place where we need to add a component specific to the solutions is basically here. So if the view is changed to solutions, and this is where we need to start showcasing the problem statement and the solution that it is going to generate and all. So what we do is, let's try here to listen to the problem extracted callback event. Okay, so this one, what I'm going to do, we are going to trigger only on the value that is going to change based on the view. Okay, so here let me just define here this cleanup functions. Just it's going to be a list of the events that we'll be listening to. So first thing is, yeah, on solution start, what we need to do is basically we should just set the view to solutions. Okay, and now on the problem extracted, so this one we are going to get this data, and let's just keep that one the type to be any for now. And here on problem extracted, so depending upon this view, so if the view is q, what we are going to do is let's create here the query client. So that's why we added the React query client. So basically I can just set to specific key, and then I can make use of it in other component as well. So yeah, I'm just going to initialize the query client. So let me just, yep, so we are just going to import this from tanstack react query, and here what I'm going to do is let's try to invalidate whatever it was there before in the key that I'm going to set is let's name this as something like the query key. Yeah, and the query key that I want to set, it is going to be the problem statement. Okay, fine. And here let's try to set this query data now. Whatever the data that we get, so let's just set this data that we get. Okay, it has to be Electron API, not Electron. That's why we are seeing this issue. That's fine. So on problem extracted, and this any let's just disable this TypeScript for now. The data that we get whenever on problem extracted event is triggered, so that you saw where it is in preload on problem extracted. So we'll be listening to this, and whenever this is emitted from the server side, I mean the main process side, we are going to collect that data and set into this problem statement. Okay, so if you want, you can just console it as well. Yeah, so this is like problem extracted that we want, and in the cleanup, let's try to clean these things. Okay, yep. So now to actually see the working, at least maybe what I can do is, the UI we have not did anything, but at least let's see if we can get the so we are here. So I'm just taking the first screenshot. Okay, and if we just press Ctrl H, so you see that it is changed to screenshots solutions view, and that is where like now we should add all of the components that we wanted to show on these things. And processing failed due to OpenAI response. Okay, that is totally expected. So let's try to do this again. Let's run this again. I think the key is not properly set, so let me just go here. OpenAI key. Yeah, I wanted to check it out. What is the issue exactly? Okay, to give us a shot, let's go to exactly the problem statement in the screen that might help us. Okay, so here we are. So I'm just taking the screenshot, and let's try to process this one. Yeah, you can see on the right hand side that it is working fine. So the problem statement, it is extracted, and the example input, example output, and all. So now this needs to be used and showcased in the UI in a better way. So that's what our target is now. So let's go back to this, and I'm just going to hide this solution, our window. For this solutions component, what we are going to do is, let me just try to create the new folder here uh, inside this components called solutions, and let's create simple index.tsx. okay, and here we'll have a lot of reusable components, so that this file will not be completely like messed up. Okay, so here the interface that we are going to create is the solution props for this. So for this one, what we are going to add it here is the set view to just switch between this, and of course the current language and the set language. And now in here we should initialize all the states that we want to do. First thing, I want this query client, so let's try to import this one, and also let's add the reference to our content div element. So I'm just going to set this initially to null, and let's import this one from this React. And the state variables to capture the problems: statement data, solution data, thoughts data, time complexity data, space complexity, basically whatever we are getting from the processing manager. Okay, so first, also let me handle whether we are processing the debugging thing or not, though still we don't have that logic. So here let me set this one, set debug processing use state. I'm going to set this to false. Import that from React again, and here now the problems statement data, let's store that one inside this variable. Okay, and the type of this, let's go to this library folder, and here I'm just going to create a simple files called the types.ts, and in here let's just create the definitions of the type that we want. So the problem statement, so this is, yeah, the problem statement data, this is going to be having this problem statement. So whatever you saw just now in the console, that is what we should create the structure here. So the input format, this is going to be an object of description, and also this any parameters if there are any. So maybe I can set for now any. Of course we are going to get this error, that's fine. Okay, and then this output format, this again it's going to have the description string, and this type it's going to be a string, and then this subtype, I'm just specifying here the things. The complexity, this is going to be an object, so the time I can set it's of type string, and then the space thing. And here we should also have this test cases, so I'm just going to set this to any array, and this validation type, let me set this to string, and then the difficulty, let me set this to string. And just let's again hide this one, this TypeScript, the any. Okay, fine. Yes, okay, so this is like problem statement. So for others also, let me just define this interface here itself. Like this is going to have the initial thought, like initial thoughts, which is going to be of course string array, and then the thought steps, this is going to be a string array, and also then the description, and finally the code that we get. So that's this thing. And then the solutions response, let me create a simple interface. So I'm just going to add it here, the solutions response, which is going to be having, yeah, key string, and the type value is going to be of type solution. And here we can just define the first screenshot as well, where we were referring and defining in multiple places. Maybe we can just use this like by defining like this. So I'm just adding it like this. That's fine. Now we have this problem statements data that we want. So here, instead of setting this one to any, we can just import that type. So let me just, yeah, this is going to be of type problem statement data, which we just imported. And after this, then the solution data. So let me just add in this solution data, which is going to be, for now, let me set this one, it's going to be of type string or null. So I'm just going to set this. And then this thoughts data, so set thoughts data, this is going to be a string array, which we just saw. Then this time complexity data that we wanted to have, this is going to be of type string. Then space complexity data, and let's remove all of these things. Okay, and fine, I think then we need just to show the tooltip like we maintained in other component. So let me just add this one boolean value, and for tooltip height to dynamically adjust. So yeah, this one I'm going to set this to 0. Yeah, and the extra screenshots and all we will not worry about now. Eventually we need to handle that too. It's a lot of work. We will do that, but now what are we going to do is basically a lot of components needs to be created first, and then we will try to wrap inside this fragment that we are going to create and make use of the state variables that we declared. So initially what we need to showcase is basically the problem statement data that we wanted to show. So that one, so instead of showcasing the content of the problem statement object that we get, let's just try to create a simple component, and then I can try to show inside that. So let me just define simple content section. So I'm just creating here this content section. So this is going to be a simple component, so bear with me. So this is for a while it's going to be just building components and then stitching all of them are in solutions index.tsx file, and then we will see that in action. Okay, so it's going to be a bit of not UI. Okay, initially, so here let me add this title content and whether it is loading, and here let's just define this title is going to be of type string, and this content let's make this one to be React node is loading boolean. Okay, fine. So now here I'm just going to add simple div with some space in y direction. Let's say like 2, and now this header, this header, it's going to just be the wrapper for our title. And after this, if it's loading, then I wanted to show like we are extracting problem statement or something like that. So here let's try to wrap this one inside this div, and inside this div in the p tag text, let's add in something like extracting problem statement. Okay, and here if it's not loading, let's try to wrap this content inside this div. Okay, So the styling and all, I'll come back to this, but let's see how to render these components first, one by one, piece by piece, and then all of the styling and all we will take care. So the main content here, let's try to wrap inside this div and make this one, the width to be full, and the text, let's make this one to be smaller, and text color I want this one to be black, and bg also let's make this one to be a black color, like let's say like 60, and rounded I'm just going to make this one medium. Okay, so now inside this thing, uh, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to again wrap this one inside one more div, making this one medium, and overflow I'm just going to hide this. Okay, so now inside this div we will try to showcase the content section component which we just created. Okay, so here let me just add in this padding in x direction 4, in y direction let's say 3, space in y direction to be 4, and maximum width to be full. Okay, so now here, depending if there is no solution data, only then we try to render this section. Okay, so this I'm just going to wrap inside this fragment, and here now I'm just going to use this content section component which we just created, and for this the title that I'm going to pass in here is this problem statement. So let's just pass in here, and this content that I'm just going to add, it is going to be the problem statement, data of this problem statement, and is loading. So this is going to depend on if there's no problems statements data. So this is what it is going to be, and if we have this problem statements data, then I'm just going to render next phase, it's going to be of generating solutions, right? So here let's try to add in this p tag a simple text like generating solution. Okay, so this is the thing, and the problem statements data that we need to set this. So we need to have a listener, use effect listener, depending upon this query client that it is going to change. That is what we are setting the value into in our main app components. So here let's do one thing, let's try to wrap inside this react this use effect section. So let's import this one, and depending upon this query client change, we are going to trigger the logic inside this. So this set problem statement data, yep, so we are just going to get this from the problem statement, or I can just set this one as null. Okay, so if anything the object of this changes, so then we will be getting this value into this. Okay, so let's just give a try. The issue here, okay, this exports, yeah, fine, this we will use it. So now to just this solutions component, let's go to our main app. So now instead of this one, I'm just going to import the solutions which we just created, and this is what we are going to see when we switch the view to solutions. So of course, though there's nothing in here, but we can just give it a try. So let me just try to see this, switch back to the screen where it can have the problem statements. So to better see the working, let me just try to restart this one, and I'm just going to switch the window to this, and let's try to take the screenshots Okay, so now we have the screenshots. So let me try to press control enter, so command enter. So now we should see this thing that we have. Of course, the styling for that I have not done, so that's why you're not seeing it properly, but this is the view. So if I just close this one, so you can see this is what we will be seeing that content of it. So let's try to style this thing so that you will see it better. So if I switch back here, so let me just hide this one, and the content section, let's just go to this one, and in this content section, so let's try to style this title and make it look on our black background. So this text size, let me change this one to like 13 pixel, and the font type, let me make this one to be to medium, and the text color to make it white, so that we can have a look at it. And then this tracking, let's make this one white. So that's for the title. And now for the loading indicator, to just showcase the styling for this, uh, the div that we have, let's add some margin at the top and make this one flex. Okay, so in the text of this p tag, let's make this text size to be extra small, and background, I'm just going to add this gradient towards to right, and the color, let's say from gray like 300 via add in this gray color 100, let's say that, and this to gray 300. Okay, fine, and let's make this background clip text, and this text I'm going to make this one transparent, and let's add in this animate pulse effect. So this is going to be the styling for this text. And for this content that we are going to add in, let's make this text size to be like 13 pixel, and this leading I'm going to add in here like 1.4. the text, let's make this one to be like color gray 100, and this maximum bit, let's restrict this one to like 600 pixel. Okay, yeah, I guess the styling for this looks okay. Now I mean, let's first have a look at it, then we can see that one. And also the generating solution that we have, let's also just apply the styling for this, so that also we can have a look at it. Same thing, whatever we just added, so I'm just going to add the same thing, text to be extra small, background to be gradient, whatever we just added and the content section component. So this is the thing. So to just have a look, let's check it out. So the window is open now, so I'm just switching back to the this window. Let's try to take a screenshot, command H, we have the screenshot capture, command enter. So now you see that problem statement and extracting the problem statement. So once if it is successful, we should see the problem statement being populated. Of course we are not listening to the event in that respective component, so we need to take care of that. But at least the UI wise, whatever we wanted to render, it is looking good. So the problems statement, we are going to check now what is the so I'm just going to hide this thing now. The problem statement, so we can just check the data. So here as well we need to understand like meaning I should be listening to the changes that are happening. So let's do it this way. So I'm just going to create in here unsubscribe. So query client, let's try to get this query cache and try to subscribe to this event, and inside this thing we will first check if this event, the query key is equals to problem statement. If that is so, I'm going to I'm going to set the value by using this get query data into this local state variable that we have. Okay, and others we will worry about it later. So hopefully now we should be able to see the problem statement. If I just try to rerun it again, so basically we need to add the shortcut like command R to reset it again, so that we don't have to start it again and again. So I'm just moving to this thing. So let's take the screenshot and try to process the solution. Okay, we got the problem extracted but still not in here. So extracting the problem statement, let me just hide this one. So to populate the data into problem statements data, so let's also add here the listeners to our, so I'm just going to create in here the on problem extracted listener, and accordingly set the data, and here we can just clean up these functions on unmounting. Okay, so now hopefully it should work. This the thing that we are trying to see the problem statement. So let me just run this one. Okay, so window is up, so let me change the window to this and try to capture the screenshot and try to process this. Command enter, and now we should see the problem statement. Yep, so there you go. So I'm just closing this one. So now you have this problem statement that it was extracted, and of course the solution is extracted, but we don't have that UI component to showcase and all those things. So let's try to focus on adding the components related to that. So whatever we just added now, in similar way we need to handle the event listeners for them for the solution too. So let me add here window.electron API. First thing is on solution start. So here I'm just going to set everything back to reset values. So the solution data, let's set this to null, dots data to null, time complexity to null, and other things. And then on solution success, where we have this callback thing, we are going to get this data, and I'm going to first check if we have this data or not. If we do not have this data, so I can just write in here this message that we received empty or invalid solution data. Okay, and here then I'm just going to return here, and then you can also console the data that we received. And now the solution data, let's try to restructure and into the way that we want. So first is this code, so this data dot code, then this thoughts which is going to be data dot thoughts, then time complexity, space complexity, and now we should accordingly set this one for, and let's try to set into our solution the solution data, and then this local state variables that we have. So solution data dot code or the null value, and same for the thoughts data, the time complexity data, and here instead of this thing, this is, yeah, let's also change this one to be the same format. Okay, the space complexity also. So I'm just going to set that, and also for now I think that should do. So let's leave this thing. For now let's have those two listeners. Eventually I mean these three listeners, we will add in all of them when we have the components ready. So now here we are showcasing if there's no solution data, and then we're showcasing this content section, then problem statement. But if we have solution data, so we should try to showcase the components here. So starting here, let's try to wrap this one inside this fragment, and here let me just use the same content section component that we just created, and here let me add in this title as my thought process or my thoughts, and here let me just add in the keys, the shortcut keys, just the command key and plus this arrow keys. To scroll. Okay, so we will add all those resize observer depending upon the container ref that is changing, where we are going to attach the particular div and all. We will add that, so that's not much important for us for now. And then this content, so this is going to be React node, and here let's check the thoughts data. So if we have this thoughts data, then I'm going to wrap inside this div. Let's add a space in y direction, like let's say 3, and inside this again let me add a simple div, and now let's try to iterate through this thoughts data and get this thought along with that index. And here the styling for this, let's try to make this one display as a flex. Items, I want it to be start gap of 2, and now let's just add here the dot, just indicating it's a bullet point. So height and width, I'm going to set this to 1. Rounded, let's make this one full. Background, let's add this as blue color of like 80, and margin top, and shrink, I'm just going to add this one 0. And this one we are going to wrap this one inside this div. Yep, yeah, and we need to close this one, so this div is not closed. Okay, and yeah, loading, we have this one. So basically whenever we have solution data, first we can show here this thoughts, and then we need to show the code and all those things. So to show code and all, we need to have separate component things. So let's first try to check this one. So I'm just switching here, take a screenshot. Yeah, this handling and all we need to take care. So I'm just going to run this again. and take the screenshot and try to extract this problem statement. So we are extracting this problem statement, and once we should be able to show that, and then generating solution as well. Yeah, now you see that we have the thoughts that we generated, and then this the div just small blue color, and then the pointers that we have, and then we should showcase the code section and all too. So for us to take care of that, we need to create a component like I said, to add just below here. So for that I'm just going to create a separate component. Let's name that as the solution section, and here we will make use of some code editors helper. So I'm just going to add in this React syntax highlighter dependency. So let me just add in so I've just added this React syntax highlighter. Let's and then once we have that, we can just use the syntax highlighter, the Prisma from that library. So here the solution section, I'm just going to pass in this title, which is going to be of type string. Then this content React node is loading boolean, and then this current language that we have generated the solution in. So let me just destructure the title, content, current language. So no need to have this set language, so I can just remove this one. And now here let's have this option to copy the code that we generate. So I'm just going to maintain the state variable for that, hence let's create a simple copy to clipboard function, so not the text. So let's just, so inside this I'm just going to check if the content type is a string, and then we will just use this navigator API clipboard write text the content that we have, and in the callback let's try to set this copied to true and timeout of like 2 seconds. Okay, so now we have this copy to clipboard, and then this div, let's start focusing on styling of this. So the space in y direction, of course, will always focus on adding some space between the other divs that we have. And then this title, let me change set this one to whatever we are passing. So this styling, so the styling for this one, let's have this text size the 13 pixel, font type to be medium, same like whatever we have created the content section. Let's try to be in the same styling. So, and here I'm just going to pass in here this title that we receive as a prop, and after this depending upon this loading, so if it's loading, then I'm just going to show the text like we are loading solutions and all. So let's try to add this some space div and close this div too, and inside this I'm just going to add some margin top and make this one flex, and close this div, and yeah, I'm just going to add this loading solution or generating solution. So you can just add in whichever the text that it feels relevant to you, and the styling and all, I mean whatever we had before, it is just the same. And if that is not the case, then so these divs, let's make this one width full and make this one relative, and I'm just going to remove whatever is there here. Let's try to have this button which is going to help us copy the code that we generate. So yeah, so this is what I want. So on click, copy to clipboard, and absolute, so let's add in some top right, and text color, let's, yeah, text size I want it to be extra small. Text color, of course we want it to be white because we are on the black background, and background I want this white color, and on hover let's change it to little bit 20, and rounded, uh, not medium, let's keep this one, and padding let's keep in x direction 2, and add in this transition effect. Okay, I think for that button that should do. And now this code section, I'm going to import, yeah, Prisma, and also the theme. Let's try to use Prisma theme. So here the Dracula, I'm just going to use this thing. Yeah, Dracula style should do for us. And now here let's try to use this syntax highlighter, and I'm just going to pass in here this content and the language that we have, and here just the thing small change. So for Golang we are going to set this value to Go thing, and rest let's just, so I mean if it is equals to Golang, I'm just going to pass in Go, else the current language, and the style we attached is Dracula, and here we can add in the custom style for this, and I want to show the line numbers, so I'm just adding this one, and also the custom style. Let's try to add some styling, maximum width, I want this one to be 100%, and no margin, so we can set this one to 0, and this padding, let's say 1 rems. White space, I'm just going to set this to pre-wrap, and this word break, let me set this one to like break all, and I think we should be good. Just the background color I want to set here, background color, let me, yeah, do one thing. So I'm just have this RGBA code, so I'm just going to set that color for this thing, and then finally the custom thing, this wrap long lines, let's set this one to true. Okay, yeah, I think the custom styling, the component that we want, it's okay, okayish. So, and also you can be very specific if you are it's throwing some TypeScript issues. And now this the component that we just created, we need to import into this, and just add below our the content section. So let me just import here the solution section that we just created, and I'm just going to import this one, and we are setting this title to solution, passing the solution data. It will be loading unless we have this data into this variable in current language. So mostly now we should be able to see, now let me just go to this one. Let's try to take our screenshot, and we have the screenshot. and let's try to process this one. Yeah, so let me restart this application. We need to add a lot of shortcuts and still functionalities. Don't worry about that, which we will add. Now we are in this window, so let me take the screenshot. Okay, and I'm trying to process this. So problem statement, and we are extracting the problem statement, and now the solution, we are waiting for solution, and we should see the thoughts as well as the coding solution. Yeah, so there you go. We set the language to Python, and that's the code that we have. So if you wanted to see this one, you can see this this one of scrolling and all, we will take care, like I said, a lot of events observing and all we need to add, but this is what it is generated overall, and you can just move this one to wherever the section that you want and take help of it. So let's go back in here and try to hide this, and now after this we need to showcase the complexity related details, time complexity and space complexity. So for that also, let's try to separate into different component so that we'll have all in different places. So I'm just going to create that component inside this solutions folder. Let's name this as complex t section dot tsx, and this should be a pretty simple and straightforward component. The complexity section, and the props that we are going to send for this, it's going to be the time complexity, space complexity, it can be string or null, so I'm just going to specify that. Along with that, is it loading, so that indicator, so let's add that. Okay, fine. And also let's just try to create simple helper function which is going to ensure that we have proper complexity values. So I can just name that as like yeah, format complexity. So if we don't have this complexity or this complexity when we are trimming, and it's equals to this empty string, then we can just say the text as like, you know, complexity not available. Okay, and here I'm just going to create here this big O or regex. Okay, so simple thing, and instead of this let's change this one to square brackets, and I mean starting with this, I'm just adding, yeah, I think fine. So this is a simple big O regex that we have here, and let's also make this one case insensitive, and we can just test instead of matching. So I'm just going to pass in here this complexity, and if it is so, I'm just going to return that. Else what we need to do is I'm just going to concat this big O notation to the complexity that we got. Okay, so and here let's wrap in this complexity that we got. I think this looks simple. So the space, let's remove this one. Then big or exit should be common for both time and space, so that should do. A simple one. All right, now we have that, so let's try to get this formatted time complexity and also this formatted space complexity. And of course we are adding space, and then the text size 13 pixel, font medium, text white. This is going to be exactly the same and is loading. I'm just going to remove this placeholder whatever we had, the div. So I'm just, let's try to wrap this one. Yeah, background, the same styling which we just applied to the other components. And then this here loading complexity or calculating, you can just add better text, meaningful text. Okay, so calculating that. And now this thing, if it's not loading, let's try to wrap inside this main div, add some space in y direction. Let me just close this component, and here again I'm just going to wrap in multiple div things, and one for the time showcasing and another for the space complexity showcasing. Okay, so the for this div, let's add, so for this div again, let's set this text style, I mean the size of this to be same as 13 pixel, and leading, let's say, like I'm going to set this custom 1.4, and the text gray color, let me set this one to 100, and background I want this one to be white color, and rounded, let's make this one to be like medium, and padding of 3 in all directions. All right, so now inside this, let's again add the div in which we are going to wrap in the dot and then the text. Okay, like kind of like bullet point. So this one, I don't want items to be centered but items to be at the start, and let's have this gap of 2. Yeah, this is what I want. Width and height to be 1, rounded full, background blue color, and then this div, let's just keep it at 1 line. So I'm just going to wrap it in this strong this time. You can just add it here, the formatted time complexity. Okay, fine. And same way now we need to do it for the space thing, so it's going to help us, so that should not worry as much. For space, same styling, just the text, it's going to be space, and formatted space complexity. So going back to this solution, so now here we need to just import this complexity section and showcase here. So the data that we need to pass is that exactly whatever we had maintained in our local state, the time complexity data, space complexity, and this should be the thing. So now if we start a fresh application and or try to test it out on the screenshot, now we should see all 3 sections: the thoughts, the code, and the time and space complexity. Okay, so let's switch the thing that we have. So I'm just capturing the screenshot, try to process the solution. Okay, so we are in the phase of capturing the problem statement. So problem statement is captured and it is visible on the screen. Now we are generating a solution, and once that is done, we should see the code and then the time and space complexity things. Yep, So solution is there, and then complexity section we have time and space and all. Okay, so yep, slowly things are shaping well. So let's go back to this thing, hide this thing again, and this is for whenever we have the main content. And now the other things we need to worry about, yeah, to showcase the commands, kind of navbar with solutions commands and all, like to take more screenshots, like for debugging help and all. So we need to add, and also a lot of logic is still pending, so we will try to add that, but at least you got the gist. So we slowly things are shaping well. So now let's try to create a simple solution commands component so that we can just add it here. So let's just minimize this, and here inside the solutions folder I'm going to create a new component called solution commands. Okay, and this should be simple and straightforward, so let's just get it done quickly. So here I'm just going to add in this props, solution command props. So on the tooltip visibility change like we normally added, so here the visible and also the height which is of type number, and then either this is processing, this is going to be boolean, and then the screenshots list, so this is going to be of type screenshot. So we can just import this one from our types. So I'm just going to, this is going to be an array of type screenshot, and then the any extra screenshot, so again this is going to be of type screenshot array, then the current language and the function to update its language. So now let's try to create this component, and as usual let's try to create local state for tool visible, and also the reference for, so let's import reference for this tooltip, and this one also we should import from React. And then in the use effect hook, let's try to, depending upon this tooltip visible and on tooltip visibility change callback function, we'll try to process this logic. So that is if on tooltip visibility change, I'm going to first let's have this tooltip height set to 0 and check if this tooltip reference is in the DOM, and also is this tooltip visible. Then I'm just going to adjust this tooltip height, and we are going to pass this to our parent component. Okay, so that's the simple logic. And now, like for tooltip which we had before, let's just add the function, so which is going to keep listening to this mouse enter and mouse leave, and accordingly show this tooltip. So this one should set this one to false. And now let's try to wrap the same logic, the styling and all those things, the div that we have. So here I'm just going to have this width set to fit, padding at the top let me have this one, and here let's make this text size to be extra small. Text color we want for the whole div to be white 90. So let's make this one quicker. Backdrop, let's make this one blur medium. Background, let's make this black, like 60 should do, and rounded, let's make this one large. Padding in the y direction, in x direction let's keep this one 4, and display to be flex item center, and a gap of 4. Okay, fine. And now inside this div, so yeah, so let me minimize this part and here so that we can get more space. And here first thing is the toggling main window, that is the control B, command B shortcut that we wanted to show. So let me just add that styling here, make this one flex, items center, gap of 2, let's make this cursor to be a pointer, and make this rounded, padding in x direction 2, in y direction let's make this one to be 1.5, and hovering, let's add this background white color, like yeah, this simple thing. And now inside this, let's first close this div, and on click functionality we need to add on this div. So let's make this one asynchronous, and now here I wanted to handle this in try catch block. So this should be simple straightforward call to our toggle main window. So here window dot electron api dot toggle main window, and then if this result is not success, then I'm just going to console the error saying that like failed to toggle main window, and then we can just console this error. And also I want to show this toast message, so for us I need to then use this toast. So let's first import this toast, use toast from this toast context, and here I need to use this show toast, and let's try to add in this error thing and fail to toggle main window, and then we can just show the same thing in here. And now inside this div, what is it that we are going to have? Just the small text inside this pan tag. So let's just give the text size for this as 11 pixel, and we can just add this leading to be none, and the text of this I'm just going to add this as show or hide, and below this we'll add as a div where we are going to wrap in this button with command under B text. Okay, so here let's make this again small flex, and I'm just going to add in this button. So we can just add in this command key, and again one more button. So I'm just going to add here this B. So the styling for this, let's make this background to be white, just standard rounded, padding in the x direction let's have this 1.5, in y direction 1, yeah, text size 11 pixel, leading none, and also text color should be white, like 70 should do. Yep. And here also let's just add the same styling. Yeah, so this is the first thing that we want to see, and we will see this in preview once we are done all of the things, because we already saw the other things. It's just going to be the same styling. And here now screenshots and debug related commands, and we are going to show only if they are not processing, so that is why we have this thing. So now here let's try to wrap this one inside this fragment. So here, what again, same thing, let's try to use the same thing that we have, this flex. Yeah, I think I can just make use of this. So let's take this one, use the same thing, and all we need to do is just change the calls. So here it is going to be to trigger screenshot. Okay, and here instead of that I should change the text to fail to trigger screenshot, and now the text of that I need to change, and also we can just truncate this one. So because here the text that I want to show, I want to make this dynamic. So here if extra screenshots dot length is equals to 0, then I'm going to say this text as like screenshot your code, or else we can say just a screenshot. Okay, so that is this thing, and here the shortcut key it's going to be H, command H. So this is for that, and now let's, and now here if this extra screenshots we have, so that is the length is greater than 0, then I'm going to again add it here the one more shortcut. So this is again to process the screenshots, which is like command enter. So I can now add this trigger process screenshots, so fail to process screenshot, and we can just change the text, and this one I'm going to change the text to something like, let's say like debug, and the key it's going to be the enter. Okay, so let's write this either enter and or the icon that we see on the, yep. So this is for that, and now for other things, so let me just try to add it here, the same styling. Let's copy this same styling that we have, and I'm just going to add it here. Okay, let's add it here, that's why we are receiving the error. So this is to reset completely whatever we have processed, so we don't have the logic for that. So for now let's just remove all of this whatever we had, and here the text I'm just going to add this one as this start over, and here I can just add in like to do implement start over, and this here this shortcut key it's going to be command key and R. Okay, and after this let's try to have this small separator, just some height and margin in the x direction, let's say height 4 and width of some pixel, and background let's make this one as white. Okay, fine, this is the thing. And then this tooltip, the icon that we normally had, so I'm just going to use that. So we can either take from here whatever we had, so it's going to be the pretty much the same. So I'm just going to go to our solution commands, and here let's leverage this, and all we need to do is just import, yeah. So the same icon that we have and is tooltip visible, I'm just applying this toggling main window, this the thing, ensure I hide this window, and then triggering the screenshot. The only thing here is we need to render again based on specific logic. Keyboard shortcuts that we have, it's always going to be visible toggle window, and this trigger screenshot, we need to show only the same like we did above. So here if it's not processing, so that is not processing, and then we are going to show this. So let me just move this logic, inside this thing. Okay, that's the thing, taking the screenshot code, and same thing now we need to do here as well. So the extra screenshots length is greater than 0, and now inside this one, let me add in this process screenshot, which I have it here. So let's just move this one inside this div. Okay, fine. And here of course there is the dynamic styling that we have, so I'm just going to remove this one. Anyhow, we are showcasing that only if extra screenshots is there. And here let's now make this one as asynchronous and try to handle this logic of triggering process screenshots. And if it's not success, pretty standard stuff which we just showcased. And the screen shortcut we have, and this one, the text, let's not make this thing dynamic, so I can just add like generate new solutions based on all previous and newly added screenshots. Okay, fine, I think that should do. And deleting the last screenshot, I don't think we need that. So I'm just going to remove this one, and let's try to import this language selector, pass in this and this OpenAI settings. I think this should do for us. Let's add this sets are not going to be null. Okay, so I'm just going to yeah, I think for now this should do for us. Even if we have any issues, we'll have a look at it. So now let's go to this in solutions section, and where exactly I wanted to show this thing is basically let's so what I wanted to do, let's do one thing. So here inside this one, I'm going to maintain a state for resetting, which we don't have yet. So let's do that. Here I'm just going to add this resetting. I'm just setting this to false, and here if it is not resetting, and the query client, let me try to get this query data with the key of this new solution. Then we want to render here. Basically this is the place for us to showcase this debug. So let me just close this. Else I'm going to render, let's try to add in this div, like making this as a parent div and attaching, and let's make this as a relative, and I'm just going to attach the content reference that we have, and inside this let's have a div like some space, and here I'm just going to showcase the screenshots queue. So if there are any that again user has taken, so here I'm just going to try to show in this thing depending upon this solution data, and then I'm going to just wrap this one inside this div. Let's make this background transparent, and width I'm going to make this one fit. Let's close this div so that we don't see an issue. And now inside this thing, let's again add some padding at the bottom for this div. And now we can just use the screenshot queue component which we have, and let's just try to wrap in the space in the y direction to be 3, and width let's make this one fit, and I think we should be good now. And finally I'm just going to use this screenshot queue component that we have, and for this we need to pass in the cease loading. So this will be if the debug is processing, and the screenshots I'm just going to pass in the extra screenshots. So the extra screenshots which we don't have, so let's again try to create I'm just going to create again a local state variable for that. So let's have this extra screenshots. So for this one let's just simply define this inline interface. I'm just going to have it here, this ID which is going to be a string, this path, and also the preview, and just add in this timestamp. Okay, so it's not ideal to keep it here, but that's fine for now. We will move that eventually. And here pass in now the extra screenshots which we just created. So I'm just going to pass this, and on delete screenshot we need to handle this deleting of extra screenshots. So let's add that logic also here. So handle delete extra screenshot, and here we are going to pass in this index, and let's make this one as asynchronous, and let's first try to get the screenshot to delete using this index that we have. And I'm just going to try to wrap this one in try catch block, and let's try to get this response. This one we can just use Electron API delete screenshot and pass on the path that we have. And now if this response is success, then we need to just fetch and update screenshots after successful deletions, right? So here let me just get this existing. So this we can get using this window dot Electron API and get the screenshots. And here let me just remove and the screenshots. Let's try to first make sure this is the array, and instead of filtering, I'm just going to map the screenshot and assign this ID, path, preview, and timestamp. We don't have this one, so I can just use this date dot now, and ID let's also we don't have, so I'm just going to assign this path. Fine, and then I'm just going to update the extra screenshots, and if it's not success, maybe I can just going to console and show this toast message like we failed to delete screenshot. Okay, so this needs to be added, and then this imported. Yeah, so I think now we have this delete extra screenshot function for us, and here I'm just going to add it. Okay, fine. I understand, guys. It might be like I'm not showcasing the output, so we will see this now. All right, so now we have this thing, and here let's try to showcase the solutions commands that we have. So I'm just going to import the solution commands. I need to add in here this export default solutions commands, and now this needs to be the default import. And now here of course we have here the issue handle or tooltip visibility change we do not have, and here is processing. Let me just do, if we don't have problem statements data or solutions data, and the others should be pretty much fine. And this handle tool visibility change should be simple change for us, already it is suggesting us. So yeah, this is what we want. Yeah, exactly, that's what I want. And now this is the thing. And in this one, so let's move this thing and try to add it here. Yep, so now if I showcase, you will see the difference and the changes that we made. So let me just open this thing and move to the window where we can take at least valid screenshot. Let me just take some screenshot here, and now let me just press enter. So now you see this is what we are trying to add. And of course solutions commands, we have an issue at line number 253. So let's go back and hide this window. Yeah, that's fine. So here that's what the error it was for us. So again let's give a try. Go back to this, try to take a screenshot and process this one. Yeah, I can just close this devs thing. So you see now it's pretty much whatever we had before. So this is like we just added in the name of like solution commands. All right, so again some issue. Okay, let's give a run once more. I think the issue is with respect to extra screenshots that we are trying to refer to. So let me just change this one, and let's again run this application. This is on last time, so I'm just going to give a try and then fix what is the issue. So let's go to this, take screenshot, try to process it. I'm just going to observe if there is something that it is throwing error, then we'll fix it accordingly. So we have problem statement, it is generating solution. Okay, now we do not have any issue. I think that was the issue, so now we just remove that. And here it is like hiding this, and here the screenshot, start over, and here we just have the same thing, toggling window, take screenshot, and this language selection and all. So you can add in more options here if you want, like for resetting and all. Like we have here start over, so I have not had it. Maybe if you want you can just go ahead and add it, but at least you got the intent what this is. Fine, this looks good to me. So now let's just go back to our solution, and if I just click on this it should hide it. Yeah, it's working fine. And this not null, we can just ignore this TypeScript errors for now. So I think that should be good. Fine, I don't want to add ts ignore and all. So now this here, the debugging component is what it's still pending from our side. When we have, so what is that phase is basically we had a screenshot, we took the screenshot and captured, processed it, and we got the thoughts, uh, code and time complexity and all, and we use that and try to code something, and again we got some issue, and we take screenshot and then process it using the new screenshots. And that is when, if we do it in that way, then we should leverage the result of that and showcase in the debug component. So that is a bit is what it is pending. So we will add that. The next component is going to be that one, and I think we got most of the things covered. Even here, these things, yeah. And here we can just try to keep checking the cache as well, add some logic here. So basically, where I just added for problem statement, let's try to add in here for the solution data. We can just check if we have anything cached data in solution key. We will update, set that to our solution data. Okay, and here in the unsubscribe thing where we were doing just for problem statement, let's add same thing for the solution. So here let me just get this solution. So this is like whatever, if we had any cached result, so we are just updating that into a local state variable. Okay, nothing much here. So code, thoughts, a string, time complexity, space complexity, or it can be null. Okay, this is what the type it's going to be. And now we need to just update our solution data, thoughts data, complexity data, and space complexity data. Now it looks clean. Okay, so that is the thing. And also in this use effect where we have this cleanup functions and all, let's try to add in the listeners for trying to update our height depending upon the content ref that we attached. So you'll understand. So I'm just going to add a placeholders for now. So eventually I wanted to communicate the width and height to our Electron as well, so that at least whenever we are having too much of a code, just with the command arrow keys, it should help us move downwards and upwards. It should be like just like that, not use our any cursor like mouse and all. Okay, so for that I'm just going to add the placeholder for now. Let's name that function as the update dimensions. And here what we are going to do is, let's first check, yeah, if this content ref current, and let's try to get this content height. So that one we can get using this content ref current dot scroll height, and same way let me just get content width. And here if is tooltip is visible, then I'm just going to update this content height with tooltip height. Okay, and yeah, I'm not going to. So here we wanted to communicate the content width and content height back to our Electron, so that we can adjust our global states main windows dimensions as well. So let's add in here pass to yeah, Electron API, and that should do fine. And here let me just initialize resize observer. So I'm just going to add it here and pass the function that we have. And here if this content ref dot current, then I'm just going to keep observing the div to which we attach this reference. And now we can just call this function which we just created, and this needs to be clean. So I'm just going to unobserve whatever we were observing the div. So that is what we can just remove this, just call this disconnect. Yeah, this should do. And still we need to add in the listeners for screenshots too, because we are going to need them here, showcasing in the debug. So that extra screenshots, whenever we are taking that, we should have the updated screenshots list too. So for that, maybe wherever we have here, let me just try to add this thing. So window dot Electron API on screenshot taken. Let's me make this asynchronous and try to handle in the try catch block. And here let me just get the existing whatever we have using this get screenshots function that we have. And again same way, I'm just going to make sure this is array and process this. And here the time we are going to set this and set this extra screenshots and catch inside this. Maybe not needed to show this toast message, and we should be good. So this is what we'll be listening to on screenshot taken event as well, and then we'll have the updated screenshot list, so that even in the debug phase we will show the immediately captured screenshot too. Okay, fine. I think we are almost getting there. Solution, everything we are trying to handle. Maybe even in the solution success phase, we can try to fetch the latest screenshots if solution is successful. So I can just try to create here this function. All we need to do is just get the existing screenshots and try to update the list that we have.
Yeah, I guess now we made good changes for adding the processing logic preview and also the solutions view. And yeah, I think then we can just give a commit, and here whatever the logic we have just added the two, we have this trigger processing the screenshot. Let's quickly add that. So I'm just going to make this one asynchronous and try to just trigger this screenshot. Yep. Yeah, simple. So this is how we just whenever we click on it, we just trigger this one and we are good. And same way, I think we should be adding it here as well. So let's also make this asynchronous and then call the same thing, and if it's not successful we will just show the toast message. Fine, I think we are good. So now I'll just give a decent commit message, and here of course we do have an issue here with respect to this, but that's fine, we will take care of it later. So let's just add a good commit message. So what do we wanted to add? Let me just first stage all of them, and here I'm going to add like processing screen logic with problem description showing solutions view. I guess that should be it. Okay, the debug view, when we try to write the logic for processing extra screen logic, then we will write the component code for that. So it should be just a similar way, just a bit of showcasing extra details in that component. So we will worry about that, and now I'm just going to stage these things. Okay, and we are good. And now let's try to add some of the keyboard shortcuts that we wanted to add. So let's go to our the keyboard shortcut section, and here let's try to minimize this, of course. And the thing that I wanted to add, let's try to add the shortcut for adjusting the opacity, and trying to save that one to our config manager. So let's first create simple helper function which is going to help me the to adjust opacity. So here we should uh, this should be the delta number that we wanted to adjust by. So let's try to get this main window, and if there is no main window, I'm just going to return this, and then this current capacity. So I'm just going to get the sorry guys, I'm just saying it as capacity, it's opacity. Okay, and now the new opacity, let me try to make sure that it's going to be maximum of 0.1 and then minimum of this whatever the delta, by adding it to current opacity. Okay, and you can just console this one. So I'm just consoling this one, and then we are going to set that opacity whatever we got, and later let's try to save this one to our config. So we can just make use of this config manager that we have, and I'm just going to call this load config, and this config dot opacity, I'm just going to set this a new opacity, and we need to call this saveConfig by passing in the config object. So that's what we are doing exactly, and now we have this function, and this should be triggered whenever we try to use some shortcuts. So here I'm just going to add in this command or this control. So this should be like open square bracket, and here we can just console the same thing, opacity up, and let's use this one to decrease this, and here to so this should be the vice versa, decrease opacity, and this is increase opacity. Okay, yeah, yeah, we are just adjusting it by with a delta of 0.1 and all, and then we should be good. This is what it is, simple way of adjusting the opacity. So for you to just test it, so you can just try to rerun this thing, and let's just have a look at it. All right, so now this is what it is. So maybe if I just try to reduce the opacity, so you can see the difference now. The opacity is changing, and also you can see in the terminal also that we are consoling that. So this is the just shortcut command, and press open square brackets or close square brackets to adjust to whatever the extent that you want. So fine, so maybe yeah, little simple change, but it's good to just add in the commit message. So I'm just adding like add opacity like adjustment, yeah, shortcuts, and save the config, save opacity to config opacity. All right, fine, so that's what we did, simple thing that we just added. And similar way, let's try to add in to zoom in and zoom out shortcuts too. So I'm just going to add here, just right away here, this global shortcut dot register, and here I'm just going to add this command or control plus minus, and this one, it's going to be first let's try to get this main window, and only if we have this main window we try to get this current zoom. So let's use this web contents dot zoom level, like get zoom level function, and this is going to give us that. And here I'm just going to like decrease it by, let's say, 0.5. so yeah, I think this should do the thing. And similar way for us to this is let me just console, this one is for zooming out, so let's hide this one. Yeah, zoom out, and here this is going to be just the opposite of the above one. And yeah, you can just keep it consistent and have this console statement here, and then we should be good. We're just increasing this, and then if we wanted to just reset this one, so let's again add this one. Okay, control plus 0, so it is just going to help us to reset the zoom level back to what it was before. Simple things. So let's again check this thing. So we have this thing open, so all I'm going to do is just try to zoom in. So let's try to zoom in so you can see the difference. We are it's working, the thing that we wanted to see. And if I just zoom out, and then it should be pretty much the same. And let's say I zoomed it, and if I just press control or command 0, it should just reset back to whatever it was, the original. So they are working. So yeah, and yeah, let me just add this one. So I'm just adding this small comment so that you can just refer back to it. So here I'm just, let's say, add zoom controls with let's say keyboard shortcuts, yeah, you whatever for zooming in and like out and resetting. Okay, yeah, fine, that should be good. And now we added this one for this thing, and the major thing that's pending is basically I wanted to have a shortcut to quit the application, and also like whenever we are in process of processing the screen logic and I want to reset everything back to whatever it was at the before, we need to have shortcuts for that. So I wanted to add those shortcuts, so let's try to accomplish them. So here let's try to register first for quitting, control for quitting, let's say Q, and here I'm just going to use this app from the Electron, and that is going to help us to quit the application. Okay, so this is the way to quit. And then to reset the application that we wanted to do, so for this we need to just write a simple helper for us to cancel if there are any ongoing requests in the processing manager and all. So let's quickly add that function here, and then I'm just going to use this there. So let's name this one as the cancel ongoing request. So this one should be simple. We are going to use the about controllers that we have. So let's just maintain was this cancelled before, so it's I'm just going to initialize it to false. And if this current processing about controller, so then I'm just going to call the abort function on this object, and then set this one to null, and set this to true. And same thing if the extra processing about controller, so we are going to set this. And now here, let me just, what we are going to do is, let's try to set is debugged to false, and also the problem info to null. And now let's try to get this main window, and if we if this was cancelled, and this main window, and it's not destroyed, so let's use this destroyed function. Then I'm just going to send in the events, like let's say like no screenshots. Yeah, I think this should be good. So this is simple function which is going to help us cancel if there are any ongoing requests that we have. And now, so we can make use of this one inside our keyboard shortcut. So just below this one, so yeah, I'm just going to change the shortcuts to R, and here let's change this console message like canceling, yeah, ongoing request. And then I'm just going to call this ongoing request, and let's also clear if there are any uh, images in our queues. And also I'm just going to set the view to our queue, so that it will be just back to whatever it was initially. And here finally I'm just going to send notify renderer process to switch view to queue. Okay, so I can just do this here, main window. And if this main window is not destroyed, I'm just going to the channel, let's name this channel as like reset view. Okay, yeah, I think this is the shortcut for us to cancel this thing. And we are emitting this reset view and all, so that needs to be we should be adding a listener. So let's go to first this preload and add in the types for this. So I'm just going to add on reset view callback, and also let's try to add this trigger reset, which should be, yeah, simple promise of type success and error. So now this needs to be handled here. Let's try to add this on reset view, the callback that we have. We are just going to subscribe to this reset view. It's not reset, so you can just add it here, or else you can the channel name, just add it as a string like reset view. So I'm just going to add this one in same way, a trigger reset, and this is what we'll be invoking whenever we call this one. So now we have this thing, so we need to add a logic for all of this resetting things and all. So let's go to the components one by one. So we should be listening. So first here is the main app that lets me add here this the use effect hook. And yeah, let me just take this suggestion, and here I'm just going to change this one completely. Just let's keep it simple, like clean view. And here the Electron API on reset view. Oh, what we should do is basically whatever we had stored in our query client cache, we just need to invalidate all of them. Okay, so let's try to start with the screenshot. So invalid queries, and this here, this query key, it's the screenshot. So I'm just going to add this one, and then the problem statement. And also like we don't like the solution, so here. And also like whenever we are adding the debug view, and that we are going to store in like let's say that is going to be nothing but new solution. So maybe I'm just adding right now as itself a placeholder, though it is not that there, that's why I'm just stressing this point. So let's try to here change this one to the new solution that we will be storing in once we write the extra processing logic, and I think we should be good. So here I'm just going to set this view back to queue, and here now on mounting, all we need to do is just try to clean up this one. So I think this is the thing. And also here wherever based on this view that we set, let's also add it inside this. If this is whenever view changes, that was above on mounting, and here if the view changes, we wanted to trigger this as well. So on reset view, let me just invalidate screenshots, the problem statement, solution, and then I think we should be good. So I'm just going to remove this. So let's get rid of this one, and here the set view to queue. Yeah, that's the thing. And also you can set the problem statement to null, so you can do it in the same thing, or else I'm just going to add a separate callback. So it can be messy, but you can just make it clean in whichever the way you feel it is going to be good, but it works. Okay, so here this query client, let's try to set this query data for our problem statement. Okay, so I'm just going to set this to null, and I think we should be good here. And now wherever we wanted to use in the screenshots view, here as well I wanted to like add in this one. So let's try to listen to this, and all we need to do is just try to refetch the screenshots that we have. So I'm just going to call this refetch function, and then we should be good. So this is the small change here. And now the solutions also, I wanted to add the same way that we have here. Let's try to add the reset view logic. So here as well, let me try to first set is resetting to true, and then I'm just going to use this query client and try to set, let's instead of remove this queries itself, so I'm just going to remove this query key of the solution. So let's the solution, and then the new solution. I think that should be good. Problem statement we are not worried about, so in this solution we will be just worrying about the solution and new solution. And then we can just set the extra screenshots to empty array, and then we can just add a small delay here. So set this timeout, so resetting to false, and let's say maybe, or you can just do it right away. Yep. So this is a simple way for us to keep listening to the reset view, and also now the solution commands where we are trying to add in the logic for resetting. So I just need to trigger here now, here wherever we have this implement start over. So let's remove this to do now, and I'm just going to wrap this one in the try catch block,
and here I'm just going to add this logic. So all we are going to do is call the trigger reset the function which we just added, and reset whatever it was everything before. So I think we are set wherever we wanted to keep listening to the reset view, and where we wanted to trigger reset. I think it was not such more overwhelming. I think it's a decent thing. So now let's give a try. So since we changed this thing in the backend, so let's try to re-update. And now I'm just switching back to the a screen where we can take some screenshot and see how it's going to work. So now here I'm just trying to process the thing, so you can, so fine, so I'm just going to, yeah, we have this one. So now if I like, let's wait till the solution is generated, and yeah, it is generated. So now if I press the control or command R, so it should help us reset back to the original state that we were in. So let me just try that one. So command and R, and now you saw so it just reset itself back to the first screenshot. So the logic that we added, the listeners, and also the thing. So even if you wanted to like check the, like, let me close this one. So here we have this one. So yeah, let's again try to process this one. So this click event, I just wanted to show that as well, just is it working the way or not. So because we added a channel reset view trigger thing, so let's again so even if you want to click now, it is throwing this fail to reset. So let's try to do it now. So okay, there is an issue, so let's check what is the issue. Okay, trigger reset, there's no handle registered. So what's the name? Let's check this again. So let me just hide this one. Okay, yeah, we need to add here in our IPC handler. So let me just add that one, and then we should be good. So here all we need to do is trigger reset, and yeah, we should just cancel ongoing thing, and also make sure that we reset whatever it was before. So that's exactly we are doing. So yeah, I think we should be good. So let's give it a try. The keyboard shortcut, whatever the logic that we added, we can do the same thing. So let's just take this thing, PC handler, and let's remove this keyword. Yeah, I think we should be good. Let's give it a try now. So I'm just starting this again. Yeah, let's switch to this thing, take the screenshot, and just try to process this one. Yeah, it's just processing, so let's just give it a time. Yeah, we do have this thing solution generated. So let me just click on the start over, and okay, I still see failed to
reset message. Why is that? So let's just go to the solutions commands. Okay, that's because I should emit the success to this. The here the success, we need to just handle that one in this thing. So let me try to handle in the try catch block. Yeah, it should now work just fine. So if it is successful, we are just setting returning this success true, else success false, and fail to reset. So just one more try. So yeah, it should be quick. Yeah, switch back to this view, take screenshot, try to process this one. Yeah, let's yeah, we have the solution. So let me close this developer thing. Let's just call this and click this start over. Yeah, so it's just working fine. So now we have the reset view also working, and let me so it is there. So command Q also should help us quit the application. So if I just press command Q, so you saw the application is closed, and here in the terminal as well you should see it is closed. So now we added this one. So let's just give a short commit message. So I'm just adding the simple commit message. We just added listeners for resetting and then quitting the application. So add keyboard shortcuts for quitting and resetting the application. Yeah, this should do so fine. We are good. Now what we need to do is now focus on one more important thing, that I think after that we should be good with some small minor changes of updating the content dimensions and all. So here now we should focus on processing the extra screenshots logic and all. So the place that we need to add that logic is this processing manager. So similar way like we had for processing screenshots function. So let's try to create this function now, and then we should be good. So process extra screenshot helper, and here the input params that we are going to send is the screenshots, which is going to be an array of path, a string, and data, and about signal. Okay, in the try catch block, let's try to get the config language and also this problem info. So I'm just going to get this and then get this main window, and if there's no problem info, we're just going to throw the error that no problem info is found. And also this main window, let's try to send the processing status, though we had have not added any logic. So progress, you can just say like 30 number, like creating, or else you can just be specific. And this the phase that we are trying to add this logic is like processing debug screenshots or something like this. Okay, and now what we need to do is just prepare this image data list by just getting the data thing. And now let's try to store the debug content in this variable. So I'm just defining this one, and now check for the clients that we are going to use. So here if the provider is OpenAI and we don't have this client, I'm just going to throw in error that it is not initialized. Okay, so now let's try to prepare this messages, and here as usual this role type, which is going to be a system const, and this content. So I do have this prompt, so I'm just going to use that. So you can just refer that, so I'm not going to type in this prompt. So let's add in here, so be simple one. So your coding interview assistant helping debug and improve solutions, analyze the screenshots, error messages, and blah 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 stuff, and response should follow the structure and all. You can just add whatever the instruction you feel can help you better. And now this role user, and now in this thing I need to add this type, the text, and this is going to be again make this const. And here also now I am just going to add the prompt. So let me just add the prompt that I have here. So this is like just I'm solving this coding problem, the problem statement that we are going to pass, and also in which language. So I need help with debugging or improving my solution. So here are the screenshots of the errors or test cases that I showcasing here. So just point out what are the issues and improvements, corrections and all, and that's what we are doing here. And then I'm just going to pass in this image URLs. Here all we need to do is just attach this image URL. Okay, and I think we have this messages thing now, and I'm going to check now if this main window, then again we are going to send the status. Let's say now just 60 thing, like analyze the message that you wanted to. So you can just add in like analyzing debug screenshots or something like that. And now this debug response, you can just configure the debug model that we had. So and the messages that we just prepared, and max tokens and temperature, and then we are going to store that into this variable which we just declared above. So if the client is not the OpenAI, then we need to now use the Gemini client, again the standard check that we have. And after this, and let's just try to prepare this model, and we are going to just do it in the same way. And here let's try to use this 2.0 flash. And now I need to just add in this debug prompt. So let me just add this debug prompt, and you can just add the prompt just which we have the above. So I'm just going to add that prompt here. So let's just close this one. Yeah, so this is the debug prompt, so same thing which we have above. And now let's try to get the solutions response by just calling this generate content, and the contents that we need to pass in. And here the type, it's the role is going to be the user. Parts we are going to pass in this the text attaching the debug prompt. And here again you can just configure any params like temperature. I'm just setting this to 0.2, and then same thing like we did above. So if main window, we just need to set this progress, and add in this like analyzing debug screenshots or whatever the message that you feel is relevant, and just collect this text. And finally once we have this I think we should be good. And now let's try to, so since this we are trying to wrap in try catch block, yeah, so here let me just add in, yeah, so what I just added here is basically if everything is true, then let's do one thing. This whatever I'm trying to handle, let's okay, let's close, let's remove this one. And the below catch, let's I wanted to handle this also in try catch block to make sure at least so that we don't receive an error whenever we are making call to the Gemini client. Or else let's not complicate it. I think that's fine, we are already handling that. All right, so now we have this debug content, and what should we do with that is now let's try to send the progress for this again, that the debug analysis is complete. So I can say this message here, like, debug analysis is complete, and the progress I'm just going to set this to 100. And now just we need to extract the parts the way we want, and then send it as a structured output, so that we can just use it in our render. So here I'm just going to prepare that the extracted code. So let's just add in a default message for this, like, debug mode C analysis below. So I'm just adding some text here, and now this code match the regex that we have. So I'm just going to use the same regex that we had before. So we just need to use this debug content and try to match the pattern with that. So let's just add this one. So if we have this code match, and we can just store this one in our extracted code variable. Okay, and now let's try to get this formatted debug content into this variable. So okay, so let's first store this debug content, and now let's try to check this debug content includes if it doesn't includes the hash, kind of like headers. And also let me check it's having, if it's not having this second headers. Okay, so if that's the case, so what I'm going to do, let's try to replace some of the text, like issues identified, problems found, bugs found, or anything, whichever the text is, with the headers, like proper like heading, so that we can showcase it properly on our screen. So I just have this simple replacing and with the proper second level headers. So I'm just going to add this one here. So this is simple. So we are going to look for the text issues identified or problems found, bugs found, which are like case insensitive. And if we found anything, we are just going to replace with second level headers. The same thing for code improvements, optimizations, and any explanations and all. So here now let's try to look for this bullet points here again. So you can just take the reference from the above processing screenshots helper. So let me just make it quick, and I'm just going to try to collect the bullet points and thoughts which we just already went through in the previous function. So I'm just going to add that here. So just not to prolong this one. So bullet points, so just check for star and this pattern, and then the thoughts if we have here. So I'm just going to collect that into this. So finally I'm just going to prepare this response format. So code is extracted code, and then this debug analysis, it's going to be formatted debug content. Thoughts I'm going to attach here, and the time complexity and all I'm just going to for now say this as like debug mode. So let's not applicable, we can just add in here as this debug mode. Okay, fine. And finally we are going to return this success true along with the data response. And here we in the cache block, we're just going to send this success false, and throw in the message like we failed to process extra screenshots. So we have now solid logic. So it's just simple, but just the prompting and the format that we wanted to send it to render, that's the only change, and the rest should be simple. So now this one needs to be added in our, so just look for this to do that we added. So this is where we need to add now solutions thing. Let's remove this to do section, and here let's first try to get this extra screenshot queue using the get extra screenshot queue, and you can just console that extra screenshot queue if you wanted to, and check now the same thing if we have any screenshots or not. So if there's no any screenshots, so I'm just going to send that no screenshots to process and return from here. Else first let's check this existing the extra screenshot, same logic that we just tried to handle above. So if again this length is 0, we are again throwing this no screenshots thing, and now let's try to send the message that so let's try to handle here processing events that debug start. Okay, that's what this we'll be sending it to renderer. And now let's try to initialize the abort controller. So this current extra processing controller, and let's try to get this extra processing controller signal from that object, just restructuring. And here let's okay, so inside this let's first get all screenshots, both main and extra. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. So let's try to first get let's just spread this one like this dot screenshot queue and extra screenshots. So this is going to give both of them, and now we need to process all the screenshots. So this is what, like, again let's try to add in the try catch block. So again check if this files exists a path, and in here we are just going to console this one message that screenshot file does not exist or not found, something like that, and we are just going to return null. And then if that's not the case, we can just return now this the path, the preview and the data. Okay, I think this is what we want exactly, and if there is any error I'm just going to return null. So now we have all of that. So let's try to filter this valid screenshots which are only valid, and again the same check valid screenshots. If they're just try to throw this no valid screenshots to process, and you can just console here this logic as well, just like combined screenshots for processing for your testing purposes whenever something is not working. So you can just log this and check it out. And here we are now calling the function which we just created below, and from this I'm just going to collect this thing. So if this result is success, then let's try to set the as debugged to true, and also now I wanted to send this debug success with the data that we have. Okay, so else let's send this web content this debug or fail. Okay, that is the debug error that we have along with the error that it is. So else I'm just going to add in here this catch block, which is like straightforward error processing extra screenshots, and send the debug error along with the error message if we have any. And finally I'm just going to set this to null. So fine, so now this is the logic for us to process extra screenshots, and we have the solid thing. Now we need to, what's the issue here? Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, so now we have solid logic. So now we need to add in the listeners. We are sending here events and all. So let's try to add the here like listeners on debug start and all. So on debug start, and then on the debug success, so we are going to send the data, and debug error we will just send. And here this any, let me just try to hide the TypeScript for this. And also similar way on processing no screenshot, so let's try to add
this thing, and also send if there is any error that we receive whenever we are trying to process. I think this should be good for now for debugging things and all. So now the same thing needs to be added here. So let me add this on debug start. So we are just going to subscribe to this debug start, and yeah, exactly this is what we want. And on debug success, let's try to start listening to this the same thing, the debug success, similar way that we did. So I'm just going to so here let's do one thing. So instead of this one, so I'm just going to the data that we have, and we'll be listening to this yeah yeah, fine. Yeah, this is the same thing, the same logic for debug success, and also let's try to apply the same thing for debug error as well. So if we have any error, so I'm just going to send that to this, the debug error, and also the on processing screenshots, and the solution error. So this solution error, let's we have this initial solution error. Maybe we let's see where we can use this exactly, but I'm just adding here. I think we have here this solid thing. What is that? Yeah, this any, let's just for now, yeah, add this thing. Yeah, should be good. So these things now we should start listening to in our things, uh, in our debug components and other components that we are going to start listening to. So let's first go to our solutions index where we have, and the debug events that we wanted to add. So that's important for us. So let me try to add here something related to all debug thing. So window Electron API on debug start, and here let's try to add it here, like first the debug processing to true, and also like on debug success, let's set that one to false. And also now here we need to set the data whatever we get to our so I'm just going to set this query data to our new solution. So that is what we will be storing the data of a new solution here. So on debug error, we can just show the toast message if something has gone wrong the way we, so I can just show this message that whatever it is we have the error, and even on processing no screenshots here we can just show let's not worry about this debugging variable, and I'm just going to add in the message that no screenshots found, or like there are no extra screenshots to process. We can just be very clear about the error message. So there are no extra screenshots to debug and all, and here I can just add in this as the neutral. Okay, fine. And the title that I wanted to add here, let's add this one as no screenshots, and here we can just be specific that the processing failed, and here instead of throwing in this error thing, so let's remove this thing, and I'm just going to add here the standard message that like we can, yeah, there are an error processing the screenshots, or like let's say debugging your solution. Okay,
Fine, so these are the listeners for whatever we just added: debugging start, success, debug failures, and processing no screenshots. So similar way, now we need to create a component for debug things and all. So which is the thing that we wanted to showcase whenever we process the results of the extra screenshots. So let's try to create the component for for processing the debugging thing. Maybe, yeah, it's good. So let's try to create a separate folder. So inside this one, so I'm just going to create here this debug folder and add in the index.tsx file. Yeah, so let's try to get this one quickly done. So now we have built many components, so it should not take us much of a time, so it should be quick for us. So is it processing the boolean that we wanted to, and the set is processing to update the processing value, and then the current language setLanguage callback function. So and here I'm just going to pass in these props that we have, and here the standard the thing that we wanted to always keep track of is this tooltip visible. So I'm just going to set that one tooltip height, and let's import this use state from React, and also we need the show toast. So I'm just going to import that one as well. From this should be from our providers context. So this renderer providers, I'm just going to use this toast context. Okay, so this thing, and now I'm just going to add all of the logics and all, and then we'll focus on the rendering part. Okay, because we saw already how to do the solutions component and all, so it should be pretty much quick. So let's try to add a simple function to fetch our screenshot. So I'm just going to add here itself the function to get me the screenshots. So I'm just going to make a function here, and this is just a call to our this fetch screenshots function. The get screenshots, and here you can just console this the raw screenshots and existing, and here we can be very much sure that here this array dot is existing, and try to format it the way that we need. Okay, so id, path, and preview, and here we can just set in here this date dot now for now. So though we might not be using, but that's fine. So you can just change the definition as well, and if there isn't any error, let's just throw this error. Okay, so now we have this fetching the screenshots, and now all we need to do is just make a like try to store this. We'll rename this to screenshots. By default, I'm just going to set this one to empty string, and this refetch call, and now we are going to use this use query. So let me just import it from the stack react query, and here I'm just going to add in this query key function screenshots and query functions that we have, and let's add in the same the definition that we added, the stale time which the infinity. So let me just set this one, and also the garbage time. Yeah, you can just add in whichever the options you feel are going to be relevant for you, and here this refetch on window focus, I'm just going to set this one to false. So yeah, fine. So here let's not rename this one for refetch because we just going to have, and here the issue is we're not using this, that is the thing, that's fine. And now we need to maintain state for all of the things like thoughts data, time complexity, space complexity, debug analysis, like we normally maintain. So let's just quickly create. Maybe the code is not that reusable, so you can just structure it so that the code that goes here can be reused. We can reuse other components, but that's fine. So here this set new code, let me just set this this is going to be of type string or null. So I'm just going to set this, and a similar way let's add in the thoughts data. So this is going to be a string array, or it can be null. So I'm just going to set this things null. And also now let's try to store this time complexity data. Okay, so this is going to be of type string or null space complexity data. And then let's remove this one. Then finally I think we should be good with the debug analysis. This again, yeah, string or null. And now let's initialize this query client that we want. And let's try to import this one, the query client, and this reference to our the div element. So this one I'm just going to set this one to null initially, and let's import this use reference. Yeah, okay, fine. So now the logic of listening, setting up the event listeners and all those things, we need to handle all of those things. And then we will focus on the rendering part. Okay, just bear with me. So I'm just adding here this use effect listeners. So for now let's just keep this as on mounting. So here let's try to get the new solution data by first checking the cache. Okay, so this one I'm just going to try to get this new solution. And if we can just be specific what this type, it's going to be code, debug analysis, thoughts, time complexity, string. Okay, so yeah, this is what it's going to be, the type, or it can be null. So now we are going to check if we have this new solution. If that is so, we can just console that found cache the solution, and you can just console that. And here if we have this new solution dot debug analysis, so we can just set this debug analysis to whatever we got. And now this code that we have, let's try to set this one to new code, or else the thing that we just set, the debug mode C analysis below, that we had even in our core logic when we are writing. And now the processing thoughts. So if the new solution dot debug analysis includes this new line, so I'm just going to check. So this is all like extra logic that I'm making sure it looks good on the UI that we'll be adding. If you don't want, you can just keep it as the same thing. So let's try to get these sections that we want. So here I'm just going to split this with this pattern. So let me just split this one uh, and try to filter these things. And I mean, let's just remove this thing for now. And I'm going to set this thoughts data whatever we have. So I'm just going to slice till, like, let's say 3 thoughts. I think that should be good, not more than that. Fine, so let's remove this thing. Else I'm just going to set this as like debug analysis based on your screenshots. Okay, this is for this. And let's just remove this, a lot of chaos here. So yeah, now in here, for this fall back to whatever it has, like, yeah, it's the same thing. No new solution. What's the issue? Okay, again I am at the wrong thing. Where is this bracket that we have? Okay, we are just checking for this, and then this if condition that we have for this new line. Yeah, all right, so here I'm just going to add this thing. setting this new code to this new solution.code, and here I'm just going to add this, and same thing for the thoughts. So I'm just going to set this to whatever we have in our new solution dot thoughts, or else I'm just going to add in like debug analysis based on your things. And finally let's try to set this time complexity that we have, space complexity, and also I'm just going to set his processing to false. Okay, fine. And now let's try to set up our cleanup functions. So this is where actually all of our listeners are going to be added. Why am I getting this issue? So we are checking for that. Am I missing some brackets? Yep. Yeah, now I think we are good. I just we had extra bracket, that's fine. So now here in this cleanup functions, let's add whatever we wanted to listen to. So first thing that I wanted to listen to on screenshot taken, because once we have like new screenshots taken, that is extra screenshots, so we should show them. So this is for that. So I'm just going to just refetch the call, which is calling our get screenshots function, and now all of the things like normally we added for on reset view and all everything. So let's just add those things. So I'm just going to again trigger here this refetch call. So basically it should be the repetitive of what we added in our solutions thing. So here now for our debug start, debug success, and all those things needs to be added. So let's quickly add what and all we need here. So let's try to add first for on debug success. So in here let's try to get this data that it is sending for us, and I'm just going to set that to our new solution, whatever the data that we receive. And here you can just console that as well, the data whatever we received. And now we need to just check for this data format that we want, like data dot or debug analysis. Yeah, so we'll check for this debug analysis and then set to our debug analysis, and for new code the same thing. And again whatever we did there, I'm just going to repeat the same thing here. Again let's check else if this debug analysis includes just new line, yeah, this thing, then I need to let's try to get this lines by just splitting them by /n, and then I'm going to get this bullet points. So we can just try to filter this one, like let's just do simple filtering. I'm just going to try to match the star, dot, and all those things. So let's quickly add that pattern that we wanted to search for. So let me just add here. So once we have this bullet points, so and then I'm just going to check here if this bullet points length is greater than 0. So if that's the case, I'm just going to set that one to our thoughts.
So you can just store, like, let's say just 5 points. That should be good. Else we will just say the debug analysis based on your screenshots, and the same thing. And as usual, we'll just add in this fallback, the data.code data in this sets thoughts data as well. Let's set this thing, and then debug analysis, I'm just going to set this one to null. Okay, I think, yeah. And after that, let's just pass in this time complexity, and set this processing to false. Yep, and that should be good on the debug success. Maybe you can just keep it simplifying, make sure you format it well, and you don't have to write this all, just checking, double checking and all. Fine. So here let's add in this debug start. Here I'm just going to set this processing to true, and then one more thing on debug error. Whatever this error that we receive, we just need to show the toast message. That's why we just added this one. So the title, I'm just going to add it here as like processing failed, and the message that we wanted to say, like, there was an error processing your code, and I'm just going to throw in the variant as error, set processing to false, and you can just console the error as well, the thing. Okay, yep. Yeah, I think these are the cleanup functions that we want, and then I'm just going to in our unmounting just call this function to clean them up. Okay, yep, I think we have like decent thing, and also same way, so this needs to be triggered on query client, and also this set is processing variable, so I'm just going to add that. And same way, like we added in our other things for update, resize observer and all. So let's try to add the logic for that as well here. So I'm just going to just replicate the same for resize observer. So update dimensions. So you can just create reusable hooks and do it as well, but that's fine for now. And we have here, let's try to get this content height, the scroll height, and also this content width that we have. And if this tooltip is visible, then I'm just going to increment this content height by that tooltip height. And here then we need to send to main process, okay, which we will add. And here I'm just going to add this resize observer by just passing in the above function that we just created. So let me just pass in this update dimensions, and here if this content ref dot current, then I'm just going to start observing by I'm just going to observe the div to which we are going to attach this content ref user of thing. Okay, and here all we need to do is just try to call this update dimensions, and here let's just call this disconnect on the resize observer. I think we should be good now for all of these things. Yeah, and other the standard things. What is this? So let's the common thing that we needed was just to handle this tooltip visibility change. So let's add the simple thing, the visible, and also we will be passing in alongside this one the height. So maybe it can be, it's too much repetitive comparatively, just the same as solutions component, but this is for debug. Okay, so tooltip, I'm just going to set this and hide whatever we receive,
And also now we wanted to same way have the way to delete the screenshot that we will be showcasing. So let's try to write the same logic extra screenshot. So this is again we are going to receive the index number, and here let's try to write the screenshot to delete. So I'm just going to collect using the screenshots by index that we receive, and let's try to write inside this try catch block, and all we are going to do is pass in the screenshot to delete id, which is just the same as the path, so you can just be specific. And here if this response is success, then I'm just going to re-trigger this refetch call, else I'm just going to console that failed to delete screenshot, and you can either show the toast message or else fine, so you can do it anything. Okay, so fine, so this is the thing, all the functions that we need. So now let's focus on the code that we normally wanted to add it in our debug thing, which should be just simple and straightforward, like we just added for our solutions view. And I'm just going to be quick here, so let's try to be as quick as possible. Yeah, so let's try to attach first for this div the content ref that we added, and also let's make this one a relative so that we can have some absolute components divs inside this. And the first thing here, I'm just going to add a simple why is this caps always on for me. Okay, fine, and had some space in y direction and also some padding and the thing. Okay, so I might be showcasing this styling changes parallelly, but that's okay. And first what we want to show the screenshots queue. So this the screenshots queue that we wanted to use, let's conditionally render this based upon is pausing I mean when we have the screenshots or not. Okay, so let's same thing, I'm just going to add quickly background, let's make this transparent, width fit, and let's add some padding at the bottom. So and let's try to make again some space in y direction, and yeah, it can be repetitive, but that's how it is looking better at least. So now let's use this screenshot or queue component that we have, and I'm just going to attach in the screenshots that we have, and is loading depending upon its processing on delete the function which we just created above. So this is the first thing that we are going to show, the screenshot queue, and then the solution commands that we wanted to show. So I'm just going to import this one, and here we are going to pass basically all of the things he's processing depending upon his processing, and then this we need to attach in our screenshots, and let's remove this the set is processing, and here I need to handle on tooltip visibility change, the function which we just created, then also this extra screenshots. So I'm just going to pass in here the screenshots that we have. So this is just the navbar of commands with the tooltip and all, so same as what we had for solutions view. And now this is where goes the main content. So let's also be quick here with of course we'll have this full text. Let's make this one smaller, text color make this one to be black, and the background which we had this black color, like let's say 50. Okay, and rounded, let's make this one to be a medium. Fine, and inside this thing what we are going to have is the content section, so basically the dot section that we wanted to have. So let's make sure this overflow is taken care. So I'm just going to make sure this overflow is hidden, and rounded, let's make this one large, and here let's add some space and padding, and then we will wrap that component. So padding and the space, I'm just going to add it here, this thing, and now let's include this content section component that we have. So here let's again try to minimize this. So here this title, it's going to be like what I changed. So this is basically the second solution that it's going to be. So the content here, first let's try to close this component. So the content depending upon this thoughts data, so if we have, so let's try to wrap, add some space. Okay, so let me just close this div, let's add more space like 3, and also here maybe, yeah, I can just add one more div with little more space. It can maybe change, just adjust whichever it is relevant. And now I'm just going to iterate through this thoughts data and try to get each thought that we got along with the index and try to showcase it to the user. So here let's have this key index flex item start, yep, and let me just close this div and add some gap between them. And here I'm just going to that bullet point, so like normally we saw like width and height, I'm just going to set this to 1 rounded. Let's make this one full. Background you can just add in any color, so I'm just adding here this blue color, and margin at the top, and shrink, let's apply this 1 0. Okay, fine. And here now let's just wrap that thought inside this div. I think we should be good. The content section, of course, we need to pass in his loading, that's why it is throwing us the error. This is the content section, and after this content section we need to have this code section. So let's try to use the component that we already have, the code section component. So let's just import, so maybe let's try to create simple component for that. It should not be a big deal, it's just a wrapper around that React syntax highlighter component that we are going to add. So let's create inside this debug itself the code section file that I wanted to add in here, this code section component. So here let's keep it simple, the code section code section component. So here let me just try to add what is it that I wanted to send as a props. So this title, which is going to be of type string, and then the children, so it's nothing but the code that we wanted to pass in, and the is loading variable, and then this current language that we have, so that we can highlight the syntax accordingly. So title code, let's just restructure this, and here I just need to change the bracket here. Yeah, that should not be written statement, that's why we are getting this issue. Fine, now it's gone. So here let's quickly add simple space wrapper div, and inside this div, so just the title. So maybe, yeah, let's add in here this title, and the styling for that, let's make the text size, like let's say same thing in the 13 pixel that we had. Font type medium, yeah, I want that to be medium itself, and text color just white, so just replica of what we had for our solution view, tracking white. And now here, depending upon this is loading, let's just take from this solutions that we had,
Yeah, the loading div, I'm just going to take this thing. This is what I want. Okay, exactly the same. And here now let's try to import the same. Let's go to the solution section, this Prisma Dracula thing and all. So you can reuse that as well, but that's fine. So here you can just change the text if you wanted to, and here let's just remove this relative. I think this should be fine. In the syntax highlighter also, let's just use the same thing that we have here. Code section, I'm just going to add here the same thing, and except that it should be code as a string. And fine, now we have this code section, and here below this I can just import this code section and just import and make use of this one. Yep, so looks good to me. This code section that we added, you can either add title whatever it is. I just added like what I changed and all. That's fine. The new code is processing and is loading. Maybe instead of this one I can just use this. If we don't have a new code, then that's like loading indicator we are going to have. And here now this debug analysis that we wanted to add, and this is where just we will add. And also at the bottom, let me try to add the complexity section. So this, let me just pass in the time complexity, the data space complexity, and the loader. And here we wanted to add this debug analysis related content. So let's try to create a div for that, and once we are done with this I think we should be good. So let's add some spacing, and here the title, let's again have the same thing, like the same styling. Font, let's make this one medium. Text color, let's have this one as a white, and tracking, let's just keep this one wider. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in this title as like analysis and the improvements that we made, that text that I wanted to show here. So below this, now if we don't have this debug analysis, then I wanted to just load in this thing, the loader indicator that we have, and we'll just change the text here. So just adding some space, and here instead of this loading solution you can just change the text to like loading debug analysis. Okay, fine. And if that's not the case, then we should add in here this div. So let me add in here this div, make this one widthful, same like standard styling. I'm just going to add like background black, rounded, let's make this one medium, padding of 4, and also text size, let's keep this one the same like 13 pixel, and leading of like 1.4. yeah, and text color, let's keep this one to be a gray color, and a white space, let's have this as a pre-wrap. Yep. And yeah, overflow, let's keep this one auto, and maximum height, let's restrict this one to like 600 pixel. Okay, yep, I think, yeah. And let me just close this div, and now we should not see any issues. So now inside this div we need to process like debug analysis text, and like by sections and lines, and then showcase it. Okay, so for that, I mean, I'm just going to write a very worst code. Let's just bear with me. So here let's try to first try to get these sections. I'm just creating here the sections object list. This is going to be of type string, and the content, let's keep this one as empty string array. Okay, this is going to be an object of this type, and initially let's keep this as an empty array. Okay, all right, so the another like current section, let me set this the title and content to this empty title and empty array of this content. So we will try to split by like headers, like third level, second level and all. So maybe I can just create that as like main sections and store it in that. So if we use Vercel's AI SDK and try to format, I don't have to worry about all of this logic, so that's fine. So you will just learn how it is done. And here I'm just adding this simple pattern which will try to split by section headers and all. So this is the regex, you can just GBD it and all, what does this mean and all. So now let's try to use this main sections and filter the only valid ones, and use try to iterate through this each section text that we get. And now inside this, so now we should just showcase the sections on our screen, or just to wrap around div. So and this I am just close to this, calling this inline function. So basically this is inline function, you can just separate it and create a own function above and then call that here, that's fine. So I just wanted to make this work. Later we can think about how to refactor it better. So now here, instead of me just typing it all of it's just a simple thing, again trying to handle headers, bullet points, subheaders, and then splitting it and then showcasing it properly on the screen. So rather than that, I'm just going to add it and then give you just a brief walkthrough about it, and then we will try to use this component where it needs to be used. Okay, so here let me just add in here this component. So I've just added here. So basically first thing, we are wrapping everything in the div with the key as section index, and then if you have this title, I'm just wrapping in this div with making this font bold, text size 14, and then we're showcasing that. And now here the actual content of the section that goes here. So first we need to handle code block. So for that it begins with 3 backticks, and that is what we are just checking with that. And here if you find the start of code block, then we should collect all of the code lines until the end. So the end is again it is going to be this backticks, 3 backticks and all. So just trying to check the code block index, and accordingly just trying to, and we can just ignore this lang match, and also no need of this. So yeah, so here then we just get the code content and skip ahead in our loop. So basically we got all of the code, and then I'm just wrapping that inside this div with the key as line index and show the code content. And then we look for bullet points, and here I can just ignore this type issue. So we just check for star or dot and bullet points, and if it's matching, then we try to, here also let me just ignore that. Yeah, so you can just remove this one or keep it, that's fine. Yeah, so just handling the bullet points, and then here trying to handle any inline code that we have. So you can just GPT it or just Google it, and then you should be good. And then we are looking for the subheaders, just the matching the based on the hashes that we get, and trying to replace that hash with that empty space, and then render it as a regular text. So this is the how we try to showcase the content that we get. I think at least I did not mess it up in explaining. Hope it is okayish. Fine. So now there's still some error, and here, yeah, we need to just export this component so that we can make use of it. So let me just export this component, and now we don't have any issue. So this needs to go exactly in this component. So here where we have this empty fragment, that needs to be replaced with whatever the component we just created. So let me remove this thing, and here, yeah, this is the thing, the debug component, and then we just need to import this one. And I think all the props that needs to be passed are exactly the debug processing, set debug, and all the language and all. So yep, so everything is set. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore this for now. So now we can just give a test and see if the whatever the logic that we are trying to communicate from backend to front end, trying to render the debug based solutions, we can just give a try now. So I'm just going to run this application. All right, so it started running. Let's go to the code section, trying to take the screenshot. All right, so just press command enter, trying to process. You can just adjust the zoom however you want, so let's just keep it that way for now. All right, so just waiting for it to generate a solution. Yep, so now we have this one, and so if I just close this, let's not close this so that we can see the in the console. So now we can just take the one more screenshot that we wanted to. So let me just move this one up, and here I'm just trying to add in the examples here. So let's try to take the screenshot again, command H. Now you see the debug view that we just added for screenshot queue along with whatever it was generated before. It's just looking fine, and we should be able to delete just like it was before. And now if I try to press command H, now we are in the solution view. Okay, so that means then the logic that we added for processing extra screenshots logic, that needs to be triggered. Okay, so now let me just try to press command enter, and now this is the loading indicator so that we just added. So now it should help us get the more thoughts and the examples and all. Okay, yep, so you see, ignore about this, just the same key that we are trying to add it to div in the console. But here you see the title that which we added was what I changed, and then the issues identified. So yeah, I'm just trying to replicate that. So basically whenever you are trying to code it really and running it and you have this error, you can capture that and pass it to this. It works. Okay, so now you see the what I changed, then the bullet points that we identified, issues identified, specific improvements and corrections. You can just make it look more better by rendering using markdown renders and all. And here what I changed, here the code snippets, and then analysis and improvements, that issues identify specific things, and explanation of what changes needed, and then the possible implementation and all. So it is working fine. So the debug mode and all, so everything that we added for debugging related logic, it's totally working fine. And then you can just take more screenshots, do whatever the thing that you wanted to and process accordingly, and you can just delete the screenshot, which just works fine. And that is what I want to show. So now the debugging logic on the processing, the communication between the renderer and the main process is solid. So we can just give a commit now. So let me just go back to our editor. So here let me just add all of these things. So all we did was try to add extra screenshot processing logic, debug view components. Okay, and yeah, and then IPC events related to debug. IPC channels listening to whatever. Okay, I think it should convey, maybe it might not be that good commit message, but that's what we did. We just added extra screenshot processing logic and debug view related components, and then IPC events, this channel communications between main and render processor to accordingly update our UI and communicate the data. Okay, so now I'm just going to give this commit. So yep, so let me just hide this one. We're almost there, we're getting there, and just minor changes that I wanted to add, and then we'll try to wrap it up quickly. Okay, so let's now focus on the window resizing automatically. So what do I mean is, so now if I wanted to see the whole of this content, I should use the cursor, mouse cursor, and just to move this and all. So let's not happen it that way. Even using our command and the arrow keys, it should be able to take us to the below content and all. So that would be like more not disturbing to whoever is looking at the screen, and also the cursor movement will not be notified. Okay, so let's try to hide this now. So let's try to create simple function inside our main index.file. So I'm just going to add here this window dimension function. Let's name this as like set window or dimensions, and for this the width and height is what we'll be sending in. Both are of type number, and here first let's make sure that the state window, that main window, is not destroyed, that is still active. Okay, so here then I'm just going to get the current x and current y coordinate by querying the get position function, or else we'll assign the 0 coordinates for both of them. Okay, and also let's try to get the primary display by just querying screen dot get primary display, and then I'm going to get this work area, and let's just remove this whatever it is, and the maximum width that we wanted to have, this one is basically work area dot width multiplied by, like, let's say half of it. Yeah, so that is what I want to have, this maximum width. And now we can just adjust the setting bounds. So here I'm going to set here the x and y coordinate along with the width and height. Okay, so this is how we set the bounds of it, adjust the dimensions. So let's make sure that we set minimum of current x or this work area width with the maximum width that we just created above variable. So I can just subtract that one, and y, let's just set this one to the current y that we have, and this width also let me set this minimum of let's say width plus 32. You can just adjust the size that you want and then set this one. And height, I'm just going to set the seal value of whatever we have in our height variable. So this is the function which is going to help us set window dimensions. And this one I want it to be passed to our IPC handler. Okay, so the IPC handler that we have here, I'm just going to add the set window dimensions, and of course we need to add it here in this interface so that we don't receive an issue. So here let me just add in the callback function to adjust the window dimensions, and let's try to handle the events that we are going to get. Yeah, so set window dimensions, and here yeah, this is what we just do set to these functions whatever we receive, width and height. And also let's try to handle the update things. That is what we wanted to mainly focus on, this update content dimensions channel name. So I'm just adding this, so you can see what and all we can pass here to this handle functions, and accordingly just pass them. And here let's add in here this event and this object width the height that we are going to receive, which are going to be of type number, and inside this let's try to here, if width and height we receive, all I'm going to do is just pass this one to our the function which we just created. Okay, this is a simple handlers that we just added, and now let's try to pass this to our preload. So I'm just adding here to this one. Let's first focus on update content dimensions. So I'm just going to add it here. The data that we will be sending is the dimensions having width and height, and here let's just make this return type to be void. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, and now the logic here needs to be handled. So update content dimensions, so we are going to receive, and all we need to do is just invoke update content dimensions, and by passing the data that we wanted to. So this needs to be added in our components. So let's first go to wherever we just added here to do. So this is the thing. First let's try to, yeah, this is what we wanted to do. So I'm just going to add this one. So now whatever the based upon the div thing, will be updating the width and height to that, so that we will be able to dynamically adjust our window size. So same thing in our main app also. Let me just add in our main app component. Okay, so here I'm just going to try to add inside a new use effect. So let me just add this one, and here we already have this container ref. So and here the dependency is whenever the view changes, we wanted to adjust the dimensions of our window. So first we make sure that the container ref is active in our DOM. So if not, I'm just going to return, and then let's just create that the same function that we just created, update dimensions. And here let me just again make sure once more, check. I'm just going to return health. Let me just get this height using the scroll height, or else I can just set in the default values. And the same thing for the width. I'm just going to get this, and let's set this one to be of 800. And then here we wanted to update our content dimensions, and I wanted to pass in the width and height. So that is what we'll be setting, and I'm just force initialize the dimension width and height. Okay, and now let's try to set a fallback timer to ensure dimensions are set even if content isn't fully loaded. Okay, so that I'm just going to add this fallback timer. Let's try to use this set timeout, and here all I'm going to do is try to update the width and height to 600, the default things. And here let's do it like 500 milliseconds. And now let's add the resizer observer by passing in the update dimensions, and then I'm just going to observe the container reference. And also let's try to watch any DOM changes that is going to happen. So let me just add mutation observer to our this thing, and I'm just going to attach if any childs are changing, subtree attributes, and also the character data. So I'm just adding it, and then we will try to do another update after delay to catch any late loaded content we have. Okay, so let's try to add in here this delayed update. So set timeout, I'm just going to use this thing, and update dimensions, let me pass in here this 1 second, and yeah, I think we should be good. And now here inside this one, let's try to clear timeout, the fallback timer, delayed update, and resize, observe disconnect and mutation. I'm just going to disconnect. Okay, so this is the thing for us to take care of the window size dynamically. And also here or as well, if we get any issue and all, you can just add any other listeners. So for example, I'm just trying to show if you wanted to add, if there is any error when we are trying to get the solution. So here you can just get here the solution error that we get, and show in the toast that we have. So I'm just going to import this one and use this toast object, I mean the function, and then pass it here. So yep, and also then I think we're almost done, except in I should adjust in couple of components as well. Let's go to our screenshots view, and here as well we need to handle this logic. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to handle here itself. So let's try to write this update dimension. So here we have this content ref. So let's get this content height and content width, and I'm just going to increment this and pass this content width and content height. Okay, so here again let's try to initialize the observer, trying to observe that div, make a call, and in our here I can just now call this disconnect. And also here you can start listening to other events as well. Similar way, like if there is any solution error, you can just show in the toast, and also like set back the view to queue, so that we doesn't give bad experience to the user, and just console yeah, what is the error to just check. Okay, and then the even when we are trying to process on like no screenshots, maybe it's good to handle that also. So I can just set this one, so maybe you can set this one, that's fine, it will be in the queue view itself. And now here we can just adjust the thing here, the dependency areas, the tooltip visible and tooltip height. Yep, so this is also going to help. Yeah, we will see this in action just a minute. And the solutions index as well, where we just added the placeholder for this. I need to change this one and pass this one to our the main process, the update dimensions, and we should be good. And here as well, let's try to see if we wanted to handle solution error and all. I think we added here, so maybe we don't have to worry about it. So let me just add the solution error which we don't have here. So I'm just going to add the error that we get, and I'm going to show this toast, and let's try to get this the solution that using this key solution. And here it is going to be of type code, string array or null. And if we don't have the solution, then I'm going to set the view to queue. Else let's try to set the solution data to whatever the data that we got in our solution by using the cache. Okay, so and here you can just console this not the solution. So if there is the error, yeah, processing error, and here you can just add the error so that we can see if we can fix that error. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to add. Now we should be good, and it is going to be very solid now. So let's give a test now. hopefully it should work the way we want. So I'm just going to start this application. Okay, here we go. So I have this one, so let's try to switch to our thing, try to take a screenshot. Yep, and I'm trying to process this. Yeah, hopefully it should start working for us. Okay, nope, I am not. So basically what I wanted it to work is we should not be able to scroll this with arrow keys. It should help be able to take us to this. Looking at this, it's because I think we're restricting its height. So let's try to check this one. Going to our main index file. Yep. So here, instead of this minimum height, we set this one to max height. That's why we don't see the changes there. So now let's just go back. So it is again reloaded. So you can just take a screenshot now and try to so let me just reset this one and taking the screenshot now and try to process this. And now once the solution is generated, it should work the way we want. So basically with just the command and arrow keys or controller arrow keys, we should be able to keep scrolling that. So let me just try to scroll this one. Okay, still I don't see the change. So let me try to rerun this again. Yeah, sometimes the changes doesn't reflect. So let's go to our this thing and take a screenshot, try to process this. So it's just processing the logic. So let's wait for problem statement to be extracted, and then now the solution. So once the solution is generated, yeah, now if I'm just holding command and arrow keys now, so you can see the difference now. With just arrow keys and command keys, we are able to scroll it up and down so that we can see the content that we want, and as usual we wanted to move it. So whatever we added for window resizing and link dynamically, it's working fine, and now no need of using the cursor or mouse or to just keep scrolling and all. So now we made good changes. So let's try to go back, and I'm just going to hide this one, and here is the developer tool. I just separated this one. So let's go in here, try to make a commits, and also like let's try to fix this some issues that we have. So here let me just we have an issue with respect to here extra screenshots. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to initialize this one to empty array, and also let's remove the screenshots because we are not using this, and anyhow this is optional, so it should work fine now. So now I can just give a commit. So all we did is try to handle dynamic window resizing and help us scroll with just the arrow keys and all. So I'm just going to stage all of them, and here let's say I'm just going to add let's give this as like add dynamic window resizing by adding set window dimensions, something like that. So I'm just adding this function and IPC handlers to communicate that to between main and render process. Okay, yeah, if you want to be more, so you can just add like something like update renderer components to adjust dimensions based on content size. Okay, so now it should be good. So I'm just committing this. So we're almost getting there. So I'm just going to hide this developers tools, and there are like few couple of things that are missing, so let's try to add them. So first thing is the opacity that we are trying to set. Like when we are trying to load, we are saving in our config.json, but we are not restoring that value. So for that we wanted to add it into our main index.ts file to get that, to first get the opacity. So I'm just going to add in some getters and setters in this config manager. So it should be just simple functions, just getters. So let me add in here as get opacity function, and this is just going to load our config and return this thing. So here we can just do check again. So if it's not undefined, then we are going to return that value, else let's just return 1.0. okay, same thing, let's add for set opacity as well. Here we can just do it this way. For setting opacity, first let's try to get this valid opacity. So here I can use this math dot minimum, and here let's try to get this 1.0 and max of this 0.1 comma opacity, so that we doesn't go out of these bounds. And now all we are going to do is just set the opacity whatever we have here. Okay, similar way you can just add in these getters for language and setting this language. Yeah, simple getter setters. Now we have this, so we will try to make use of this, and if we have any opacity value, we'll try to set whenever we are trying to start this application. So the where we wanted to add, maybe, yeah, let me try to add here. So const saved opacity, we will try to use this get opacity, and here you can just, yeah, let's just import that, and you can just console that one. And also here maybe just add it here. If the saved opacity is less than or equals to 0.1, then we can just console saying that, initial opacity too low, setting to 0 and hiding window. Okay, so I'm just going to add that one so that we can know what's happening. So setting to 0 and hiding a window. So that's what we'll be doing here. And then this state dot main window dot set opacity, let's set this one, and the state variable that we have, that is window visible, I'm just going to set this one to false. Else let's try to set whatever the opacity that we have, and visible, I'm just going to set it to true, the global state that we have. I think, yep. So this should help us achieve this. So you can just give a try. So let's say if I'm just trying to run this now. Okay, so here we have this one. So let's try to change opacity. So something like 0.6, you can see the difference now. So that should be saved to our config.json. And if I just now open this again, yeah, you can see the difference now. It opened in that same opacity. So that's the thing, a simple opacity management that we just added. So you can just add the same thing. So stage these changes, and here add initial window opacity management from our config file. Okay, yeah, so like based on user preferences, something like that, whatever he has save. So now let me just hide this one, and I'm just going to commit this, and yeah, we're almost there. And one more thing, what we need to handle is opening the URL, the external URL. So if I just open this one and here try to open this settings, so this one we do not have any way to open this one, so this needs to be taken care. So for us to handle that one, I need to add inside the IPC handler to invoke to handle that thing. So let me try to add this IPC main.handle, and here let's channel name is going to be open link, and here let's try to receive the URL that we wanted to open. So I'm just going to get the URL which is of type string. Let's try to handle in try catch block, and here we can just console this open link URL, and we are going to import the shell that is going to help us open the external URL. Okay, so all we are going to do is just console this, open this, and success. I'm going to return this one to true, else this is what I'm just adding here. So now this one needs to be added in our preload. So going to this here, let me just add in this open link. So it is going to be just the URL string, and yeah, this is, yeah, that definition can be just for success or error. And the same thing now here, I need to just add in a logic to invoke this is not open -link, so it is going to be open link, and now it should expose the shell external open URL to our UI side. So what we can do is just go to our settings dialog component and make use of that. So opening this settings dialog component, and here all we can do is just try to use this open link and pass in here URL. We can listen to result the success or not, but that's fine. I think that should not be an issue for us. So this is like simple way of opening this URL. So maybe for you to just check it now, so you can just restart this application, and like if I open, yeah, now we have here this settings. So let me open this settings. So let me just increase this thing, and if you just press this one, so it is going to open this one. So and it is going to work. So it did work for me. So, and that's how we enable opening of the Windows like external URLs from our Electron main window. Okay, so yep, and let's try to commit the same thing. All we did is simple add external link opening via shell. Yeah, okay, that's what we did. So you can just be specific if you wanted to open external URL function, okay, from Electron window to our browser. Okay, yeah, something which makes sense. So this is what we added, and finally one more logic that we are going to handle, and then we will try to build this application, and also I'm going to showcase you how can we distribute this as the desktop application as DMG file for Mac and .exe file for Windows, and we'll try to automate the releases to our GitHub releases so that users can download and all. So before jumping on to that section, let's try to add this API key handling logic. So here, which we have here, check API key and validate API key and all, but we are not handling this check in our UIs, so we need to take care of that. So let's go to our preload first, and here I'm just going to add in. So I think yeah, let me just add in here on API key invalid. Then I'm just going to add this thing, and also let me just add in the remove listeners. And here I'm just going to add this as event name, and this callback any arguments. This is what it's going to be. And let's try to disable this any check for this one. And now here we need to handle this one in this index file. So on API key valid, let's just try to subscribe to this API key invalid, and then we will be listening to that in our UI. And also let me add this remove listener, and I'm just going to invoke this remove listener thing, and let's try to fix this thing. So this logic where we are going to handle exactly is the main file that we have, which is the app.tsx. so here let's try to create the local state variables to just keep checking whether the user has API key or not. And also I'm just going to try to set this API key dialog to open or not, the variable to just open settings window. So let's try to add this. Let's set this one to false, and also we need here this show toast to show the if error message if API key is not found. So for that one, let me add in here the simple check in the use effect block. So in here this check should happen whenever this is initialized is changed, and inside this one, so let's try to create a simple function. And here I'm just going to handle this logic in try catch block. So first let's try to check whether we have this key or not. So this one I can just make use of this window.electron API check API key, which is going to give us the API key, and if it is having, so I'm just going to update this one to this local variable. So if we don't have this API key, or let's just check for the key that the key that we have, so it's capital K. Then let me show the settings dialog. Okay, so here all we can do is let's try to wrap this one inside this set timeout, and here all we need to do is just set its settings open to true. So whenever this variable changes, we will be showcasing the settings dialog. Okay, so and here this toast message, it's going to be error, please check your API key, and all we need to do is here if is initialized, then I should trigger this API check API key function. Okay, so this is a way for us to keep checking. And also we can add listeners here. So I'm just going to add in here on API key invalid, and here let's just show that API key invalid, and dialog we are going to set this one to true. And here we can just keep no need of this one. So here on API key invalid, pass in this function, and now here instead of this, the remove listeners, whichever we just added, the remove listeners, which in our case it's going to be API key invalid, and pass this, and the dependency, this needs to be like show toast that we have. So this is how we'll be listening to that. And also now rendering also should be changed, so not just the is initialized check. So let's also do this as the API key. So if we have API key and it's initialized, then I'm going to show this main app, else we will try to show the welcome screen. Okay, so and here now instead of this one, let's try to add a simple initializing text. So let's try to add this div, so like we had for loader. So I'm just going to take it from there and add it the initializing text, so you can just refer from there. So let me just right away add this div just with the animate pulse and gradient text color. Okay, so just this little bit of styling. So this is how we are going to handle API key check. So that is what we will be doing it. So it's a simple, so this is how the checks, and make sure that we see the settings dialog is open and all that listeners are happen. Okay, so I can just give a commit. So I have thoroughly tested this, so there should not be any issue. So here we can just add in here, add API key check logic. So we can just commit it, and now we wanted to build this, and now let's try to run. So there is like, if you just open package.json, there is a command to build specific to the OS that you're running. So for example here, for you want to build DMG file for Mac, you can just run pnp pnpm run build is to Mac, and then it's we are using Electron builder, and that is going to help us build the application for us. So let's give a try and see if we have any TypeScript issues and any unused variables and all. That checks are all there. Now if you just try to run, and it is going to throw us any error that it is there, and we will fix it accordingly. Okay, so you can see we do have a lot of issues like unused things and all. Let's try to fix one at a time. Okay, so going to this index file, so we have here somewhere clear extra screen. We are not using this one, so maybe I can just remove this. All right, and also API key inside our config manager. So okay, we have not implemented this one, so that's fine. I think you might have understood by now how to do this one. So I'm just going to ignore this thing for now, and here I'm just going to just bypass this one for now. So and then delete screenshot in IPC main handler that we have. So we are not using this, so you can just add in here this underscore so that it is taken care. And even in this we have like the unused things for setting window dimension, so I can just add in here underscore. The same thing here, let me just add here this underscore, and mostly we should be good. And now in processing manager, so we are not using this signal, so maybe I can first, let's try to minimize these things. Yep, so I'm just going to remove this one, and of course we are going to get an issue. So let's try to fix this thing. So I'm just going to remove this signal, and yeah, fine. So let's give it a try, and now at least we should see less number of errors that we okay. So line number, so let's search with this. Okay, I'm not using this, so here as well I'm just going to remove this one. And now of course we have an issue here, so I'm just going to remove this signal as well. And now let's try to remove this again. We are going to get the issue that we are not using it again. All right, so that's the thing, and let's give a run again. Okay, we do have at one more place. Yep. So if I just remove this alone now, and just remove wherever we are sending this thing and wherever we are destructuring this one, so let's just get rid of this, and mostly we should be good now. So let's try to, so for now I'm just ignoring this TypeScript issue, and now let's just give it a try and see if this is causing us still the issue. And let's see now. Yeah, it's now something it's different, the component version, so we're not using this anywhere. So let me just delete this one. Yep. And now let's try to build this application. Hopefully now we should, yeah, fine. So it's building this. Now we shouldn't see any issue now. So it has successfully built. That is like the application that we want is ready. So let's give a try for building it for Mac. Okay, so I'm just you just need to build like this. So since I'm on Mac, I'm just running the command pnpm run build is to Mac. So now once we run this command, so this is going to create as the DMG file that we can just use it to run the application in the dist folder. So this is creating this one, and let's just wait for it to create. Okay, so it's just creating the DMG file for us, and once it creates, you will be able to successfully open it and play with it just like we did. So that is what I wanted to show. Now you wanted to distribute this to other people, so I'm going to try to add that workflow as well, the publish workflow, so that it creates the exe file and DMG file for our application. So it's just taking a while. So till it loads, let it load. I'm just going to wait for it to load. Yeah, it is done now. So the DMG is created for us, so you can, so for now I'm just opening the thing in the so you can just open this one, and here you will have the application and all. So I will show you eventually which way will, and here I can, now all we did was just fixing like build issues. So we can just give the same commit. So here fix build issues, and let's just give a commit. And now for us to have it to be automatically creating dmg and exe files, we need to write a github workflow logic for that. So let me just try to write a simple logic, so not as to complicate this thing. For us to go ahead with the logic to write, all we need to do is just create a new folder dot github folder, and inside this one let me just create the workflows folder, and here I'm just going to create this publish.yaml file. So inside this one, so let me just close this thing. Let's try to write this pipeline. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this build and publish, whatever the name that you wanted to create, you can just add this one silent coda. And now when should we trigger this one? So I'm going to add whenever we create any tags, we are going to trigger this workflow. So it's better to create a new releases, so whenever we create new tag version, and then this pipeline will get triggered. And now just below, let me just add in this permissions contents. I'm just going to set this one to right. So basically what this does is it lets us to so basically it gives the workflow the permission to create or modify releases on the repo which we need to create github releases. Okay, so that is the thing. And now the jobs, let's create the here this release, and I'm going to specify here runs on I'm going to specify this as dynamically, so let's mention this as matrix.os. And here below I'm just going to create here this strategy, and let's give here this matrix the OS, and I'm going to add in Mac OS and Windows OS. We're not worried about Ubuntu. So what this does, so now this means this job will try to run twice, once on Mac OS and once on Windows, like allowing building platform specific Electron binaries that we need. So that is this strategy, and we are going to refer the value from this strategy. Okay, now we need to create the steps. So first step, let me first create this checkout git repository, and it uses the you can just use version 3 or anything. So this first step, what it does is pulls down the code from the repo so the workflow can work with it. Okay, so that is the thing. And now let's try to install this node JS that we want. So you can just specify the name, like here I'm just going to set up node version 3, and with node version you can set it to like 18 or 20 and all. Let me go with the 18, that's fine. And now we need the pnpm, so that's what we are using. So I'm just going to use pnpm action setup version 2, and with the version let's specify here like 10 point some version, like I'm just going to specify this 10.5.2, and then let's try to now build our Electron app. Okay, so let's name this as, I'm just going to build silent coder, and this the command should be simple. So let me just specify this as pnpm run build, and now we should publish it to GitHub releases. So for that, let me just create this to publish to GitHub releases, and this needs the command for us to add this one is let's try to set this one dynamically, so we can just check that one. If so, based upon this matrix, if it's a window latest, then I'm just going to run pnpm run build when, else pnpm run build mac, and here we can always specify here this as publish always, same thing. I'm just going to add it here, and fine, and then finally we can specify here this shell as bash. So this is this thing, and I think this should help us achieve what we wanted to do. So maybe let's try to give it a try, and also to build and all, sometimes we might need the environment variable, so for GitHub to take an help of it. So I'm just going to specify here GitHub's token, so secrets.github token, which should take it from the secrets of that thing, so we don't have to specifically set it. So here also you can just set this one, so just give it a try. If it doesn't work, just add this one. Okay, so now we have this one, and whatever the code that I have added, so let's first try to push this one. I'm just going to add I'm just going to push this to GitHub repo. So let me add this one, add release publish, let's say GitHub release pipeline workflow, like just a workflow. Okay, so let's try to publish this. So I'm just publishing to this public repository, and now you should be able to check that out. And now we have published this one, so I want this pipeline to be triggered. So let's try to do one thing. So I'm just going to add a tag, let's say 0.01. okay, add in here this tag, which is 0.01. okay, so now we just push this tag, and let's try to see what I mean by this. So if I just open this GitHub repo, so let me just open this thing, and here you should be like open this one. Yeah, I did a mistake, so let's just correct that one. So I'm just going to add in here version 0.01. okay, so now it should show us this building, because that's the pattern that we added. And now you can see here it's trying to build this thing, so you can just check it out, this the triggering that is happening. So we are just trying to create this GitHub release. Of course, now everything is failing, so that we need to check what is the issue. Yeah, we forgot to add the installing the dependencies that we have, all of these things, so we need to fix that. So if I just go back to this code base, sorry guys, so that's the important step that we forgot. So after installing, let's add this pnpm install command, and then it should be good. So let me just add install dependency or step to release workflow. So I'm just committing this, and let's try to push this one, and that will not trigger. So now let's try to create something like new version. So I'm just going to create this tag, and let's try to push this tag, and now let's switch to our repo, and let's switch to this repo and check this workflow. So it's running now. So if we just check this out, so they are running. So you can see for macOS and Windows separately, we have separate jobs running. And so basically once this is successfully done, we will see the releases created for us, and I'll show you where exactly we can check for exe files and dmg files. So this should be ultimate end thing of how we are going to distribute. Of course, there is a lot of other things, like you need to have Apple developer account to add valid certification so that others can download. But for testing purposes and all, you can just bypass that one. Same applies to Windows as well. So we just need to add the certifications and all. And also there is a way for us to add Electron auto or updater. So that means if the user has installed our application and we push some changes, and how can we show automatic notifications for them so that they can update that. So I have tried I have applied for the Apple developer account, so I'm yet to receive the approval. So maybe once that is done, I can just try to show you that. That should not be a big deal. So it's it should be simple thing. Okay, so now you see we this for macOS it was very successful. So for us to see this, open this one, the repo that we have, and the releases. So we do have here 3 tags, and this is the thing. So the releases it is going to create. So once they should be, so ideally it'll, okay, it is still running. But okay, but I should be able to see that by now in the releases section. So the workflow is successful. If we just go to this releases, okay, so for Electron builder to create a release, we just need to specify our GitHub repo details for it. So in our Electron builder .yaml file, and let's here also specify this app ID. So let me say this one to be a silent coder, and a product name, and also anything related to any configuration and all goes here. So this is where if we wanted to make some changes, we'll have to make it here. So now the publish section, instead of this generic, let's try to change this one. The provider is GitHub, and the owner, you just specify your name, and repo name is this, and release type. So I'm just going to add this one as release, and then we should be good to publish this one. So you can just add still a lot of details, and you can just refer to Electron builder documentation. So here, update Electron builder configuration. Okay, and I'm just going to push this one, and let's try to create new tag, and let's see the build, is it going to create the release or not, or now. So I'm just opening this thing, the actions, so it's running. So this should at least try to create as the release for us, and then we can just download from this releases section and then use it in our desktop. It can be a Mac or Windows. So this is the ultimate thing that I wanted to showcase you guys in this video. How can we build an applications of this kind, and that is the motto. So hope at least you learned something from this video, and I give you my word, I plan to make more and more build videos. Just the request from my end is please do subscribe to this channel, and you will see more exciting build videos. So let's just wait for this to see the build, and then I'll show you as well just how can you download and all. For Windows, the exe file, whichever it is generating, so you can just download that and try to install it. Okay, there goes the issue. Okay, okay, we need to set in here the GitHub environment token. So that is what is the issue. Sorry guys, just a small error. So this, if we wanted to customize the token and permissions, you can just set this to a GH token. By default we'll have this GitHub token variable, so we can just configure that, and that should help us just utilize the secret and then create a release for us. So yeah, I'm just going to add update secret variable name. Okay, so let me just commit this one and push this one to our remote repo, and here I'm just going to create new tag. All right, so first we need to create this new tag and push this one, and now we should not see any issue. So hopefully at least this time it should work fine. So we have these two jobs running, so let's wait for them to complete. So you can just check it out, the steps as well, like if there is any step that is failing, and accordingly you can just see if something is failing and try to fix that. So it's building and now it's publishing. So you see there's no issue, so it's trying to build it, and then it will publish to our releases. So it is creating a DMG file for us. So yeah, it will just take a while depending upon our the steps that we have added, and then it should be good. So it's uploading, and it's creating GitHub release now. So the version, so basically here whatever you configure inside our package.json, that is what it will be using. So it will create the release with that version accordingly. Okay, so if you wanted to change the version, just update in our package.json file, and accordingly it will create release for that thing. So now we have here macOS complete, so we should see the release for that. So now you can see here we do have 1.0. So this is how we have this version. So this version is taken from package.json. That is what I'm trying to highlight here. So we do have here DMG file. So this is the file that based on ARM64 or other things. So you can this is the DMG file. So you just download this one and try to install and on your Mac, and it should work just fine, like what we saw in our build video. So same thing, let's try to refresh this, and we should see .exe file as well. So the actions, so you should see it is complete for both the OS, and if you just go to this releases, and you should see here this exe file, and if you just download and install, it should just work fine. Okay, so for you to just let's just go back to this thing, and I'm just going to minimize this thing, and let's try to open the things, the application that we built in our local. So let me just try to open the dist folder. So here is the thing, so we have here this application. So if you just try to open this thing, it should just work fine. Fine for you, but there is an issue here. So let's try to quit this application, Control Q. Okay, the issue is there with respect to the toast. So that should be used within is what we are getting. So this one, if you want to like normally see in our applications, you can just install this one, and if you just open the application section, so let's just close this one and go to the silent coder. So here we do have this issue, so I need to fix this one. So let's just fix this one, and then again we'll try to create a build. Sorry for this guys, I did not check this. So let's just fix this one. All right folks, so there's a little bit issue with the toast, the way that we are using. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to simplify this one, the toast that we are trying to use. So let's do one thing, instead of this toast from this provider, I'm just going to remove this completely and import it from the components that we have. So the toast, and here I'm just going to add in this toast provider all of these things that we need, and we can just description and also this title. Okay, so now we have this one. What we will do, let's try to create a simple show toast. Here I'm just going to wrap inside this callback, and this title, description, variant, which is going to be just add this one as neutral success error. That should do for me. And here let's create the toast variable for this one, so I'm just going to remove this one. Let's create this variable called toast state, and this one will have this is going to be let's just set this default values. So this open and this title description and variant, and this is going to be of neutral success or error. So in this now, instead of this one, so I'm just going to change this one and use this set toast to state and try to update this thing. Okay, so now the place where we are trying to wrap the toast provider and all, so here instead of this here, let me try to add in this toast context, which I'm going to import it from this context, toast context, the file that we have, and provider. I'm just going to add in here this the show toast that we have, and let's try to close this one, and this needs to be added here. So I'm just going to add it here. Okay, so yep, mostly, and also like now here I can just add this toast component and open. Let me just add in here this title and description. So on open change, we are just going to get this open value, and whatever we had previous value, we are just going to have that and just toggle that visibility. And variant, I can just showcase this, and duration you can set like 1.5 seconds. And hopefully now the toast issue whatever we got, and we can just add this toast viewport, and then we should be sorted now. So mostly this should fix our issue. So let me try to build this one, and we'll try to check in our local, and if it's working then we'll create a new release and publish it to GitHub. Okay, so let's wait for it to build, and then also this you can just remove this one now. And one more thing that we need to, while we are making a release, what we should do is basically comment the line where we try to open this dev tools, because that is just for development purpose. So here comment this how when not in development. Okay, so that is for that. So just for us to understand, like if we are receiving any errors and all, just to fix when we are developing the application. So let's just wait for it to build. And here for, like I said, for version, so we have here 1.0 version that we have. So you can just change the version. So whatever you change here, that is what the Electron builder will be making use of it. So it is building the application. So let's just wait till this one builds, and then we will just try to give it a try and showcase you how exactly this is going to work. So yeah, this is built, the application is built, And now let me try to open the location where we have this application. So just give me a minute, I'm just opening that. Okay, so here we go, and so let's just try to open this one and see if you're still receiving the issue. So mostly, yeah, there's no issue now. So you see the issue is fixed, and exactly how we just wanted, how it was working fine in our development mode, it is working. So if you just press Command H, it should just take the screenshot. So all you need to do is just try to go to the settings and allow this thing to take screenshot. So for now, let me just quit this application. So this is not the application. So for you to install this DMG file, you should just pull this one into application. So I'm just going to replace whatever we had before, and let me just open, so close this one now, and open the applications, and just go to our this silent coder and open this one now. So now it should work just fine like it used to. So if you just take the screenshot, and all you need to do is just so it is just going to work fine. So I'm just going to delete this last screenshot, and this is working fine. This increase the opacity and all, everything is working fine. Okay, so let's just quit this application and go back to our code base. And here I just need to make changes now, just small changes. So one thing is, let's just comment this one, and also now just try to change this one to 1.0.1 version. And now let's try to go here. I'm just going to commit. So I say that fix toast issue, and remove dev tool config from main process. Okay, so now let's just give a commit and push this code. And also now if you just create a tag, so let's just create 0.5 tag, and I'm just going to push this tag, and now we should be able to just download the application and work with it just like the way we did. So yep, so that is what I wanted to show, and hopefully you got the gist of this application. So I'm just going to wait till this the release is created, and then we'll see you in the next one. Okay, so this is building. So this toast issues and all, and we just tested in locally, so that's how it is going to be. And just the functionalities that we build, it is going to be fine. Okay, okay, the only thing that is you should be you should set is the API key. So once you have the API key, all of the logic that is behind the scenes is just going to work fine. So it's just building this one. So it's creating a release. So now we should see this 1.1 thing, and here we go, we have this DMG, and same way we will have this exe file. And if you just download, and just for Windows, if you just run it anyway and bypass the thing, then you should have it, and you should just set your API key to whichever provider you select and just use it. That is what I wanted to show in this application. Hope you guys learned something. Please do subscribe to this channel. A lot of more exciting build videos will definitely come, and I will push myself in that direction. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to create release and then I'll close it off. Yeah, it's also done. So let's just go to this releases and we should see this exe file. Okay, fine. Thank you so much, and we'll very soon see you in the next build video. Thank you.